push me in the algorithm. Good morning. Ow, 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 ow. My fan is closer today, so I hope it's not too much louder for you guys. It turns out whatever the air conditioner repairman did the other week definitely didn't work. The air conditioning is definitely not working. I am dying. It is so hot. I have resorted when I got my wisdom teeth taken out last year. They gave me this cool ice strap thing that like it has a singular ice pack that has like a divot in the middle, so like you can put it in this black sleeve and then you can put it around your face. I have resorted to putting that around my tits instead. Say if it's 90 degrees inside your house. I have no idea what the temperature inside my house is, but I know it's too goddamn hot. It's too goddamn hot. And I think I fucking slept wrong as well. Because whenever I cough or I move too quickly, I have this searing pain on the inside of my left side. Maybe someone stole my kidneys while I was asleep. I don't know, man. Can you keep it down? I can barely hear the fan speak. Fuck you, Zgoogie. Your AC is too powerful for the heat. Oh my god, I can't wait to get out of here. I can't wait to fucking get out of here. I made so many follow-up emails and phone calls only to basically have all of them be like, we're sorry. We're not taking on new clients right now. So I gotta go back to the drawing board and go back and find new people that I feel like are doing an okay job. You went to Candy Mountain. I guess I fucking did. The Martian Bee, thank you for the 20. Another great day with the Foxu. We have breaking news. Literally breaking. Fucking Mr. Dr. Disrespect just put out a fucking thing like half an hour ago. I'm gonna pull that up in a second. Scan train. Cold acid, thank you for the 100 biddies. Thank you. Oh,
Cheese
god.
Lord lose game. Wah! Wah!
Glorious Taco Tuesday to Kirsche and chat. Hope you have a great stream. Missed Sunday thanks to Elden Ring DLC brain rot.
Oh my god.
Work time now. Kirsche love less than 3.
So funny, thank you for the $10 doodles. It is a glorious Taco Tuesday. Hell yeah, Tuesday night's anal night. Thank you, a single. Foxu going to make a look, you don't go after someone who is recently divorced, you weirdos. Give them grieving period. Also, I don't know enough about him to lust after him. Cult of Personality, thank you for the $4.99. Was a Georgia native and on and off farm boy, you've gotten used to the heat. What you'll never get used to are the damn mosquitoes and other bugs. You hate them? I also hate them. I hate bugoose. Get out of here, mosquito. She's loyal to Asmon. True. True and real. 30°C is like a nice summer day. I don't know what that is. I only speak freedom temperature. Alright, okay? Tommy H, thank you for the 5. The Smexy Foxy lady of the phone screen. What cursed knowledge doth thine tabs bring today? I don't know. I have a handful of tabs. Did I see the latest edit on the Twitter? Probably not. I haven't checked Twitter since I woke up. I only wake up 30 minutes before stream, after all. Moose Nugget, thank you for the 5. 10 furless Kirsches in the showers of Kirsche Corral. Long-fin springy tails waiting to be yanked.
What for the goofiest goober in Goober Town.
What the heck, Moose Nugget? 18 farless Kirsches waiting to be wood. No! Do not the Kirsche. Thank you for the $5 doodles, though. Thank you. Nate McTates, thank you for the 10 Fox tax for the goofiest goober. I am the goofy goober. Mosquitoes can go extinct. You don't care what happens to the ecosystem. Yeah, that's kind of how I feel. Kirsche Corral, you're banned from there. Well, maybe stop fighting people over the scrambled eggs. Oh my god. There's so many things happening right now. Blue Jay Kirijo, thank you for the subby bubby, my guy. Thank you. Chaplain Asmodai, thank you for the proom. Thank you for prooming. Rexin Tor Z, thank you for the 186. You miss watching the Foxu live. Ooh. Do I not line up with your work schedule anymore? I'm so sorry. After Dr. Disrespect, CNN is threatening anyone. Oh yeah, Binary Mind linked that to me. I didn't open that in a tab because I looked at it on my phone when I only had one eye open and one eye covered in sleep crust. But Binary Mind linked that, so I'm gonna have to bring that one up too, because Mr. Beanie Man, I guess, covered it. No, Rexintor Z, thank you for the 2-month member. Thank you. We can now super chat for free. Try it out. Wait, is that a thing? Iggy Thunders, thank you for the $5 doodles. The heat is relentless. Arizonans, God help, made Arrakis to test the faithful. Time? Nah, give me sub-zero temperatures any fucking day over a heat wave, dude. Give me that like negative 20 degrees. All right, I would rather have that. The free super chats or the member milestone messages. Oh yeah. That makes sense. I knew about that. Zyvolb, thank you for the 18-month resub. It's only been 18.
Dude, I fucked up by trying to inflate
it's all right. You're finally
like
legal.
I want to read that one.
Yay. Time for my favorite fluffy, fiery, flamin' foxu with the spicy, scandalous, silly stories to make the work shift bearable. Good luck with streaming the debate on Thursday. We'll plan on drinking too much absinthe during the watch along.
Ashton Valley, thank you! Thank you for the $10 doodles. I hope I don't get slapped by CNN.
It's butt time?
That's really fucking strange if CNN's like, no, you can't watch other people watch the debate. You can only watch us. You get your thoughts from us, no one else. Did you know that it takes an average of 140 licks to get to the center of a Tootsie Roll Pop? I did not. I never count my licks. Legal Mindset was on Side Scrollers, and the panel went over the recent Dr. Disrespect story. Did they go over the recent thing that he just put out half an hour ago? Radstorm, thank you for the $2. Fox Tabs and Elden Ring DLC. Let's fucking go, bruh. Let's go. Let's fucking go. Fricey, thank you for the 47-month resub. Thank you. The pain and suffering. You suffer from the Foxu. You've been suffering for a long fucking time. Speaking of suffering, oh my god, I can't announce anything yet, but Gamer Subs has something really fun dropping on Friday, and I hope I don't forget to shill it at the beginning of stream. They did. It dropped during the show. Oh shit. So did Doc not know until it was too late, or did he know? The next question to be asked. I don't know what you mean by that. Wait, why is that suffering? Because we have to wait till Friday! It's not my cup. I can say that. The cup is not ready yet. Oh shit, so he was talking to a minor? That's what it looks like in his response. I am Binary Mind, thank you for the 22-month resub. 2-year mark coming up quick. Hey yo, it do be. Thank you. Sad Cabbage, thank you for the 3-month member on the YouTubes. Thank you. God Hand, thank you for the 11-month resub. Ooh, busy with work. You miss watching Kirsche live. You miss your 9-month birthday. Ooh. Do not the Kirsche. How dare you type something so terrible and illegal. I'm thinking about getting a jar of AFKs, or if there's something else dropping, you'll wait. Yeah, wait till Friday. Golden Nuggies, thank you for the 253. Evening, someone fan this I know. I need a cabana boy with a giant banana leaf. Oh my god, I can't wait to have my own bananas. Oh my god, I'm so excited. The Martian Bee, thank you again for that $20 doodles, my guy. Thank you. Red Heracross, thank you for the 2. Sniff the sweaty, stinky Foxu. I kind of smell like vanilla. I was cleaning some stuff last night, and I still had one small unpacked bag from when I went on vacation. So I finished unpacking that, and I was like, oh, my bottle of alien goddess was in here. I didn't even remember that I was missing that. And so I sprayed it on myself, and then I went to bed, and you know, since it's really hot, there was a little bit of sweating, so now I just smell like vanilla. She's growing bananas on the East Coast. Crazy! They're gonna be ice cream banana. I'm so excited. I can't wait. Bananas are from the tropics? Yeah, but I can keep them in a greenhouse. I've seen people grow them up there. It's fine. You want to live in a cold climate. Oh my god. Rockay updated to fix the money exploit. Now you'll never afford the penthouse. Your pussy. Is it the penthouse that's 70 million, or is that an island? I haven't unlocked the 70 million thing. I don't know how it unlocks, but I have a feeling I'm not going to be able to afford it. Why not a blue house? Because I am not a blue guy in a blue world. Silvervale's flavor is back in stock, by the way. It do be.
Is it bad to be attracted to a cartoon fox that you don't even know that well?
Tropical New England. It's my favorite New England. You ever seen that old video where the dude put his bald head into a chick's fake PZ? I don't know what that means. Planet Hoth, Planet Arrakis, I don't know what either of those are. I just keep picking chats where I don't understand what you're saying. You like the Victorian houses with a greenhouse integrated into the building itself? I actually haven't seen too many of those. I haven't seen too many of those at all. You should take your meds. Meds hate!
Meds hate!
You can't make me!
Shit, I just ordered AFK for the
Oh,
first
hell yeah.
time. Since switching from night shift to morning for the summer, I've gotten no sleep during work nights, so hoping AFK helps.
Hopefully it helps you. Report back after you've tested it. Thank you, Sean Haruki, both for the 5 and for using code Kirsche to save 10% off your gamer subs order. I'm not into the frog vomit butthole, but like, I'm curious if he's done it.
Who else is enjoying the heat? I know I am. The best part about it being 104 degrees on the ground is that it's also 104 degrees 300 feet up because there's no goddamned wind.
That sounds actually awful, sir. That doesn't sound enjoyable. What's wrong with you? Starvin' ACP, thank you for the $20 doodles. Hopefully, well, I don't want to say hopefully there's some wind to help you cool off, because if you're 300 feet off the ground and it's windy, I feel like that's more dangerous. Read will chat this understand message test, Nani? I hate you. Drink half and half gamer subs, see which one wins. 2 gamer subs enter, one is pissed out. What the fuck? What Europore doesn't have AC? I mean, I'm not a Europore, I'm a burger lady, and I have AC, but it's kind of fucking broken. I try being in an over 100-degree metal building while working. Why would I ever want to do that? That just sounds like torture. That just sounds like torture. Cult of Personality, thank you for the $4.99 as a Georgia native and on and off farm boy. You've gotten used to the heat. Oh, I read that. The fucking mosquitoes. I hate them. Ow, my side. Thank you again for the $4.99. I know. Oh god, my shit. It scrolled. Oh, I think it's cucking a certain somebooty here. I think it's cucking a certain somebooty. No, Radstorm, thank you for the 2 Fox tabs and Elden Ring DLC. Let's fucking go. Thank you. I actually can't sort my YouTube chat by supas. And I know man with very long name gave out some gift members on the YouTubes. But his name is cut off in the little colorful box. So I was like, oh, I'll just look at my stream elements and I could thank him there with his fully long name. But Stream Elements apparently hates him because it didn't log his instances of gift members. Or 108 in Vegas. What the fuck? Officer Buck Todd Russell. Thank you for the 5.
Is it bad to be attracted to a cartoon fox that you don't even know that well?
In regards to your comment the other day, pineapple fritters, you're talking about isn't the bready type? How do you make a fritter without bread? Fox Arrow, they give the 10. Good luck staying cool. Oh, look, money! Money doesn't keep me cool right now, but it probably will when I get a AC repair bill. Strim Element. Yeah, Strim Elements. Strim Elements being a fucking suck, dude. Euros try and make it seem like it's such a slam dunk on Americans that they don't have ACs, but they have over 40,000 heat deaths per year as opposed to our 2,000. Why would anyone ever think that it's a dunk that they don't have AC? That seems like the dumbest thing to say. Like, what? Yeah, I don't have AC. I just smear mud on the inside of my walls to keep cool, you stupid Americans. On reading the Dr. Disrespect statement, it kind of sounds like he did know he was inappropriately messaging a minor. I'll get there eventually. I'll get there. I know. I have $5 to my name. Thank you for the Tier 3 resub. Thank you. Big, thick energy, dude. Thank you. Seth5110, thank you for the gift sub on Twitch, thank you. Duello, thank you for the 2. Is the Kirsche you when you get stupefied, or is the Kirsche a separate entity that's your mascot? It's a little bit of column A and a little bit of column B. Anyone can become a Kirsche. Just like slaves! I also have a tab for slaves today! I love modern slavery! Slaves, this is your song. Thank you, slaves. Do. Thank you, slaves.
do do do. Do 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 do.
This is your song.
Thank you, wild rat.
I'm only doing this once. Fuck you, take my money.
Only doing what one? Slaves or the fry meme? Wild Red, thank you for the 100 slaves! So much labor could get done with that many. Thank you! Thank you! We can become the Kirsche? But if we're Kirsches, who will us? Yeah, that's something you need to think about, ain't it? That's why there's so many Kirsche variants. Anyone and anything can become a Kirsche at any time. Even you. We could build the pyramids, that's true. The heat wave's relentless, only 2 more weeks till you get your AC fixed. Yeah, only 2 more weeks, by the way. Modern slavery, Amazon up to something new? No!
Today I fucked up.
Private
I'm trying
slavery.
To inflate my penis like a dick balloon. I want to read that one.
Is the air viscous in Georgia too? Minnesota is a
Too?
shit show right now. Too much rain, the floods broke the Mankato Dam. I also passed 3 timber chasing storms yesterday up north. Good times.
What is a Mankato Dam? Start the slave chain! Are chain gangs very efficient, or is it better to have the slaves individually locked up?
Do 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 do. Do 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 do.
This is your song. Thank you.
Start the slave chain.
Massive Doggo, thank you for the chain gang! Thank you! I got so many slaves I could start building a house, man. Let's fucking go. Slavery isn't efficient in general. It's a trade-off you pay for being cheap. Yeah, I know. I got some opinions, but I'd rather make memes. Real reason why Kirsche doesn't want us to the Kirsche is because she's partially Kirsche, and she finds us disgusting. No, when I revert to a small woodland critter, you don't fuck! Oh my god. How do we have so many slaves on a Tuesday?
This is your song. Thank you.
Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do.
This is your song.
Thank you,
Thank you! Slaves everywhere! We up
Where
in
is
here
a
and
whip,
slaving
there is a
everybody
way.
today. Oh my god! Tuesday night, anal night.
Do 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 do. Do 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 do.
This is your song. Thank you.
Thank you, Swiggity Potate!
The 400 slaves!
It's so hot and I hate it here. My truck says it's 111 degrees outside. That's it, I'm moving. I hope you get your AC fixed soon. Slave chain represents.
Oh my god. Oh my, what the fuck? Swiggity Potate, thank you! Thank you!
This is your song. Thank
Who are you people? Everyone gets a slave! You get slave, and you get slave, and you get slave! We're all gonna have slaves today! Thank you! Sovani VT!
Slaves for the Taco Tuesday. We need someone to manage the assembly line for the tacos for everyone.
That's
Sorry
true.
to hear about
That's true. We
your
need
pussy.
the slave assembly line for the Taco Tuesday.
You can give
Not
me
for the
foot
anal
scratches,
night, though.
Like I'm a real pet! Thank you,
My
thank
AC
you.
is working nicely today, chat. It feels so good. Sorry to hear about your AC though, Kirsche. That kind of ruined this joke. At least the slaves are paying for it. Thank you, slaves.
Whoa. Nice call.
Nice cock. Please fighting. Thank you for the slubby bubby, my guy. Thank you. Ransom, thank you for the 2. Can you tell everyone got paid on Monday?
But Friday payday, not Monday.
Been a strong sunlight and chilly winds here in North Texas. A Kirsche would adapt to be like a fire-flying regional variant. Oh, I like that opinion. I want to see that. The Star Phoenix, thank you for the 2. Can we the Kirsche if we are also the Kirsche? Whoo! 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 I hiccuped and I had carbonation go up my nose from inside my throat and it made it tingly and burny. It didn't feel good. Fucking Star Phoenix. If you're both animals, I mean, I guess, sure. If you're a human, you cannot the Kirsche. It's not hot here, just very humid both. Why are you drinking soda? Because I am a puddle of a mess right now. It's too hot to think, so I just grabbed the root beer instead of a Gamer Subs this morning. You're an animal for the Kirsche.
Oh, I found it. Oh, I found it.
Ashenbauer, thank you for the $1. Mankato is a university town built on the Minnesota River. A dam is construct used to block. I know what a dam is! To either divert rivers or create power. The Mankato Dam is thus a dam in the city of Mankato, and it's flooding. This is from a man in Minnesota. Are you drowning? Is it like a bad thing if your dam breaks, or does it like not matter? Like sometimes a dam can break and everyone's just like, oh, shrug, who cares? Damn, is this for real? Jesus fuck. Airspill, thank you for the 9-month resub. Thank you. Congrats on this, the day of your birth. I might not be able to catch streams in the near future because life happens. You want to wish me a very, very early happy birthday? Thank you. Thank you for the early happy birthday. I'm sorry to hear your schedule won't match up with being able to catch streams much anymore, my dude. VoD gang will always be with you in your heart. No. The Last Roman, thank you for the 100 biddies, thank you. Officer Buck Tud Russell, fuck, thank you. Thank you again for your pineapple footas and your 330. Fox Arrow, thank you for the $10 doodles. Good luck on staying cool. Thank you. It won't happen though. It won't happen. I know. Trey Kors, thank you for the $5 doodles. You are become Kirsche, doer of Kirsches. I want to thank guy with very long name.
Hey guys, it's your crime boss here, Kirsche, your favorite Rockay City streamer.
I don't know how. Oh, it's because community gift is set to 2 for some reason. Maybe that's why. Maybe that. Dan Zinagri, thank you for the 10 gift subs. Thank you.
Dog you are.
Thank you, Big Chad Dan man. Thank you. Lazy Volpix, thank you for the 2-month resub. Bruh. Thank you. I know. Where is it? Oh, here we go. So is this one? And then, yeah, 2. All right, 3. All right, there's 3. I'm counting. Quick math. Yugen Musu Genme Gosuge Bambo Konano Jokyu Meno Chosuke. Thank you for the 3 gift members on the YouTubes. I found it. Thank you. I always like trying to say the entire name, so I didn't want to give it a half-hearted, only half his name from looking at YouTube chat.
Whoa, nice call.
Is that a new anime title? It might as well be, you know. George Lee, thank you for the 2-month resub. Thank you. You're going through the Lost Judgment VOD still? Man, I need to basically restart Lost Judgment, and I've been saying that for like a year. I don't know, Frycy is gonna come out of my wall and hold me at knife point. I loved the original Judgment. I don't think any of those VODs still exist. And then I stopped like halfway through Lost Judgment, and I just never had time to pick it up again. So one of these days, 2 years! Oh my god, has it been that long? One of these days, I will do as I did pre-vacation and do some long Saturdays. What is Lost Judgment? She's a pro staller. I am the proest of stallers, as it were. Holy shit. Holy fuck. And speaking of stalling, what is Dr. Disrespect saying here? Alright, okay? What's he saying here? The Twitch ban. Hello, I'd like to make a quick statement. Let's cut the fucking bullshit. As you know, there's no filter with me. I've been upfront and real with you guys on anything that I can be upfront about, and I'm always willing to accept responsibility, which is why I'm here now. First and foremost, I do want to apologize to everyone in my community, as well as those close to me, my team, and everyone at Midnight Society Game Studio. A lot of people have been left in the dark about what happened yesterday with Midnight Society and I, and we made the painful decision collectively to have me step down. Our team is full of incredibly talented and good people that have high career ambitions and families that I'd never want to jeopardize the culture we have carefully crafted. Everyone has been wanting to know why I was banned from Twitch, but for reasons outside of my control, I was not allowed to say anything for the last several years. Now that 2 former Twitch employees have publicly disclosed the accusations, I can now tell you my side of the story regarding the ban. And I feel like this is as a result of the lawsuit, right? Where I doubt there was any sort of NDA, but as part of the lawsuit, they were just like, we're paying out, but you're not allowed to talk about this whatsoever. And I'm sure from the, now that the former 2 Twitch employees kind of thing has come out here. Since they, I'm gonna lose my train of thought, sorry. Since they say now that 2 former Twitch employees have publicly disclosed, it probably means that if Twitch were the ones to talk about it, then that would release Dr. Disrespect from, like, whatever sort of clause in the lawsuit was meant to keep him quiet about what happened. You want the DMs released before you pass judgment? People tend to cancel too much. I could agree with you, but there was one sentence in here that made me be like, okay, that's a little weird, maybe. Were there Twitch whisper messages with an individual minor back in 2017? The answer is yes. Were there real intentions behind these messages? The answer is absolutely not. These were casual, mutual conversations that sometimes leaned too much in the direction of being inappropriate, but nothing more. Nothing illegal happened, no pictures were shared, no crimes were committed. I never even met the individual. I went through a lengthy arbitration regarding a civil dispute with Twitch, and that case was resolved by a settlement. Let me be clear, it was not a criminal case against me, and no criminal charges have ever been brought against me. And this is where it catches me, right? Because he admits that there were messages with a minor, and his response is that there were no real intentions behind the messages, but they were casual and leaned too much in the direction of being inappropriate. So to me, right, what I can infer from this and what I am gathering from his response is, yeah, I might have sent some sexy messages to a minor, but there weren't any intentions to actually meet them. Therefore, nothing illegal actually really happened. And like, yeah, maybe while technically true, also, why were you doing that? Did he know they were a minor at the time? If he didn't know they were a minor, I'm sure that's something he would have said here. Because he prefaced all of this with, now I can tell my side of the story. In Twitch DMs, though, right, dude? That's the important part. He likely didn't know. If he didn't know that they were a minor, this is his chance to explain himself. Why wouldn't he say that? If I had been caught messaging a minor and I didn't know they were a minor, the very first fucking thing I would say is, I didn't know that they were a minor. Here are the DMs where they lied about their age, right? FYI, Dr. Disrespect revised the tweet to remove minor after individual. Why? That doesn't look good. He hates the minors based. If he didn't know, he should speak it now. Yeah, I'm not going to believe that he didn't know that they weren't that they were a minor unless he directly says it. This was his chance to explain that he didn't know that they were a minor, and he did not. He fully admitted, were there Twitch whisper messages with an individual minor back in 2017? The answer is yes. And he did not go on to clarify that he didn't know that they were a minor. Instead, he said, were there real intentions behind the messages? The answer is no. That is not this. How minor are we talking about? I don't think that matters. Dr. Disrespect is at an age that it doesn't matter if they were 17 or younger. 17 is still bad. If Dr. Disrespect was 18, wouldn't matter, but he's not. Should have just shown the DMs. I don't want to see all the DMs, because I'm sure much like what came out from that Democrat guy the other day that we read, they would probably be horrendously disgusting, but you know. He changed it back. Illegal Mindset said removing that seems more like a Twitter X thing to you. Nothing illegal happened implies he didn't know they were a minor, because if he did, it would be illegal. It depends on what was said, specifically. I do not think that this implies he didn't know that they were a minor. This is absolutely the time to boldface say, I didn't know, and he did not say that. So I feel like anyone trying to say he didn't know is just kind of coping at this point in time. He should 100% clear that up. Yeah. He didn't say it, so unless he does, I'm not going to believe that he didn't know. It's like, it's just cope. It's just cope to think that at this point. But like, nothing illegal happened, no pictures were shared, no crimes were committed, I never even met the individual. The only time that I have had any purposeful messages with a minor in like, God, fuck, maybe the last 8 years at this point, I don't even know, long ass time, was there was an artist I wanted to commission, and they were 16 or 17 at the time, and even then I was just like, is that fine? Is that I was like, hey, I want to commission you, but you can't watch any of my content. Like, is that okay? And maybe he assumed it isn't illegal to talk to a minor. I mean, it's not illegal to talk to a minor, but he did say these were casual, mutual conversations that sometimes leaned too much in the direction of being inappropriate. And it's like, if you are going to willingly enter a conversation with a minor, nothing should ever enter the realm of inappropriate.
Oh no, the slaves! I have it muted! No!
I can't unmute it. Hold on. Can I stop it and then replay it? How do I do this? How do I use my own alerts? You think it's rather sus on Twitch's part too? I think the Twitch employees that came out and just said this at random are kind of interesting, right? Because the guy that came out originally and said it was doing it to try and like grift sales for like his failing band or some shit. So it wasn't even I kept quiet about this for so many years and felt like a bad person because of it. It was I want to make money off of this. You kind of disagree? If she was 17 something, then he might have been preheating the oven for when she turns 18. If so, that's scummy, but not wood chipper territory. I'm gonna have to put you in timeout because you quite literally just said that you are okay with grooming someone to be with an older man when they're underage. If you are a full-on whole-ass adult, like in your mid-20s and older, and I think Dr. Disrespect is in his 40s, if you talk to a 17-year-old with the intention of, as you said, preheating the oven, yes, you do get the wood chipper, actually. That is disgusting behavior. What is wrong with you? He's 42? Yeah, explode that fucking user. More like, look at that user's hard drives. Holy shit. Why would you say that? Grooming is definitely what this would be, but you wouldn't say it's the same as going after a 10-year-old? I mean, it's not the same as a 10-year-old, right? That there's a huge age difference, but it's still 17 is underage. If you're like 18, maybe even 19 with a 17-year-old, like, yeah, Romeo and Juliet laws would probably protect you. That's fine. You're close enough in age. Nobody really cares. 17 with like 25, 17 with 30, 17 with 40. It just gets worse and worse, dude. Like, what the fuck? It's still a power dynamic since he's a famous guy. I mean, that's without adding in the power dynamic thing as well. And like the power dynamic would apply to even a non-minor, right? Like there's what was that one guy who did it, who like unironically didn't do anything wrong? And some woman was like upset with him and was just like, oh, he coerced me into a relationship because of his power dynamic. I was enamored with him as like a large Minecraft streamer. It's not illegal to talk to minors. It is, however, a direct human rights violation when you hear one screeching about politics on a semi-public chat, though. I agree. In your opinion, 21 is the age limit for people older than 30. If you can't take them for a drink, you shouldn't be with them. I would still, like, it's not illegal, right? But if there's someone who's, like, a 40 or 50 years old dating a 21-year-old. I'm like, what realistically do you guys have in common? Like, I'm gonna side-eye it, like, you know, something's a little weird here. But it's legal, so, like, I guess you do you, baby. You'd feel weird about anyone under mid-20s? Yeah, personally, I would as well, because, like, I can't imagine having that much in common with someone that young. It's not illegal, it'll just be weird to me. There's plenty of things that are legal that you just shouldn't do still. True. You want someone who knows what they want to do with their life. True and real. As someone in their 30s, you agree with SCH? I don't remember what he said already. The only minor a person should be speaking to casually is family, and that's only to catch up with them. I mean, like, again, I had DMs with a minor to commission artwork. It was literally just about commissioning artwork, and I think that is something that's fine. I was like, I want to pay you legal tender, please draw me thing. I'm sorry you can't watch my stream or the content that I make, but, like, if you're willing to take my commission, that's cool. There are many things that are illegal but shouldn't be, like doing the Kirsche. Yeah. Cult of Personality, thank you for the $9.99. What's bad for Doc? You'd say it also is bad for Twitch as well, because it shows they allowed minors on their Whispers program, and if they allowed one, they probably allowed more, hence why they settled. Probably, but also, how would you prevent minors from using the DM system on Twitch? Like, I guess you could just lock all of the accounts under a certain age bracket, but, like, what's stopping them from just signing up with a, an account that they lie about their age? Don't allow minors? Yeah, see, I would agree with don't allow minors, but then you have to think about how would you not allow minors? And I don't want to have ID verification for fucking Twitch, right? Make them wear mittens when they're at the computer. You think DMs are locked behind phone verification today? Are they? I just don't answer my Twitch DMs unless I'm doing a giveaway. You get competent parents. Yeah, true. Just do the same thing Pornhub does and ask them to take them at their word, Jesus. If it was legit grooming, Twitch would have released it during the court case or threatened to, so Dr. drops the case. I wasn't saying that Dr. Disrespect was grooming. I was responding to some sub-zero IQ chatter talking about it being okay if you were quote-unquote grooming a 17-year-old as a 40-year-old man. You heard it here, chat. On this day, Kirsche said, you could the Kirsche. No, absolutely not. We kill all the minors we find on Twitch. The final solution. Well, you can't kill them because they need to grow older, right? Gangquin, thank you for the 20 DKK. Just got your captain's papers. Thanks for the white pill. Captain's paper, like a ship captain? Like you drive boat now? Congratulations. Parents need to actually be responsible for their kids again. It's a little crazy. That's a little crazy that parents just don't in current year. You're gonna get back to sounding. All this shit is whack. What the hell? Please don't sound. Please don't sound. Nice boat. I agree. I agree. Let me finish this man's statement here. From a moral standpoint, I'll absolutely take responsibility. I should have never entered these conversations to begin with. That's on me. That's on me as an adult, a husband, and a father. It should have never happened. I get it. I'm not perfect, and I'll fucking own my shit. This was stupid.
You can't make me!
Why does it seem that as time progresses we need more drastic options than wood chippers?
Because for some reason, people have been trying to normalize this kind of thing, and it's a little crazy to me. Zing Zarek, thank you for 5.
I am writing my twit longer right now about how Kia made me gay. I am 30.
Buff Dumb Miner, who's 30 years old, working in those mines. Thank you for the 5. I'm sorry I made you gay. You're afraid cyberspace has adverse effect on age to relation perception? What? Speaking of gay, I was talking to Tangerine last night, and I was like, Tangerine, you seem to have a healthy group of friends. And you've always told me that friends are like the best way to meet somebody. So now I must rely on you to find me my himbo. It's like I could find you a significant other if you needed one, right? Because I only find gay men. And he was like, well, you're right in that you only find gay men, but unfortunately you find the kind of gay men I would never want to associate with. She was stuck 3 inches below the height of consent, you sick fuck. What are you talking about? We're not talking about arbitrary height of consent. We're talking about an actual minor. The more you're watching my streams, the more you realize your country's legal age of consent being 14 is a bit strange. It do be, for real. Thank you for the 100 biddies. A Robo Nutzuki.
Oh, I found it. Oh, I found it.
Ashenbauer, thank you for the $1. Okay, chatters, it's quite clear. Do not groom minors. Do not touch the Kirsche. We can, though, groom the Kirsche. In fact, I got my brushes, combs, and shears ready to go. See? Following that man's footsteps. Kirsche's gay men are subpar for both women and men. You can't make this up! It's very unfortunate. Friends should be trying to hook their friends up as long as they are adults, obviously. Obviously. Let's say we don't just limit it to the wood chipper. We have alternate methods, another viable options to break their legs and throw them in a pig pen. Holy shit. No, Westerns feel really strongly about the consent stuff. To everyone else, however, it's very confusing, tedious, and non-viable. I don't know what you mean by that. I don't think consent stuff is really tedious, right? Like, how hard is it for you to not, like, have sex with someone under the age of 18? The answer should be it's not hard at all, because you just don't do it. Like, I don't know what you mean. You seriously doubt Dr. Disrespect is guilty of anything? Were there Twitch whisper messages with an individual minor back in 2017? The answer is yes. Were there real intentions behind these messages? The answer is absolutely not. These were casual, mutual conversations that sometimes leaned too much in the direction of being inappropriate, but nothing more. If you are having inappropriate conversations with a minor, yeah, that makes you kind of fucked. Like, why would you do that? Consent is tedious. Opinions held by rapists. Yeah, right? It's just a prank, bro. Why did Twitch settle then? Why didn't Twitch just push the blame on Doc? Because he didn't do anything necessarily illegal. If there weren't any pictures exchanged, if there weren't any, like, highly explicit, like, plans to meet up, he didn't do anything illegal. It might be disgusting. Kids are annoying. You expected more out of Doc, right? Guilty of legal. That isn't true. Twitch fucked up in your opinion, and it's disgusting at the most. I feel like it's very weird that they didn't release more information about this and instead decided to, like, brush it all under the rug. If anonymous release by Twitch employee that came out like 30 minutes ago or something did in fact not know at the time. Wait, what? There's an anonymous release by a Twitch employee that just came out?
I love the 6,000-year-old lolly.
Is this real, or is this like some chatter just being a shit
so
again?
We have to DM Tangerine for the Foxy Himbo application now.
Bueno. I'm waiting for the follow-up. I brought up this chatter's box here so I can see. Let's see the actual messages and judge. There's so much innuendo in this drama. I genuinely hate when people try to keep things vague. It's like it only makes things worse when you keep it vague. And like everybody wants to just keep quiet about things whenever there's anything because they don't want to be accused of like farming drama. They don't want to be accused of like anything grifting, but it's just like, just release the fucking information, man. It's not like there's arbitration or a lawsuit going on. Wizardbeard, I'm waiting for your response. You keep saying that there's an anonymous Twitch employee that released something. Where is it? Where is it, Mr. Wizardbeard? There's if it's real as there's a Twitter post, but it's also as real as you are a former Twitch employee. Oh, is this like our anonymous sources? Emperor Creatine, thank you for the 5. Doc absolutely needs to come out and say if he knew this was a under 18 at the time. He's still innocent until proven guilty, but this looks very bad for him. I mean, again, I'm not going to believe, like, I'll bring up a source if somebody has it. Oh, Vouch said he's probably referring to this. I'll open up your link, Vouch. I'm not going to believe it. I'll show it, but I'm not going to believe anything unless Dr. Disrespect says it himself, right? Because he made this huge thing, this huge response where he's like, finally I can tell my side of the story. It's finally time to explain myself. And he wrote this whole thing. And in this whole thing, not once did he mention that he didn't know the person was underage. So, like, I'm not going to believe any other source aside from him. And if he hasn't said that he didn't know, why would I believe an anonymous source? Gray Rainer, thank you for the $2 doodles. You like the internet formula? Half your age plus 7.
No.
Be logical. I feel like I am being logical. Let's see here. Sexting a minor is illegal. Sexting a minor is pedophilia. And this person said, wild, you're taking what some Twitter dude that was trying to sell concert tickets and running with it. No sexting was involved. Didn't know they were 17 at the time either. This was at 3:15 p.m. today. Sent with Proton. I can't read this. I can't read this. My fucking eyes, man. I'm a boomer. Subject to the truth regarding Dr. Disrespect. On Tuesday, June 25th. Yeah, this ain't no way, dude. Let me finish reading Dr. Disrespect's comments before we read this totally true and real email. But yeah, again, I'm gonna read it again for those in the back. Were there Twitch whisper messages with an individual minor back in 2017? The answer is yes. And instead of saying he didn't know they were underage, he went on to say, were there real intentions behind these messages? The answer is absolutely not. These were casual, mutual conversations that sometimes leaned too much in the direction of being inappropriate, but nothing more. This is, as far as I'm concerned, an admission from him that he was having inappropriate conversations with a minor. He does not clarify he didn't know they were underage. Does not clarify that. From a moral standpoint, I'll absolutely take responsibility. I should have never entertained these conversations to begin with. That's on me. That's on me as an adult, a husband, and a father. It should have never happened. I get it. I'm not perfect, and I'll fucking own my shit. This was stupid. Now, with all this said, don't get it fucking mistaken. I've seen all the remarks and labels being thrown around so loosely. Social media is a destruction zone. I'm no fucking predator or pedophile. Are you kidding me? Anyone that truly knows me fucking knows where I stand on those things with those types of people. Fuck that. Okay, but then why were you inappropriately messaging a minor if this is the case? What do you mean by this? That's a different level of disgust that I fucking hate even hearing about. Don't be labeling me as the worst of the worst with your exaggerations. Get the fuck out of here with that shit. But I think I've said what I needed to say regarding the ban itself. That's it. That's why Twitch made the decision in 2020. To my team, community, industry friends that have supported me, I apologize. I wish I could have said all of this sooner. You guys have always showed me and my family love and support throughout all these years, and we love you guys like you can't imagine. I have the fucking best community and circle, and if any of this has made you uncomfortable, I get it. You don't have to support me anymore, but just know you have always been greatly appreciated. But trust me when I say this, to all my haters that live and breathe social media with zero real-life experience, I don't give a fuck about you. Finally, if you're uncomfortable with this entire statement and think I'm a piece of shit, that's fine, but I'm not fucking going anywhere. I'm not the same guy that made this mistake all those years ago. I'm taking an extended vacation with my family, as mentioned on stream, and I'm coming back with a heavy weight off my shoulders. They want me to disappear. Yeah, fucking right. Me looking at all the tweet edits. That's funny. Even if he didn't know, or she was 17, or any other justification you want to conjure, you've still lost respect for the man because he was flirting with someone who wasn't his current wife. Yeah, even if you remove all of the extra caveats, he was still sending inappropriate DMs while he was married. I think it's because he's leaving the implication of nothing illegal to mean he didn't know the age. Why would he leave it up to implication? Once again,
know that well?
Once again, he says that this is his chance. Now that 2 former Twitch employees have publicly disclosed the accusations, I can now tell you my side of the story regarding the ban. Again, please stop fucking huffing copium. If he didn't know they were a minor, why the fuck wouldn't he say it? Why would he not explain that in his big expose of this is my side of the story? Anyone that truly knows me is a red flag of being vague. Him cheating on his wife isn't anything new and something he admitted to in the past. I don't know how the fuck she's still with him if he's cheated multiple times, dude. Holy fuck. This was his moment, and this is not great. Yeah, exactly. Bro, believe me, I didn't know, really. Cheaters are fucking scum. Exactly. Perhaps saying I didn't know she was is an admission of guilt. I don't think it's an admission of guilt any more so than him saying these were casual mutual conversations that sometimes leaned too much in the direction of being inappropriate. Were there Twitch whisper messages with an individual minor back in 2017? The answer is yes. He absolves himself by saying he had no intention of meeting up with them, but that they still had inappropriate DMs. Why would he not, in this paragraph, explain, I also didn't know they were underage at the time? Anyone who truly knows me phrases Nick Rakita said last week, true and real. You automatically believe the accused these days? Believe all of the Me Too liars, Kirsche? What? I'm literally reading what Dr. Disrespect said himself, not what other people are saying about him. I cannot believe the levels of low IQ in my chat right now. I feel like I'm Asmongold. Why are people in chat defending this guy? It's like, he wrote it out in plain fucking text. Like, I don't get it, man. Why does he not define inappropriate? Why would he be this vague unless he knows it's a bad situation or is too stupid, right? Everyone, including Kirsche, assuming Doc should behave according to her own logic. If I have been publicly accused in the Twitter arena of doing something with a minor, right? And I have expansive evidence that no, I didn't know that they were a minor. I had no idea that this was as bad of a situation as it looked like. You bet your fucking ass when I say, now I can finally tell you my side of the story, that would be one of the first fucking things I show. Anyone thinking that he would write up this long, crazy thing and not include I didn't know they were a minor if he didn't know is coping. Like, actually coping. The cheating is making him look more guilty. It shows he's willing to lie. Also true. But you're not Doc. You guys, he is literally telling you what he did and what he did and did not know. He is telling you in his own words in plain text. This isn't from some Twitter freak. This isn't from some, like, ex accusing him of nonsense. This isn't some hashtag me too, I'm calling out Dr. Disrespect for all of these reasons. This is Dr. Disrespect himself telling you himself in his words what happened. Holy fuck. You just want to know what he defined as inappropriate? You were never his fan and just want to see the proof or something? I guess, yeah, I would like for him to explain what he means by inappropriate, but I feel like you can infer enough from inappropriate based on the rest of the message. Would I like a better explanation of that? Yes. Would I like to see the inappropriate messages? No. I feel like that's a bit much. We don't know if he was having a lewd conversation. Not all conversations are inappropriate with a minor for sexual propositions. Yeah, you know what? I'm absolutely sure that he lost his contract with Twitch even though they paid him out because he was talking about cartel beheadings with a minor. You know, you're right, chat. That's absolutely what happened. He wasn't talking about anything inappropriately sexual. It was about those goddamn cartel beheadings. If the conversation was lewd, it would likely be illegal. He forgot to say frick instead of fuck. It's so over for him. You just want to know the key reason why Twitch banned Dr. Disrespect in the first place. Because he had DMs with a minor. Why did they settle? I'm not a lawyer. Maybe there was some issue with them being able to expose that they were able to see everyone's DMs. I don't know. I just assume that every website I sign up for can see my messages. You don't really understand why anyone would engage with a rando in DMs, let alone to do sexual stuff? Yeah, it's kind of fucking weird. Twitch employees have DMs with minors all the time. Why him, though? I don't know. Flirting is about the only thing that fits here? Yeah, flirting, but not, like, overtly crude like that Democrat guy from yesterday, right? None of that come suck on daddy's big hairy cock. None of that, not that explicit. The rules, truth are so simple. If someone promises something, doubt it. If someone's confessing or bragging, believe it.
Chat is deep in the cope. Kirsche is right. Never meet your heroes the year. It's unfortunate.
Wolf Everdeen, thank you for the 5. It is very unfortunate. I've had the never meet your heroes moment a few times, you know? Clink, yeah, I'm playing with a nail polish bottle. If he won't stipulate anything, then those looking in have to assume worst case scenario, or at least a bad scenario. I mean, I don't think I agree with what he's saying here, where he didn't do anything illegal, right? Is it kind of grotesque? Yes. Do I have no respect for someone who would do inappropriate things with a minor? Yes. But I guess legally he hasn't done anything, which is why I wish we had a better example of what he defines as inappropriate. Don't like the assumption that every detail he didn't give is automatically the worst possible outcome. You don't know his legal circumstances or what his lawyers advised him. It would absolve him of the entire situation if he had said, were there Twitch whisper messages with an individual minor back in 2017? The answer is yes. If he had put in here, also, this person had told me that they were 24. I was unaware that they were lying about their age. Were there real intentions behind these messages? The answer is absolutely not. The omission of not saying he didn't know does not mean he didn't know. What lawyers? You thought it was already settled and that there's no criminal case. There is no criminal case. There's no open case here. There's no lawyers. Your biggest issue is who started the flirting. You guess maybe the reason why Doc didn't release the DMs is because he engaged in the flirting. I'm not going to speculate on who started the DMs because I don't really think that matters very much. But I think it is incredible fucking cope that people would think he wouldn't explain in his admission here when he says he can finally tell you his side of the story, and then he doesn't say he didn't know that they were underage. There's still 2 things we need clarified. 1, what exactly the inappropriate conversation to, and whether he knew or not. Yeah, those would be 2 things I would be interested in hearing. And I would be willing, right, if he comes out with a second message and is like, hey, I wasn't in a great headspace after everything blew up the other day, but I didn't know that they were underage at the time. I'd be like, all right, I'll believe that. I'll believe it because I can only imagine the amount of, like, mental pressure right now.
Legal Mindset on Side Scrollers mentioned that Twitch supposedly was supposed to block minors from that chat. Thus they might be legally at risk too. But like about checking ID lol, you shouldn't trust it. Still wrong.
A boom Papa Oni, thank you for the $5 doodles. That makes a bit of sense if they were supposed to block the minor accounts as well. But also, does that mean that it was an account that was flagged on the back end as being under 18? Or was this someone who had lied about their age to sign up for their Twitch account, right? That just makes more questions. Help! There's only one reason you could think of that tie both the no clarification on age and the minor edit. Perhaps Twitch didn't want the public to know it was a minor, and the implications being that Twitch wanted it under wraps because of the legal ramifications, which pushed them into hush settlement. Well, that doesn't matter anymore. That doesn't, I'm gonna mute these again. That doesn't matter anymore, right? Because he said, now that 2 former Twitch employees have publicly disclosed the accusations, I can now tell you my side of the story. Which, when I first started reading all of this, I said that there was likely some sort of clause in the settlement that he had with Twitch that said that he wasn't allowed to speak out about this, but if Twitch disclosed any of the accusations, he would be able to talk about it entirely. So, since it was already outed by 2 former Twitch employees, he has nothing binding him to be quiet about any of it. There's nothing binding him anymore. A teaspoon of sugar will help within 20 minutes for the hiccups. I just don't believe you. Bad timing on the message. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I'm trying to drill. I'm trying to drill all the people huffing copium right now. Was safe to assume anyone he talked to was 18 plus? No, you're coping. It's not safe to assume anyone he talked to is 18 plus. What the fuck do you mean? What the actual fuck do you mean? Were there Twitch whisper messages with an individual minor back in 2017? The answer is yes. I just like, please chat. Grow some brain cells. You are not a fish. That doesn't help. You just realize it's starting to feel like a drama farm to help keep his numbers up due to all of the questions left on the table. I mean, that would be very fucking unfortunate if that was the case. He didn't mention not murdering anyone. Coincidence? This has nothing to do with anything. What the fuck are you talking about? We can't grow them. We tried. You get it? But the looping chat requires right now? Yeah. This is a bad choice of trauma. It's a very bad choice of drama farm. I'm trying to grow brain cells, but your work keeps harvesting them. If there was no indication it was a minor, that is the first thing any sane person says. Yes. That said, it looks really bad. You automatically assume anyone on the internet is 10? That's a very weird way to go about life. This is Dr. Disrespect's Me Too moment. I feel like if people are comparing this to Me Too, you are so fucking dumb that there is just no hope for you. Like, if you genuinely think that what Dr. Disrespect himself is saying about this is akin to Me Too, Lord, I don't know how you haven't accidentally offed yourself at this point. You just don't run men up flagpoles anymore. You can clutch pearls with your bungholes from now on. You don't run men up flagpoles anymore. See, this is what I feel like is a huge problem. When someone comes out and admits to you that they've done something bad, and then a whole bunch of people decide to cover for them anyway, I would understand if there was no evidence, if he had done nothing wrong, if he came out and he was like, look, nothing happened, there were no DMs, there weren't any minors, right? I would understand, like, yeah, this is a fucking scheme to assassinate his character. All right, but like when someone comes out and in no uncertain terms tells you, hey, this is what happened, why would you not believe them? Why would you continue to give them benefit of the doubt? I just like, holy shit. Maybe my mods need to start fucking timing out room temp IQ people. Like Kevin Spacey, he can come out as gay and everyone will forget and forgive. True and real. This isn't a Michael Jackson situation, yeah? You're saying this is proof and he needs to have his life ruined? I never said he needs to have his life ruined. I said that he admitted to having inappropriate DMs with a minor, and I think that's disgusting. I think that's absolutely disgusting. Would I like him to explain exactly what he means by inappropriate? Sure, but he's already admitted here that he's had inappropriate DMs with a minor. Did it get overtly sexual? No. Did he meet up with the minor? No. He hasn't done anything illegal. Is it still disgusting? Yes. Being fed into a wood chipper can be pretty life-ruining. That's the worst look. Yeah, well married, I keep forgetting. While married. There's nuance here. Dr. Disrespect is saying your level of guilt is 3 and I'm accusing him of level 5. Let's treat his level of guilt as 3 and not 5. If you have a man willing to lie to his wife, right? If you have a man willing to lie to his wife multiple times throughout the years and cheat on her multiple times throughout the years, and then he goes on and he messages a minor and he has inappropriate messages with a minor, why would you believe he wouldn't do this again? If he thought that he couldn't get caught, I wouldn't trust him, man. I absolutely would have zero trust in this person. Definitely a piece of trash. A wood chipper might be a bit far if she was 17. All right, we're just gonna ban everyone thinking that it's okay for a 40-year-old man to groom a 17-year-old to prep her for when she's ready at 18. What the actual fuck is wrong with you? Anyone defending fucking a minor or prepping them for when they're 18, you can out yourself now because I'm gonna ban you. I don't want the likes of your disgustingness in my chat. Get the ban hammers. Chat is wild. This is actually wild. These people who are like coping so fucking hard as well, I bet if somebody came out and was like, I am literally a pedophile, right? If somebody came out and told you that they were a pedophile, that they like thinking of children sexually, that they like fucking diaper play to imagine themselves as a child, right? Everybody would be like, oh no, we can't jump to conclusions. That's terrible. Ain't letting y'all within 100 miles of my future daughter. Somehow worse than the MG Tao meltdown the other day. I know. Kirsche, your chat has the worst bakers right now. Dispose of them. Is it legit defense of pedos or is it Dr. Disrespect, fanboyisms or both? It's just like, I can be logical and say he didn't do anything illegal while also reading his plain fucking text. that he had inappropriate messages with a minor. It's here in his own words. He's not being accused by someone else. This isn't a hashtag me too. This is literally him. Was there a stream yesterday? No, I don't stream on Mondays usually. Oh my god. JP, thank you for the 5. You diagnosed parts of chat with a terminal case of internet daddy. My condolences. There's no cure. Honestly, if you're past the 5 to 6 year mark over someone, it's gross. Doesn't matter your age. I mean, I'm gonna loop again, right? If I see like a 40-year-old trying to date like a 21-year-old, it's not illegal, right? But I'm gonna look at them suspiciously because like, what the fuck do you guys have in common? A little jester, thank you for the tier 3 45-month resub. Thank you. Thank you. Just because your actions aren't illegal, it doesn't mean you're not a creep. This is like when I make any sort of like age of consent kind of like reference, and someone in my chat has to like push up their glasses and go, actually, the age of consent is 15, so it's perfectly fine to fuck that 15-year-old. And it's like, man, you might be right, but the fact that you know that off the top of your head makes me very suspicious of you, my guy. Him being a creep is something we should all be able to agree on. Yeah. Him being a creep should be agreed on by everyone in the fucking chat based on what he said directly. The level of how much you want to punish someone for this level of creep is an individual thing. Would I ever trust this man around anyone who's a minor? Absolutely fucking not. Do I believe someone who says, yes, I had inappropriate conversations with a minor, but I've gotten help, I'm better now, I don't do that anymore? I'm like, yeah, okay, sure. Yeah, okay, sure. Are we also gonna start putting more stock into the whole being a pedophile is just a sexual, not attribution, sexual orientation, right? Are we gonna start talking about, well, we have maps and no contact maps, you know, it's fine if you're a minor attracted person, as long as there are no real intentions to meet up with them in your messages, you know, that's okay. No! No, I'm not going to do that! Sounds a lot like the anti-lolly people that get caught doing that after the clout farming. Yeah. Whenever the anti-lolly stuff gets brought up as well, people want to bring up, like, just the fucking pizza man. But there is a massive fucking document of how often that happens. There are quite a few people who want to basically virtue signal about drawn characters so that they can hide their own proclivities for real people. He also specifically stated that what he said was morally wrong. I don't understand why people are trying to contradict him. You just don't understand. You're a hashtag #MeToo sycophant, and you want to ruin this man's life for having inappropriate conversations with minors. She could have been 17, and that's okay for a 40-year-old man to inappropriately text. Coincidentally, they both have doctor in their name. The only grace here that could possibly be is that Doc thought because of Twitch's policies the person he was talking to was 18+. However, he definitely should have covered that if it was. Yes, that's exactly how I feel, Coldgrave. That is exactly how I feel. This leaves the possibility up in the air, which most people are going to latch onto. We need more evidence, but his words do not paint him well. Yes, I agree. Like I said, if he came out with a follow-up message and was like, I'm not in the best mental space right now, so I didn't explain myself fully. I had no idea that this was a minor because Twitch was supposed to be blocking minors from their Whisper program, right? Like, I would completely believe him. What the fuck did you come into? Mokana, you came into Dr. Disrespect admitting that he had inappropriate DMs with a minor in 2017, and people in chat thinking that that's perfectly fine. L Monster, thank you for the 2. Dr. Disrespect, I'm a creep. I'm a weirdo. You think his words paint him fine? He admits it was wrong. Does that mean he won't do it again? No, but at least he isn't trying to give excuses. I don't think it paints him fine, right? I mean, like, yeah, I guess. At least he's admitting to being inappropriate with a minor instead of lying about it. But that doesn't make it any better, right? That doesn't make him any better of a person for doing it. Why are people so adamant in damaging wood chippers? Pobaxi, thank you for the €5. That man ruined his own life by stopping thinking for 5 minutes. You don't agree with grooming and you don't approve, but you kind of know from where these people are coming from. Back in your early 20s, it was normal and even cool between the guys when you were preheating the oven, and that is very childish behavior from people that did not grow up mentally. There is definitely, unfortunately, a lot of approval for quote-unquote preheating the oven, right? And also, as someone who was a teenage girl, right, I have explained that as a teenage girl, when older men show interest in you, that makes you feel an inflated sense of self-worth because you are a dumb fucking teenager with a very tiny brain. You think, oh, an older man is interested in me, that means I am better than my peers, I'm more mature than my peers, and I can attract someone more put together than those silly, dumpy boys my own age, right? You don't understand that the grown man is actually manipulating you and trying to use you for his own purposes. He doesn't care about you. Just like we read that those articles on Sunday about the gay guys who basically groom the 14-year-old by giving them love bomb compliments all the time. That works on teenage girls as well. If you have an older man with tons of money, tons of experience, and tons of money variably, he might not have a super expensive job, but you're a teenager, so anything is tons of money. And he's just like, oh baby, you're so beautiful, you're so mature for your age, oh my god, you know so much, you're so interesting. All of that love bombing is gonna make you feel like, oh wow, he really does like and care about me, right? That doesn't mean it's a good thing. That means you're a stupid fucking teenager and other adults should intervene and prevent the other adult from grooming you. But instead, like that other chatter said, sometimes people will even give high fives and think it's a good thing that you're preheating that oven. Some people are kind of fucking warped. They're kind of fucking warped. There's teenagers who have more money than you, also fair, than Minecraft streamers. The fact that quote-unquote preheating the oven is a thing just highlights to be how weird it is that one day before 18 is illegal and the next day you could consent to gangbang porn with 40-year-olds. Not that there's an easy legal answer, but still. I mean, the age of consent in some places like Korea is also 21. So, I mean, yeah. But you're not any smarter or more logical when you turn 18, but it is the arbitrary age we have decided on where you are probably mature enough to make your own decisions. If you are mature enough to decide that you want to die for your country, you're probably mature enough to make other decisions as well. Could we do with increasing the age of consent? I mean, maybe. Would it help anything? Probably not. Right? Like, the whole age of consent being arbitrary is also an argument used by people who want to fuck minors. They're just like, we've had a lower age of consent for the entirety of human history, and then suddenly in modern age we've decided that you can't have sex with 14-year-olds anymore. You have to be 18. And it's just like, I'm not really interested in debating what the age of consent is at this point, you know? It's just not something I care about, because I have zero stock in wanting to fuck someone under 18. I don't want to, and I find people that do disgusting. And that's just where my opinion lies. 20 is the minimum age for you. I wouldn't even go after an 18-year-old. It's legal, it's perfectly fine, but I would feel fucking weird doing it. The age of 30 plus is in. You are normal, Fox Lady. It's just like, it blows my mind that so many people want to have these like weird conversations, and it's like, man, just leave fleshy minors out of things. Just stop trying to fuck the children, man. Like, what is wrong with you? Age of consent in your country is 14 and you're ashamed of it? Like, actually 14, even for an adult? Because I know most states here with like the low age of consent have a lot of caveats attached to it. Age of consent didn't raise with average lifespan. We should change that. Leonardo DiCaprio sweating right now. Yeah, that man's like creepy as hell, dude. I think the real question is, why go after someone who is half your age? For women, it can be a power thing. And for men, it's because there's that whole, the fruit is ripe at this point, I guess you could say. Sergeant Buck, thank you for the 5. To those that say age is just a number, do you say the same thing about prison sentences? You would say you don't look at anyone outside of 5 years difference than you? I mean, like, I'd consider more than 5 years older than me, potentially. You don't have to be 25 plus, or don't you have to be 25 plus for a car rental? Yes. Car rental is 25, because that's apparently when your brain is finished forming. You've peaked at 20 and 25. Almighty Lolly, thank you for the 5. I have to replay your slaves. I'm not gonna forget. Almighty Lolly, thank you for the 5. The problem is that this isn't a 20-year-old streamer with a 17-year-old girlfriend. Disrespect is over 40 and has a wife and kids. Dude is damned by his own sins. Yeah, exactly. Like I said, if this was like an 18 or 19-year-old streamer, I don't think this would be that big of a fucking deal, right? That small of an age difference. If the minor was 17 and the streamer was like 18, 19, that doesn't fucking matter, dude. There's probably some like Romeo and Juliet caveat laws here, right? If we peak at 25, then why is when my depression started? Oh no. Didn't Jerry Seinfeld date a 16 to 17-year-old when he was 40? Ew. Ew. How disgusting. 25 is real. You do distinctly remember your outlook on life changing back then. This isn't highlighted enough for younger people, and it's fucking them up. Jesus. Nerdy Text and Accountant, they give the $4.99. This is reminding you of Pippa bringing the minimum age for marriage. Some states have it at 0. Yeah, I brought that up too. I was amazed at how many states had the minimum age for marriage at 0. Like that is crazy to me. He was in his late 30s when he was talking to the minor. We don't even know if this was a male or female. Wouldn't that be a hell of a twist if it was a guy? It would be, but I'm not going to speculate that far, right? I'm not going to speculate that much. Aren't you glad your mom didn't know about any of that? Oh my god. Let's put it this way. Call Me Carson was canceled for talking to a 17-year-old and he was 23. Was he 23 at the time? I could have sworn he was younger than that. I could have sworn he was younger than 23. That one director moved to France because he wanted to be with a 13-year-old girl. What the fuck? Hello, yes, I want to marry this infant. Quote from Jacob from the Twilight series. That was fucking weird. Even as a teenager, when I read that book, he was 19. Thank you, chat. I was gonna say, I could have sworn he was fucking younger than his 20s. I could have fucking sworn, because I remember talking about the Call Me Carson thing, and I was like, this whole thing just seems like bullshit. And basically, she just wants to tear him down and try to jumpstart her own career off of this. Carson was 19 and had a small subscriber count at the time. Yeah, I remember going over it on stream and thinking that whatever she was saying was very, very fucking weird. You've been saying that for a while, but everyone kept saying, no, he imprinted. What the fuck? You know, even when I was a teenager and I read Twilight, when that fucking fully grown man was just like, I love your newborn baby. It's a vampire, so that makes it okay that I've imprinted on her and I'm going to groom her for marriage for when she gets older. I'm just like, all right, okay, that's a bit weird. That's a bit strange. That director didn't move to France because he wanted to be with a 13-year-old. He fled to France because he raped a 13-year-old. What the fuck? I have no idea who you're talking about. When you say age is just a number, you're thinking about how many people, even in their 20s these days, have the maturity of grade schoolers. Maybe we need to move the age of majority from 18 to 25. Yeah, that's like, that's like what, when I said the last guy that I dated felt like he had the mental maturity of like a 14-year-old, and it was absolutely frustrating. It was like the worst thing I ever encountered. Why did you remind me of Twilight? Oh, it was Roman Polanski. Okay, I recognize that name. Meanwhile, university dudes in their 20s go after freshmen 16s and nobody cares. I mean, they shouldn't, because that's gross, but I mean, yeah. I mean, they even show that in media, right? Like, one of my favorite movies, Waiting. Waiting even has, you know, dead-end job kind of womanizer man hitting on the hostess, who's 17, and he keeps asking her when she's going to turn 18. And they even start fooling around, and he's just like, wait, no, I can't do this. I have to... It's just like 7 more days. I can't remember how many. Ryan Reynolds. I love Ryan Reynolds, but like, you know, that character. It is sus, but it happens so often. Yeah, it's painted in the media as something that just happens, right? Like, we all know it happens, and that's why it's even in the media. Oh my god, what is wrong with people? Oh my god. Instantly, thank you for the 5 Canadians. Chat, if you preheat the oven, prepare to be cooked. As Munahar said, the easiest part of your day is just not talking to a minor. True. True and real. That's just so weird. Waiting was... I love Waiting. It is a great movie. But again, it highlights how media will portray this stuff that is gross, but it's also... Nobody bats an eye because it happens so often, right? Waiting, he was worse than that, but the character was supposed to be reprehensible? Yes. Yes. The character was supposed to be reprehensible. It wasn't a good character. The chatter was talking about Roman Polanski. Fuck France, not letting us extradite people. It just happened. Sounds like we need to up the production of wood chippers. Yeah. It's just, it's the same, again, as we were reading on Sunday with the LGBTQ media and how they portray teen boys at the age of 14 or so in media having sexual awakenings and it being a good thing. It's just like, it's weird. It's like a romanticized view. Nerdy text account, even $1.99. Didn't Hollywood try to protect Polanski? I do not remember. I do not remember almost anything about the whole Polanski thing. Emperor Creatine, thank you for the 5. Your Pippa plushie finally came in. Mom got it to it first and immediately asked if you bought a Segs toy and looked at you like you were a man-child. Oh, no. Oh, no. They absolutely did, yes. Goddamn voice to text. When you were a cook, you often greeted new cooks with "Welcome to the Thunderdome." Understandable. Understandable. My dad wore one of my Uwu Market t-shirts to one of the house showings he went to. And I was like, oh man, that's how you know he's a real father, right? He's gonna wear the anime. Years ago, minors in Idaho were having sex, got caught. A judge said, "Congrats, you're now married." Oh fuck. The Pippa plushie isn't a sex toy. No, it's not. Do not fuck your plushies. What's wrong with you? Kirsch's dad, best dad, true and real. Let me read this totally real, definitely happened email from an anonymous Twitch person. I'm sending this to multiple known sources in the gaming news arena. I hope this is taken in the spirit in which it is intended. I will keep this inbox open for 12 hours from now, and then it will be gone forever. Here's what actually happened, but what cannot be said publicly by the Dr. Disrespect camp. And you see, I already don't believe this, because once again, Dr. Disrespect, in his own words, now that 2 former Twitch employees have publicly disclosed the accusations, I can tell you my side of the story. If there was a clause keeping him silent in their settlement after the Twitch employees came out and broke the accusations, he is no longer beholden to any of that keeping him silent. He can now say anything that he wants because there is nothing preventing him from doing it because Twitch are the ones that broke the agreement. Yay, totally real letter time. Yeah. Throwaway accounts are a thing, but it's still sus. It's still sus because in the first opening, they already say something that's just not true. Date to marry, stop the casual stuff. Hard agree. Hard agree. I feel like if somebody participates in casual dating, let's go full fascism, right? If you do casual hookups, you're gonna be sent to a labor camp. How about that? Let's bring it back to actual relationships. Now, they were former employees who broke the agreement. This email came up an hour and a half before Dr. Disrespect's post. This says 13:20. The tweet was at 3:15 p.m. Dr. Disrespect was at 2:23. So this wasn't made public until after Dr. Disrespect's statement, unless there was another instance of this being posted sooner. But I only have the timestamps in front of me. Maybe it was released sooner. Even if it was released before Dr. Disrespect's statement, them saying, here's what actually happened, but what cannot be said publicly by the Dr. Disrespect camp, obviously they don't know what they're talking about, because again, Dr. Disrespect comes out and once again says, now that 2 former Twitch employees have publicly disclosed the accusations, I will not believe this email. I do not believe anything in this email. I'm not even going to take it with a grain of salt. I'm just going to take it as schizo postings akin to 4chan. The wife who thinks women who have an abortion should be permanently sterilized. Women are harsh. I wouldn't go that far. Definitely. Earliest was 2 hours before Dr. Disrespect. Thank you, sis. Thank you, sis. I don't think they should be permanently sterilized unless they're using it as a form of birth control, right? I am definitely for women being able to get abortions in the instance of the baby will die, the mother will die, or the mother was raped. And this is one thing that a lot of people seem to get upset at me for thinking, right? But it's just like, if I was raped and I was forced to carry to term by my government, this is something I feel strongly enough on that I wouldn't take my tits off and I wouldn't take my shirt off and jiggle my tits around like these weird feminist activists I would find, like, the nearest courthouse that's in a large city and disembowel myself, killing both myself and the unborn baby on the courthouse footsteps. Right? It's just like, women who are raped should not be forced to carry to term. And anyone who thinks so is absolutely insane. It's like, that is a hill I am willing to die on. You know, you can just use a wire. Using a wire doesn't make a message, right? If we had that completely made illegal, where you could not get an abortion in the event of being raped, that would be the correct message to send. That it doesn't matter that you won't let me get an abortion legally, I will kill myself and this baby in the face of your unjust laws. Ricky Berwick just released a parody, a pedo hunters video making fun of Doc. Oh my god. You know, if you're armed, you can stop rapes before they get to that point. It depends on how quickly overpowered you become. Only wild fundamentalists believe in that. And it's like, I can understand why some people would believe that, but I think it is a crazy belief to have. Do I carry? Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Nowhere in the US was that the case. No, I don't think it's the case right now. I don't think it's, I'm saying in a hypothetical, Baziwan, in a can you perceive breakfast situation, if it were to be made illegal to have abortions after you got raped. How do you say the following without looking insane? I think I'll sit this one out. So the guy gets a few years in jail, but the baby gets killed? I don't want to carry to term the result of a traumatic experience. I don't want to have my body go through more immense pain and irreversible changes because a man decided that he didn't care about the law and he wanted to take advantage of me. It would have the same effect to the way the guy who self-immolates? I don't think so. I don't think so. And even if it did, it wouldn't matter to me because I still made my point. I'd be gone, but I would have been living up to my principles, and that's what would have mattered. Why aren't contraceptives the most priority in most cases anymore? I don't know. I feel like contraceptives should be a priority for these people. The rapist doesn't deserve to have a kid. Tough shit! Why did that get moderated? Why did what get moderated? Besides carrying, make sure to polish your firearm skills every now and then at a range or out with your dad shooting cans. That's true. That's true. Even though you believe in the nuances of it, you think that your type of ideal government, a woman could have an abortion, but she would have to be sterilized afterwards in order to get that abortion. I would not want to sterilize a woman who got an abortion as a result of rape. That is not an easy decision for that woman to have made. Disregarding human life all the time, unborn babies shouldn't be an exemption. It also shouldn't be glorified. The people who are like, I'm not pro-choice, I'm pro-abortion, those are also fucking crazy people. Those are also ridiculously insane. No, contraception is a part of feminism. Women have sex like men and then get rid of the baby later. No worries. Man, there was a fucking Facebook post that I saw earlier. I don't know if I could pull it up really quick. Kirsche, gonna turn this chat into a minefield. I'm giving all my filtering takes today, as it were. I don't know if I can pull it up, because I don't know if I'd be able to find the person's profile, like, super fast. But there was a Facebook post, basically about what I was talking about the other day. And I was like, holy shit. I hate current year. Let's see. Yeah. No, it's not that. It's not that. I should recognize it because, oh yeah, here it is. They have a picture of Lady Liberty Leading the People by Eugene Delacroix, and it says slut, noun, a woman with the exact same morals as a man, and then the post says, okay, let's see. Has had multiple sexual partners, believes a sexual act is about pleasure and joy, doesn't think their purity has anything to do with their value as a person, acts on and prioritizes their sexual needs, thinks casual sex is completely acceptable, has partners they don't know too well or are not in a relationship with, doesn't attach shame to their sexual activity, openly talks about their sexual activity with friends. If you're a man and you do these, you're just a man. Occasionally, you're the man. And I'm like, yeah, I definitely agree with everything that was just said. However, the next part, If you're a woman and do these things, you're a slur, a slut, whore, Jezebel, harlot, hoe, skank, trollop, disgusting, stretched out, diseased, filthy, impure, used up, chewed gum, worthless, and shamed. And I'm like, you know what? Yeah, that's correct. But also, I would say that for men as well. I think the culture of thinking that it's acceptable for men to not only be okay with multiple sexual partners, multiple casual hookups, that they believe that a sexual act is only about pleasure and joy and not about intimacy with someone you love. I think that is an inherent problem with the culture. You shouldn't be seen as just a man, and you should absolutely not be seen as the man getting high fives from your mates. You should be shamed in the same exact way women are. And so the post continues, women are needed for sexual gratification, but punished for engaging in it or enjoying it. We can't win, so this system's gotta go. And I agree with that, but unfortunately the person making this point is making the point that women should be allowed to have those same morals as a man and not be called slurs, instead of nobody should have those moral positions. Both men and women who prioritize sexual activity and do sexual things with people they're not in a relationship with is a problem. Is a problem. Call the man a slut too. Absolutely. Stop glorifying this shit. I was like, I would remember talking to people about how difficult it can be to find a genuine long-term relationship, and they're just like, oh, I don't want to hear you moaning about that as a woman. You can just get on a dating app and you have so many men contacting you. And it's like, yeah, men contacting me for sex, not a relationship. That's not something to be jealous of. What's wrong with you? You're asking for a religiously structured world and everyone seems anthemic to it? It's just fuck, dude. He whore, the man whores and the woman whores devalues the whole thing when all loosey-goosey, be it a man or a woman. Yeah, it's like, it's all fucked. And instead of trying to make it better, instead of trying to actually correct the system, right? Men are mocked for being incels? No. You should be mocked for being an incel, because the incel ideology is disgusting. Right, an incel is decidedly different from just a man who is a virgin, right? And it's like, when Mr. Elliot Rogers, the supremest gentleman, murdered those people in California, my first thought was, how the fuck did he get to this point? How did he get to the point where he was like, I am so undesirable that the only option is to just kill women because they don't want me? And it's like, he wasn't even physically unattractive, but he had a shitty personality. He was unattractive as a person. And instead of introspecting and thinking, maybe I should change something about my personality so that more people enjoy me, his response was, no, those women are whores and they're not taking a nice guy like me seriously. He was a whiny man who blamed everyone but himself. Exactly. Incel is a mindset, an insane and retarded one. Agreed. I would never call a man who is just a virgin an incel. That would be insane. Incel is used as an insult against men at large. Yeah, so is calling women fat. That's like the go-to insult for women. Like, incel is the go-to insult for men. But it's just like, if people are erroneously using a word and they don't know the definition of it, you can just fucking wave them off. Who cares? Right? Like, if you are just like, if you're like, yeah, I'm waiting to have sex because I want it to be with a woman I actually care about, and someone calls you an incel, why would you care about their opinion? They're clearly a fucking idiot. America does have a high obesity rate. That's true. You can control weight though. Yeah. And if you aren't getting into a relationship, you gotta have a little introspection. Are you not getting into a relationship because you're not trying to? Are you not getting into a relationship because there are things that might be undesirable about you that need to be changed first? Or are you just saying, all women are whores and so I'm gonna use them like whores, but I'm mad because they only fuck Chad and they won't fuck me? Then you're an incel. That's the weird part, isn't it? It stops being about changing things and becoming, we should be able to do bad stuff too. That is weird to me, and I hate it. Bit behind. Same. you're in an 8-year-long relationship and you get called an incel a lot, it really does not, yeah, it literally does not matter, man. Incels are usually voluntary, but gaslit themselves into thinking society made their decisions for them. True, true and real. 60 years ago, if a man had a casual sex with a young woman, her father, the priest, and all his friends were knocking on the door asking when he will make her an honest woman. Feminism was a mistake. Hard agree. Hard agree. She fucks us, chat. You'd like to say you think artificial wombs are the answer to abortion, but neither side is willing to support them. Righties don't want them because it's playing God, and lefties don't want them because abortion is too profitable, and it destroys the population dynamics, which is important for creating the world they want. I don't know exactly how I feel about artificial wombs, but I think if artificial wombs were allowed to be used in special cases, right? Not just like a hot commodity item like buying a designer bag and people can use them all willy-nilly. But I feel like using them in specific situations, especially in a situation where I don't want to bring this child to term, and the hospital can be like, okay, if you are a victim of rape and you don't want to have this child that is a result of the rape, we can remove the embryo and put it in an artificial womb. The child will never know who you are. You will have no contact with them. You've given up all of your parental rights. I can see that being an amicable solution. But there's been a couple cases of like sperm donors being gone after for like child support. So I would also be worried about the implications of like what kind of people adopt that child, and what if they want to somehow get money from the biological mother who gave up the child? I don't know. That'd be an interesting time to perceive, as it were. The only hope for America is M-preg. What the fuck? It's the same feeling a woman in a good marriage gets called slut. It's to protect the person who is hurting the slur's actual feelings about how disgusting they view themselves and try to absolve themselves of blame. It's very childish every time. Yeah. Yeah, it's like, there's a huge difference between having a lot of sex with one person and having a lot of sex with many people. Issue with artificial womb is the grape thing too, sadly. Those genes should not be passed on. I mean, I guess from a... I don't even know about that, right? Because, like, you can't say that the child will become a rapist just because the father was, right? I don't believe you can sort of pass on the sins of the father in that way. And it's like, I guess it would be a punishment to the rapists themselves, being like, we're going to make sure you have no lineage and your family line dies with you. But that's not the child's fault in that case. And I would feel really weird arbitrating along that line. Women are always too divorced from motherhood. Artificial wombs will destroy it in its entirety. I do, that's where I'm like tentative, and why I would say I would want artificial wombs in only certain situations, right? Because we've already had essentially the death of the nuclear family, and we need to get back to what that is. And creating artificial wombs would divorce people even further from that. You're scared of artificial wombs because it could easily spiral into some Lovecraftian body horror scenario. Yeah, like on the whole, I do not want artificial wombs. I can see them being useful in certain situations, but I think the larger implications worry me further than that. Like I was just saying with artificial wombs and like rape victims, it's just me thinking out loud. Feels like punishing the child for the crimes of the parent. Yeah, in that case, I wouldn't feel comfortable arbitrating across that line. You think artificial wombs should be used solely for eugenics? Can I get a shout out to my boy Kurt? He turned his incel rage into a public service. He's been keeping the Texas prostitute free by murdering them and eating the bodies. I'm sorry, what? Who? What? It's not true and real. Some young men have been through similar hurdles and found that they are not dateable or marriageable. That's just not true. Come on, you know how shallow women can be and wanting their perfect somebody? Men are just as shallow as these women. If you think that only women are shallow, I got a fucking bridge to sell you, baby. There is... if I have to conjure an image of a completely undateable, undesirable, unmarriageable man in my mind, and again, this would be personal preference, I would be thinking of someone with like sub 70 IQ. They're probably deformed in some way, like they're missing limbs. They're not able to really do anything on their own. They're probably incontinent, wearing diapers, right? Like this is like my image of undateable, unmarriageable, right? that guy, that I think it was a Marine, I could be wrong, some military man who got blown up, and so like his face was all scarred and fucked up, and his wife looked uncomfortable in their marriage image. Everyone's probably seen it by now, right? Everyone's probably seen it by now. And the woman ended up leaving him. And it's like, he ended up getting a lot of facial reconstruction surgery, and he looks mostly normal now. And I feel like if you have married someone, you have devoted your life to them, that woman was in the wrong for leaving that man. Not because he was in the military, not because of what specifically happened to him, but because she promised in sickness and in health, and she decided to leave him when he needed her most in his time of recovery. If you are already committed to someone, whatever happens to them is something that you accept and you deal with together. You're cooked, bro. Better just start going out and find friends. Who's cooked? What's happening? Just another Phantom. Thank you for $4.99. Your mom is worried about you turning into an incel. For contact, you're 25. Don't talk to people. You work, do college work, and gym damn near hurt your feelings. I mean, I can understand the worry because it's a very attractive ideology, much like feminism is an attractive ideology to women. Feminism is attractive to women not only because it's the current in vogue power structure, but feminism basically tells you nothing that happens is your fault. You are a protected class, you are always downtrodden, and you need to continually fight to have the same rights as men all the time, including to fuck people whenever you want to. An incel ideology does the same thing, where they tell you nothing is your fault, you're not undesirable, women are just bitches and whores who only go for Chad, and you're not as desirable as Chad, therefore fuck women. So like, I understand that there could be worry about dudes who are single and don't like go out and try to date, possibly falling into that kind of line of thinking. But if you are intelligent, I don't think you're going to fall into that line of thinking. I'm sorry your mom hurt your feelings in that manner. You're already doing what you can to improve your life. You're working, you're going to college, you're going to the gym. You're gonna make it, dude. You're gonna make it, and you're not going to be caught up in like weird gender politic ideologies. Riley Odom, thank you for the $4.99. People are like this because it's easier to let yourself go than to improve yourself. Absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. And this is something I've even talked about with my previous ex. It's more comfortable to stew in depressive mediocrity than to put forth the effort to change. Because at least the depressive mediocrity is something familiar. It's something you know what to expect. There's no risk because you already know what's going to happen. When you commit to making changes, you have no idea what's going to happen. You don't know how well those changes are going to work out. What if those changes don't have the exact expectations you wanted from them? Then you might relapse and feel like, well, why did I even bother? Why don't I just go back to how I was? And unfortunately, a lot of people would rather wallow in that depressive mediocrity than take the effort and take the risk of making a change and trying to be better. Have you ever considered that the incels, introverted, or socially awkward people being called this by mainstream cultural thought tank of vapid, ignorant people using it like a slur towards those they deem unworthy, just like nerds and virgins used to be used? I feel like I either read this wrong or you didn't explain yourself well, but I'm not sure what exactly you're trying to say, but yes, I think it is a problem that people will just call any men who don't have sex an incel, because that's not an accurate thing. Just because a man isn't fucking everything that moves doesn't make him an incel. In fact, I would have more respect for the man who isn't fucking anything that moves. That's why you respected the MG Tao crowd before the grifters arrived. Careful who you date, self-improve, not to court, but to feel better. If you can't date, get a hobby, get a life, don't sweat it, don't be a sourpuss in your mom's basement. Genuinely good advice. Yeah, I agree. And that's why whenever we talk about MG Tao, I say it started out as a good thing, and then it got, like feminism, completely fucking co-opted. And people want to focus on the fact that MG Tao has no power right now, but if the pendulum swings and they do get power, it's going to be the exact same thing as feminism is right now. I would not trust anyone in the MG Tao crowd to push any policy that would be good. You think he's saying, do you think it's a slur and not real? I think incel ideology is real. I don't think it's a slur. I just think it's erroneously used a majority of the time. If you're a virgin and just getting called an incel by retards, those retards are in the wrong and should be pushed back against. Absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. Penguin Large, thank you for the 100 biddies. People are more afraid of failure than the prospect of a better life. Yeah. But Kirsche, the men that fuck things that don't move are necrophiliacs! Jesus Christ. I think the issues are nuanced and that the changes has to come from each gender respectively. Women do not understand men's sexuality and men don't understand women's. I agree. And we no longer really have the nuance of people wanting to understand each other or wanting to actually have conclusions. They just want to be mad all the time. And especially where we have a victim economy in current year. Participating in the victim economy is much better for most people. Not actually better, but in their, like, little warped minds. Participating in the victim economy is much better for them to do than to have actual improvement. You were once told you don't have a life because you don't have sex. Yeah, fuck that person. They're an idiot. Isn't the incel type just people who blame the world because they can't get laid instead of themselves? Yeah. They have very similar to feminist point of view. Where feminists are like, yes, all men, and incels, and to an extent the MG Tau currently, are yes, all women. Getting laid or not, incel isn't the ideology you're describing, it's misogyny. That is what incels are. They are unironic, no-meme misogynists. MG Tau broke off the men's right movement. They have some decent points about family court. Yeah, I mean, again, originally it started out as a good thing. No-fault divorce should not exist. It's not even just men who don't have sex. You're all incels basically is the go-to cope for every woman when she's in denial about having a problem or being wrong about something. True and real. Radit Zace, thank you for 10. Christian morals need to make a return. Train up a child in the way he shall go when he is old, and he will not depart from it. Alongside the golden rule will help us return to a better society. I was raised in a Catholic household on my dad's side. I couldn't quote you anything from the Bible. I couldn't quote you any scripture. I couldn't quote you anything that I learned either in church or at Sunday school. But I think having a moral foundation to build off of is a good idea. And so while I am no longer religious, I am agnostic, I do not practice, I would not want my children to actively practice based on, like, my life experience. I still think that if I wasn't in a position to homeschool, sending my children to a private Christian or Catholic school would be the best way to set them up with a solid foundation while young. Do unto others. Yeah, Catholicism doesn't count, but Kirsche's points are correct. What do you mean it doesn't count? And Catholic is not a Christian foundation. I mean, I could not tell you the difference between any of the denominations. I'm being fucking real with you. Building off the Judean-Christian foundation is a good way of bringing up your children. Just don't have them become obsessed fanatics. I mean, if they want to be religious, I'm not going to encourage them not to be, right? But, like, I don't plan on raising them in a religious household like I was. It's almost like there's a very real power behind Christianity. A decade ago, you could route some stuff. Not anymore, as you just don't care. Agnostic and just don't care generally on religion in general. I like thinking about it because, I don't know. It's an interesting thing to think about. Man, I remember when I was a small streamer, right? When I was, like, very first starting. And it was just like, there's one thing that you never bring up to your chat, and that's religion. Never, ever talk about religion in chat. Just ask yourself, what would Jesus do? It's as simple as that. Too many people who grew up Catholic are just that because their parents say they are rather than being religiously Catholic. I mean, I got confirmed. So, like, I was pretty deep in the Catholic sauce for a while. What would Kirsche do? Jesus Christ. Catholics are Christian, but Christians are generally not Catholic. Yeah. Catholic schools made you almost become atheist because of how awful the people were. I didn't encounter any, like, awful people when I was going to church or Sunday school. So, I mean, I guess I was lucky in that regard. Kirsche would play Crime Bobs. I love Crime Bobs. Remember basically chugging the wine during confirmation. I've told this story before, but when they prep children for having your first communion, oh, I had the cutest first communion dress, man. I still have it in storage. It's so cute. It's so cute and frilly. but when they prep children for First Communion, at least at my church, they gave us these like really disgusting wafer candies. They're like colored wafers that have like little tiny sprinkles on the inside, so you could like shake them and hear the sprinkles rolling around. And so they would give us these like candy wafer crackers with the sprinkles inside, and we'd put them on our tongue and let them dissolve like you're supposed to with the body of Christ. And you can get them on, yeah, you can get them on Amazon. The body of Christ hosty. What saint did I choose for my confirmation name? Oh god, I do not remember. I would have to ask my aunt, because she remembers that shit and talks to me about it sometimes. I should read the real-life Lord of the Flies story about what happened to a group of Catholic schoolboys who got stranded on a deserted island together for months. It's quite interesting. That does sound interesting, actually. You're surprised Twitch staff was allowed to say that? What? You're taught by some chill monks and they were great role models for you to look up to? So, we would eat those, like, disgusting wafer candies. Body of Christ, made in China. The communion wafers, or Christian nachos. So I would eat the candy wafers, and I hated them. Like, they were disgusting, and I needed so much water after having it dissolve in my mouth. I was just like, well, if the body of Christ is no worse than this, I'm sure I can handle it. And then the day of the First Communion came, and I got my first communion wafer instead of candy wafer. And it felt so bad in my mouth that I took it out of my mouth and put it in my sock. I was a child, alright? I can't be held responsible. Christ was salty. Oh my god. I eventually got used to it, but like the first time, my child brain was just like, no! You're an atheist drifting towards agnostic, but you see the importance of Christian-derived religion on maintaining Western society? Yeah, exactly. I feel very similarly, even though I'm agnostic and not atheist. I feel like, this is just like my personal opinion. We have had so many religions throughout time. We've had multi-theistic religions. We've had singular god religions. There's so many people that have so many different explanations for things. And I don't feel comfortable submitting to any of them as being like the one true, as it were. But I also don't feel comfortable taking the atheist position of there is no God, there can be no God, and anything that is a miracle can be explained by science. Because I also don't feel like that's true. And I think that it would be like the hubris of the human mind to believe that there would absolutely never be any chance of a god existing. So I don't like dealing in the absolutes like that. And I don't know. I would like more information, but realistically, I don't think it's something that we would ever get, right? It's the gay kebab China plan in action. This is why Utracism is the most based, because you're not only do you get a body of Christ, but you partake in his blood, wine from the chalice. I don't know what the Utracism word is. Kirsche, not a Sith, confirmed. That isn't the atheist position. It literally means without God. The atheist position is there is no God. And the agnostic position is there may or may not be a God. Which is why atheist and agnostic have two different words in the first place. In your humble opinion, a miracle being explainable by science doesn't make it less amazing! Pet peeve, but most atheists are agnostic. Atheism is about belief. Agnostic is about epistemology. You're strawmanning the atheist position by saying they believe there can be no God, it's 100% known, etc. I mean, that's basically what I hear from most atheists, and actually, when I talk about being agnostic, I end up getting more pushback from atheist people than I do actual religious people. And it's always been amusing to me. Agnostic is the fence-sitting way, you're fine with it. In South Park episode of Agnostics was hilarious. True. True and real. Lovely Foxy was composed of 100% science, Jesus. Atheist equals no God, agnostic equals not knowing. Yep, the whole reason that there's two different words. Religion is the answer to anything that is in the shadow. I mean, I would rather go into the shadow and find out for myself than having some sort of belief without knowing, right? I don't know. That's just kind of how my brain works. Your grandma always said you should hedge your bets and believe in God. If an atheist is wrong, they're doomed. If Christian is wrong, it won't matter because they're dead. Well, it's like, again, what if Christians aren't wrong and there is a God, but it's not the God that they've believed in, right? I was like, blasphemy! But I like thinking about the different prospects that other people have spoken about, right? Like, what if instead of a heaven and hell and purgatory, reincarnation theory is real, right? What happens then? How would you even know if you have any sort of far-off memories from a different life that you used to live before you were reborn? That's kind of fucking wild to think about, you know? Like, if we are all some sort of collective that are connected inherently by the fabric of the universe, and every time one of us dies, we are then reborn with the same soul as previously, but all of our memories are just non-existent. And sometimes when you're growing up and you're doing something in the middle of, like, I don't know, walking to school or making bread or something just hits you, and you get this flood of a memory that you know you didn't have and you know you didn't live, but it's vivid and it's there nonetheless. And it makes you wonder, where did this come from? Am I thinking about it because my brain just decided to make something up entirely on the spot and I'm thinking about it now? And since I'm actively thinking about it instead of subconsciously thinking about it, it's building upon itself and it's making a further flung scenario than was originally intended? Or was this something that just happened to pop up because I saw something that reminded me of something? But how could it remind me of something that I had never experienced firsthand? What is this memory that is occurring in my brain? If you're gonna take the you lose nothing stance to religion, remember you have to actually love God to get to heaven. You can't just do it because you're scared of hell. Makes you wonder, could I turn this into a bestseller book? Atheists are more annoying than door-to-door missionaries. Hard agree. Darmy Larmy! I love saying your name. Thank you for the member. Welcome to Deep Thoughts with the Foxu. Thank you. That's something like the Xeno series has done before. Yeah, Xenosaga gave me the really makes you think when I was younger. Reincarnation is a fun idea. Yeah, and it's just like, what if reincarnation is what's real, man? Like, what if? You know, right? You guess you're an incel because you're single? Absolutely not. That'd be silly. Even though you found a lot of women in your life unlikable because their personality sucks pretty bad and they want wealth out of the man instead of love. So to get to a normal, healthy relationship, the word incel is dumbed down as hell and it has no more meaning. Yeah, I can agree with you. I mean, it has a meaning, but people use it in the same way that they use, like, Nazi, right? It's overused and it's applied to people that it doesn't belong to be used for. So it, on average, has no meaning. Help! I'm dying. Riley Odom, thank you for the $4.99. As a Christian, I love how your mind works. Yeah, I hope when I pontificate on this thing, like, I don't insult anybody. I'm not intending to insult anyone's religion, and I don't ever want to specifically do that. You're a deist, there's definitely something higher than you, but you don't necessarily think it's the Christian God. You do think something like Shinto Buddhist hell exists, though. And I think it's just really fascinating to think about, honestly, is like my position here. And I am like autistic about the details and information, which is why I don't want to just like believe something for the sake of believing it. I want the evidence. Show me the proofs. I am the Russian chicken. Kirsche, why did all the miracles only happen all that time ago when there's no way to prove or disprove that they occurred? And why has there been no miracles in the modern day to reaffirm God's presence? Because how do you know what kind of God you're dealing with, right? How do you know what he wants? You can't. And the only way that you can really perceive a god or what a god would think is from the human mind, because that's what you are. And a lot of people try to apply, like, how do I word this? I don't want to use the word morals, but I can't think of a better word. They try to apply like human morals and human understanding to the way a god would think. But if you are a god and you can transcend time and space and you're all-knowing and you're all-seeing, why would we assume that a being in that manner would perceive anything in the same manner that we do? And I feel like that is another hubris of being a human, where it's something that is incomprehensible to us, so we try to apply human understanding to something inhuman, not in a bad way, to try and make some kind of sense of it, because otherwise we can't perceive it. As we live in a society. Hi, thank you for the $10. More of an agnostic atheist. You can't possibly know the answer, though you live your life as if there isn't a god there. Don't get me wrong, you'd love for life to continue past that dark void of an end. You just want there to be more than just trust me. Yeah, that's how I feel. That's how I feel. Why aren't there miracles anymore, though? Because literally, Jesus was the miracle that was sent to tell us once and final what the fuck the rules and everything are. The most basic stuff you can ask any priest and they get you this answer. What the fuck? Isn't he supposed to come back, though? A fish can't comprehend that they're wet. True. Nylock, thank you for the 10. So a weird hypothesis is that our consciousness, soul, may be a quantum effect from the tiny rods in our brain that make up the skeleton of neurons. Quantum effects can be really weird. And that's like, with like the human head transplant kind of stuff that they were talking about on Twitter recently. And there was another one I saw. Oh god, can I bring it up? Oh god, what's Sam's Twitter? I didn't leave it up in a tab, but I know he retweeted it. Where are my tabs at? Motherfucking, I hate when I type in search bar and it doesn't give me people that I'm following. Like, I should be able to type in Sam and find Sam, the guy that I'm following, not like all these Sams that I'm not following. Fuck me, dude. If I go to my followers, can I search those specifically? Following? No, I guess I can't. Fuck me. Oh, Fordrin, thank you for the $5. You had a near-death experience, and now after that, you become far more religious after you felt something with you when your aorta was ripped apart. Oh, fuck. That sounds terrifying. That sounds absolutely terrifying. Christian Bailey, thank you for the 5. Public service announcement. While we can never truly know, Christian God is clearly the best God to follow, and we can see this by the fact that Christian countries made such leaps ahead of non-Christian countries. It's a shame we have abandoned the true God. Well, I mean, if we want to make, like, advancement kind of argument, right? Wouldn't a multi-theistic religion be better in that case? Because, like, look at how advanced, like, Greece and Rome became back in the day with their multi-theistic religions, right? We might have more advanced technology under Christian rule, but what if instead of under Christian rule, if instead of the Dark Ages, what if we had a multi-theistic religion to continue on that basis? Jesus marked the end of the Old Covenant and the beginning of the New. Jesus was God's last hands-on miracle, and with his sacrifice, miracles are no longer necessary. I don't know about all that. Helen Razor, thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raiders! Welcome, Raiders! 2 of our hundreds of thousands doesn't make them the rule. What? More Chad-vanced technology. A family friend from the medical industry has the opinion killing children with cancer is part of God's plan too, then, I guess. Oh my god. Might be interested in Shin Megami Tensei 5. I am! You are correct, but I have no time for video games. All religions exist pretty much in it, and they're not happy with each other. Wow, it's just like real life! Basically, all polytheistic religions have been supplanted by monotheism. Yep. I feel like God was a bit optimistic with that last miracle. Rome actually developed little or nothing, while nearly everything Greece is posited with inventing can be said to be also Persian inventions. Canis Dingus, thank you for 5. You might want to read Celestine Prophecy. Be curious to see if that story registers with me. Reincarnation plays into it a bit. Oh, story time. Rappy Kirsche wants to play your favorite edgy Pokemon game. Yeah. If anything, Catholicism is responsible for saving more knowledge than destroying, as without it, we would have had a knowledge collapse similar to the Bronze Age collapse. Many gods, there are both bad and good. Yeah. Maralat, thank you for the 10 Canadian. Spoilers, in Final Fantasy XIV, the gods loved mortals completely, that they selected a strong mortal to fight them so that they could return that energy to the planet. The gods may be dead, but the beliefs are not. Interesting. Cool. What are my thoughts on pantheism? Have I heard of the ethics by Spinoza, the Dutch philosopher? Spinozilla is a philosopher of dinosaur theory? You think it's pragmatic and more rational? I've never heard of what you're talking about, I'm sorry. Whatever you do, don't believe the people who say Christian and Catholics are anti-science. A Belgian priest was one of the first to posit the Big Bang Theory. What did the Romans ever do for us? Road, aqueducts! Shin Megami Tensei seems good. You got interested ever since Pippa played it? I was going to play it sooner, but unfortunately didn't have that opportunity. So I wanna finish Persona, and I also wanna play Shin Megami, and I also have so many games that were put on my backlog from the Donathon. I don't know what I'm gonna do, man. FYI, miracles still happen. Every person saved is a miracle and is the best miracle of all time. I don't know what you mean by that. Romans, Roads, Aqueducts is a Monty Python quote. I haven't watched those since I was a kid with my father. Is everyone on the Dr. Disrespect thingy? I mean, probably. I was in the middle of reading a totally real, definitely not fake, email. I guess I could finish reading this just for the context. We got real fucking whole off track here. There were whispers between Guy and a 17-year-old on Twitch. The age was not known at the time. These were messages in relation to how to scale new channels using tried and testing methods. Behind the scenes, this was a service that was offered by members of the Dr. Disrespect team under a different brand name. The brand name used could be interpreted in many ways. The transcripts are part of the court proceedings and, as outlined, show no wrongdoing nor illegality. The issue on the Twitch side was how some of the messages and the brand name used could be interpreted differently, and was interpreted differently by certain members of the Twitch team that had taken a dislike to Dr. Disrespect due to the bathroom incident. The internal feeling was that it would only be a matter of time before they got him or something. This one, however, was way wide of the mark and wasn't what they thought it was. So this person is like... This is funny that this came out before what Dr. Disrespect himself said, because Dr. Disrespect himself contradicts what this person is saying. You like to think that miracles happen all the time. You think that the beginning of life is a miracle, and now that we know how it works, it doesn't mean that the start isn't any less of a miracle, and that cycle continues is also one. That's a nice way to look at things. I can agree with that. Imagine your face when you all die and find out the real god's a raccoon. So the doc didn't know the age. Are you understanding correctly? No. No, you're not understanding correctly. That email is from an anonymous source, so that email is basically a giant just trust me bro. Whereas in Dr. Disrespect's actual message, oh my god, we're gonna loop on this for so many times. In Dr. Disrespect's actual message, were there twist messages with an individual minor back in 2017? Yes. Were there intentions behind the messages? No, he wasn't intending to meet them. These were casual, mutual conversations that sometimes leaned too much in the direction of being inappropriate DMs with a minor. If Dr. Disrespect did not know the age, he would have said it in here. If he comes out and corrects himself and says, yeah, I didn't know, I will believe him, but I'm not going to believe a just trust me bro anonymous source that sounds like they are doing everything they can to guard for him, right? We need to loop because some of chat doesn't seem to actually listen. True. Imagine listening to a woman. Must close the loop. This became the result of a lot of back and forth at Twitch with various people in the let's get him camp and others in the we can't move forward with this camp. And again, I don't believe this, because if they settled with Dr. Disrespect and there was a we don't talk about it, you don't talk about it closure in the settlement, there can't be a let's get him camp. Because if they outed anything, they would have lost their job and possibly suffered legal repercussions depending on what was written in the settlement. Wait, women can language? You thought that was always random mouth noises? The initial explanation... Oh, sorry, I missed a sentence. His whispers were being monitored because a core group of influential people within Twitch wanted him gone. That sentence, if true, and not if it's part of a change to the DM program, would be incredibly damning for Twitch. It would be incredibly damning if there are people working at Twitch who will specifically go out of their way to read the DMs of certain creators in order to try and collect dirt on them. You, Habibit, you wouldn't doubt it? I wouldn't doubt it, but I don't want to believe anything wholesale in this schizo post, you know? You can believe they monitor that shit? I can believe they monitor that shit because any website is going to have access to your DMs, right? Even Twitter has access to whatever you write in DMs. But as much as I can believe this, I don't want to say, yeah, this one part of the schizo post is true because it affirms my personal bias about Twitch. Huge grain of salt. It's not a grain at this point, it's an entire salt mine. You hope Elon reads your schizo DMs? True. That sounds like some FBI entrapment shit. Yeah. What if it's a low-tier god-esque grooming situation? I don't remember what happened with low-tier god in his grooming situation. Twitch staff is a cesspool, but we also need to verify. I agree. That is what I'm saying. The whispers in question were actually from many weeks prior to his last stream. The initial explanation provided to him during the termination communication was inappropriate behavior not befitting of the Twitch brand. He's right in what he said at the time of his go live on YouTube of "We still don't know," because for a long time, Twitch could not commit to an explanation over and above the inappropriate behavior not befitting of the Twitch brand until the matter went to court. The matter went to court and it was found in discovery that not only did a group of Twitch employees conspire to get him, but they also broke data protection internal policy and CCPA regulations by disclosing to a third party who he also had a contract with what they were perceived to have happened. If this is true, right? If true, and these Twitch employees were monitoring his DM specifically in order to try and like mega cancel culture him, that is a huge fucking problem. And I would want to see legal repercussions for the Twitch employees who not only did this at the time to him, but also the Twitch employees who posted about this on social media recently, right? Like, if this entire thing was just some, like, crazy witch hunt by Twitch staff, I want to see legal repercussions for them. Because people will feel emboldened and that they can keep doing this to creators and other people if there's no repercussions. If all this came out in open court, then where are the links to the documents from the court case in the email? Yeah. Like I'm saying, I'm not believing the email, but like, I'm still pontificating. With all the insanity around Twitch, am I making plans to have a backup stream, especially with Twitch actively gunning for VTubers? Well, I don't do LewdTuber streams, so I don't think I have to worry about what Twitch is doing in that regard. I have to worry about it in a different regard, because of the different kind of content I do. I would like to cycle in a third stream alongside Twitch and YouTube, so I can start building a base somewhere, but I don't know where I want to use. Because Kick has its issues, Rumble has its issues, I don't think DLive is really a thing anymore, so I'm not sure exactly where I would want to plant for a third stream. They're sniping ASMR content creators mostly. It's a good thing my ASMR is almost all shit posting. X stream? I don't want to stream on X because I have been demonetized since November, and I can't get any real response out of them. When I first contacted Twitter about my demonetization, I got the response that, oh, we're sorry, this seems to have been done in error, we'll reinstate your account. And I was told my account was reinstated for monetization, but I still had the your account has been demonetized flag. So for months, and I posted about this on Twitter as well, and I even tried like adding Elon as if he would pay attention, I guess. But I've been going back and forth for months and only getting bot responses from support. And so I didn't get a real response until recently, and a few weeks ago, I got a response that basically said, your account has been flagged for misuse of the Twitter program as well as spam. And I was like, the only thing I can think of that they're attributing this to is that they think that my Razor daily posts are like a bot message that I'm trying to like misconstrue my actual engagement. My Razor posts are my lowest engagement posts that I ever post because they're daily posts. It's not fucking faking engagement or doing any suspicious bot shit, right? My Razor post bot, so that isn't a lie. I'm not a Razor post bot. So I don't want to stream on Twitter until they actually fix my account shit. I responded to that email. This was weeks ago and they haven't responded to me again. So I probably need to send in another message. But the problem with Twitter's support system is they only give you like 2 fucking sentences to write something. And because I've been dealing with this since November and Twitter's support is fucking garbage, Elon, I need more than 2 sentences to type to these fucking people who can't speak English and don't know what they're talking about. I'm going actually fucking insane. You love the Razor post? The Naga was goated. It is goated. But it's just like, I don't know what to do at this point with Twitter. Cause like, if I can't get any non-automated responses from them, And when I do get a non-automated response and I reply to it, they don't reply to me again. What the fuck am I supposed to do? Who the fuck am I supposed to contact? You need a goth girl model to get Elon's attention? Twitter support is useless. Say it ain't so. Again, it's June, and I've been dealing with being demonetized since November. I have no idea what my, like, back pay is going to look like if I ever get released. But, holy shit, man. You need to go to Twitter HQ and deface their building with ketchup. Maybe I can stream with Gundam and try to get it resolved through him? You mean he streams on X? I don't think he has a contact at X, though. Understatement of the year. Twitter's cancer. It really is. It really is. Get your friends to signal boost. I mean, again, I've been making posts about this for months, and I don't know how much of a signal boost it's gonna get. Make a second one that is Kirsche V monetized. Why V? Brave SJ, thank you for the 100 biddies. Have I tried swearing at the bot when you had problems with Starlink and telling the chatbot to go fuck itself seems to get you bumped up to a human contact? I don't want to tell it to go fuck itself because, again, I only get like 2 sentences. And I need to explain the depth of the problem and how they already said that they're reinstating my account previously. And I can't do that with only 2 sentences. Speaking of It's a Gundam, have I considered marrying that man? Oh my god. A Gundam is too based for the platform. You don't know why people had any hope for Twitter after Elon bought it. It was always a shit website and Elon has always been useless. I had tentative hope that, like, maybe it would be improved. But he proved time and time again that he only knows how to make it worse, actually. You know, YouTube has their partner program. Twitter doesn't have anything like that, to your knowledge. I mean, even with the partner program, right, on YouTube or on Twitch, I've been a partner on Twitch for years. I've been a partner for years. I don't have a specific partner contact. I don't know how you get a specific partner contact, but I don't have one. That reminds you, ketchup should go in the fridge because it says for optimum results, but speaking as a cook, you want optimum results? For me, optimum results is leaving it at room temp. Room temp is the best result. They only put that on there because they don't want a lawsuit. Community notes have been... I'll agree with that. Community notes have been nice. Hi, I was told my demonetization was an error and be reversed, but it hasn't worked. That's what I tried explaining in my last email, and they were like, actually, we can't... Your account has been... I need to, like, get the email so I don't misquote it. Because they said some, like, dumb shit. They said some dumb shit, man. Oh god, that's right. I can't sign into my email account without fucking this 2FA bullshit, but then their servers have been down for, like, 3 days, so I haven't been able to get in. Let's see if it's up now. Approve. Give you my fingerprint. Yeah, it will. I cannot fucking sign in on my desktop for whatever reason. Like, I'm just gonna lose my fucking mind. I hate technology. I hate it so much. Search X support. Let's see. That said, we appreciate your patience throughout the appeal process. After a thorough review, our team has determined that your account does not comply with X's creator monetization standards. Specifically, your account is in violation of platform manipulation and spam. Unfortunately, this means your account has been permanently suspended from our ads revenue sharing program. And considering I'm not a bot, and I don't think it's spam when I'm manually making a post that is different every day, definitely don't think it is manipulation or spam. But stop giving Elon money is the first thing you should do. I paid for my Twitter Blue for a year in advance, so I haven't given them any more money since before this issue started. Probable spam is all BS. Yeah. Yeah, their CSR lies all the time. Yeah. Tell them to manipulate this. I just don't know what to do at this point. And I sent them a reply on June 11th. And I haven't heard anything since then. And in my reply, I gave them the case ticket numbers for when they said that my account has been reinstated. And I guess they just don't check. They just don't check these. I don't even know. Because it didn't say that I can't reply. It literally had a reply above this line in the email. So I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. I'm kind of fucking lost here. And in one of the emails I got previously, right, in Twitter's support, and this is where I might need a lawyer, right? This is where I might need to lawyer up. But in Twitter's support, on its website, it says that when you are demonetized or removed from the ads program, when you appeal and you are you're given the ability to be back in the program, all of the back pay that was accrued from the time that you were demonetized waiting for appeal is given back to you. However, in one of the emails when I contacted support and got an actual human being, they said that none of the ad revenue that you accrue when you're demonetized is able to be given back to you because they don't track it. And I was like, okay, so are you lying, customer support third worlder, or is their website lying? Because either way, that doesn't look good for you. YouTube owns me. Elon destroying Twitter makes him a hero, actually. So maybe I need to get like a lawyer to look over this shit, because it is now well out of my realm of ability, but I don't even know like what lawyer I would talk to. We'll keep stonewalling you like this unless you make a notice. Yeah, I don't know what kind of lawyer I would even talk to. Even getting a lawyer to send a strongly worded letter will get a human. I hope it would get a human. The customer support is lying. They're pocketing the money. Attack them with ketchup. My hair is cute. I just wanted to say that. Oh, thank you. Thank you, iCat. They might respond to a strongly written lawyer letter. This lawyer guy on the internet who has recently run into trouble and needs the work. What lawyer guy? So this is basically theft. Yes, that is what it is sounding like. Probably a lawyer specializing in contract law. I mean, maybe. God hates taxes. Thank you for the 2. Have I tried streaming via telepathy? No. Legal Mindset is a contract lawyer. Ask him. I did send him a message. I think I have to read his response, though. I don't think I read his response. I don't think I read it. Oh, hold on. I just lost my place for my CNN thing. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, it's all over. I fucked myself. Okay, there we go. I found it again. I'm just gonna open this now. I'm tired of reading schizo posts. Which reminds me, let me turn back on my alerts at least, since they've been off while I've been ranting. Danny Delito, thank you for the $1.99.
Fucking tabs, you psychopath.
Pineapple hat, please, for Detective Serious Kirsche against Twitter support. I'm so sick of dealing with Twitter support. It has been the worst experience. Like, I can't think of anything that has felt worse than dealing with Twitter support during my entire 5 years as a content creator. Reminder to replay the slaves. Ah, yeah. Almighty lolly slaves. Let me go find him. Let me go find his slaves here. Oh god, I don't remember how long ago it was. I'm sure it won't take me very— Oh no, I saw it and then it refreshed. You fucking website! You whore slut. Oh no, that was the $5 one. Okay, gotta keep going. Gotta go fast. Gotta go fast.
Slaves builds the pyramids. Slaves builds the Parthenon.
Refresh, it's gone forever.
America. Slaves, this is your song. Thank you. Slaves.
Do 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 do.
Thank you. Slaves.
Do 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 do.
Thank you. Slaves.
Do 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 do.
Slaves, this is your song. Thank you.
You almighty lolly. Thank you.
Just got a check for 14 grand.
Just got a check for 14 grand for the accident settlement. Gonna blow it all on gambling and tubers.
Hold on, wait a minute. I'm glad you got your settlement check. That was fast as fuck, boy. Holy shit. I had no idea that you could get payouts that fucking fast from car accidents. Holy fuck. Congratulations, but also don't blow it all on gambling and VTubers. Get a new car.
But money, baby.
You hate modern website design. You actually now feel the jank of the 2000s was way better than this. I agree, unfortunately. Put the money in the S&P 500. Please, you dumb VTuber, man. I wish I knew how to invest. I wish I knew anything about investments. I just need someone to be like, Kirsche, put your money in this thing. And I say, okay, you know what you're talking about. I will do as you say. Cult of Personality, thank you for the $1.99. Almighty lolly slaves. I mean, imagine having lolly slaves. Don't worry, Lolly already invests. CNN journalism is under attack. Also, CNN, destroy that journalist for not being in our club. Yeah, so we got a little thingy here that says CNN threatens YouTube channels that plan to provide Trump-Biden debate commentary. We're not granting digital entities the right to stream the debate on their own YouTube channels. On Monday night's episode of Timcast, host Tim Pool revealed that CNN, which is hosting the first presidential debate of the general election season on Thursday, has warned any YouTube channels that intend to live stream the debate while providing commentary for viewers that this would not be permitted under copyright. The debate will be hosted by Jake Tapper. Confirming that we are offering digital platforms the ability to stream the debate only via CNN YouTube, said a CNN spokes to Pool in a message reviewed by the Post Millennial. We're not granting digital entities the right to stream the debate on their own YouTube channels. I hope that helps.
I received a message from YouTube last week asking to hop on a phone call to discuss the RNC and the presidential cycle. And I said, sure. I briefly spoke with some individuals at YouTube earlier today who made it clear that CNN reached out and is expressing concern. I don't know the full extent, but making it known that YouTube better contact their news programs over the CNN debate. Now, of course, like all presidential debates, which is the epitome of civic responsibility, it is of civic participation, we will provide live commentary and fact-checking on this presidential debate, as we have done for every other, so long as this show has been around. In a show of good faith, YouTube asked me to reach out to CNN to see if there was anything that they would be looking for in this regard, because apparently they are asking other networks who are doing the exact same thing to abide by certain restrictions. And I said, okay, I'll reach out. To which the immediate response was something along the lines of confirming we will not allow anyone on YouTube to use this outside of, CNN granting certain platforms, basically saying, you can't do this. And my response immediately was, commentary on presidential debates is the epitome of fair use. Hope that helps. This Thursday will be particularly interesting. I think that news is big. I can't really put that succinctly in 80 characters for a YouTube headline, but this is massive. That CNN is pulling this move. We saw something similar that Fox News had done. Fox had filed several takedowns on various shows, including ours, but they abandoned their copyright claims because this is unquestionably fair use. We have the two people running for the president of this country, one of them the current president, and we're going to fact check and we're going to comment and we are going to call them out in real time.
Yeah,
if we can't do that, if no one else can, then that's severely limiting civic participation, and it's allowing a biased network that in the past has likened Trump to Hitler to control who can and cannot fact check this man. And as we know, with special rules for this debate, they are seeking to control that narrative. And I believe that is exactly why they reached out to YouTube and why YouTube reached out to me, because they don't want anyone to break their narrative. That's the dirty game they're playing. It's going to be a fun Thursday. But
it's going to be a very fun Thursday, because I am also streaming the debates on Twitch and YouTube. Fuck CNN. This is why debates should only be hosted by a national broadcaster, so that networks can't control how people discuss debates. Yeah, so, I mean, what's going to happen is when I stream the debates on Thursday, if my YouTube gets taken down, I'll still be live on Twitch. If for some reason Twitch also gets taken down, I'll probably just jump in Discord and do it in the massive stage room in there. So hopefully there won't be any takedowns, but just in case there are, mute the audio. Why would I mute the audio? There's no point in watching the debates if the audio's muted. What the hell? If Discord gets taken down, I don't think it will. I think it'll be fine. Yeah, the debates are Thursday at 7 p.m. Eastern, so I'm going to be fresh out of a massage, and I'm going to have delicious dinner. I'll probably get a drink as well.
Fuck along.
I meant for the broadcast, you can't mute in real time like that unless it's muted for both myself and everyone in chat. The debates are of the utmost public interest. Fuck CNN.
Like
yeah.
the dirty dog
When
you
they say that they'll
are.
be taking down channels, they mean live. Like, while I'm live, they will take down the video and say that I violated the policy. If you do get kicked out to Discord, you can finally pull out the booze, and we get to hear some slurs getting dropped. I can't do that, because I'm sure there'll be people who will record if I say slurs and try to cause problems. So I still have to be on my bestest behavior. Typical Pippa stream. Could try to slightly distort the video and audio to bypass the automated DMCA bots. I don't want to do that, though. I don't want to listen to distorted fucking audio. That's not fun for me. That's not fun for you. If they take it down, they take it down. I agree with Tim. CNN shouldn't be DMCAing for a debate. Watching a presidential debate, this is pertinent information for everyone who lives in the United States. DMCAing off of this kind of, like, important public knowledge is absolutely insane. Like, actually insane. And so, if they take down my channel, even temporarily or whatever, I'm probably going to eat, like, a 24-hour ban if they take it down, and that's a big if. I am willing to eat that because I think this is, yeah, a power trip. Like, this isn't something they should be doing. Could always have a backup stream on Rumble.
Today I fucked up by trying to inflate my penis like a dick balloon. I want to read that one.
Everyone can listen to CNN separately and we can sit on /Twitch and comment on it without any footage making it on your stream.
I know that's how some people, like, watch VTuber debuts and stuff too, but I don't like that. Whatever I'm watching with you guys, I want to have it on my screen. It's like, that's... I don't want to give them an inch and be like, I have to protect myself from your tyrannical kind of takedowns on political content. I'm just gonna stream it as normal. And if the stream gets taken down, it gets taken down. We have backups in place. Sue CNN for violating the civil rights of all Americans. Cheeseburger.
Perhaps you could stream the debate on locals? Stuttering Craig streamed all 3 Lord of the Rings films there as a reaction with no issues. It does require members to donate a bit to chat.
Ooh, that's a little weird. I mean, I guess it's fine if the entire chat is, like, donation locked, because I'll be reading, like, Twitch and YouTube chat more than
Perhaps
whatever
you
the
could
third chat
stream
is.
the debate on locals? Stuttering Craig streamed all 3 Lord of the Rings films there as a reaction with
Wait,
no
why is
issues.
it doubling? Why is it
does require
doubling?
members to donate a bit to chat.
Has it been doubling, or is this the first double?
That was weird. Abdullah, thank you for the $5.
Brady Crippen, thank you for the 5. They're just butthurt that Crowder was always stealing their numbers on the debates? Probably, dude. Evil Mandrake, thank you for the 5. The problem is, if channels other than CNN broadcast it, people will actually know what was said. True. Laffy, thank you for the member. Remember to support your local journalistic foxu. True and real. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Longcaster's getting many long burgers today. I want long burger. This is just a transcription of the clip we just watched. CNN's now threatening any social channels that provide commentary on the debate, stating they will not allow the use outside of CNN. Commentary on a presidential debate is the epitome of fair use, and we fully intend to provide insight and real-time fact-checking on Thursday Live. I'm wondering, right, if the debates are hosted by CNN, but, like, MSNBC is restreaming it, what if you stream MSNBC's coverage of CNN's, debates? You hope Trump uses the debate to announce his VP? Same. It does not cost money to watch streams on locals. No, he said it costs money to chat. I don't know how locals works. Darmy! Thank you for the 5. Tim did suggest that if you use CNN YouTube channel, they might not be able to hit you. Do you mean if you don't use CNN's YouTube channel? Any social channel? Any? Dios mío. Can CNN get any more scummy? I know.
Yeah.
What are they going to do about international people watching? Good question. Poole had a response for CNN. My response immediately was commentary on presidential debates is the epitome of fair use. It's allowing a bias. Oh, this is still more. This is just just transcribing his clip still. So hopefully everything will be fine on Thursday. I plan on still streaming it. I'm gonna hope for smooth sailing. If not, we have contingency plans in place. With Twitter Blue requiring ID soon affect me wanting monetization? Are the two things linked? I don't know. I haven't been asked for identification yet, so I'll see when it happens. Police X, thank you for the 10R. Hello. You're Brazilian and you're interested in the Trump-Biden debate, right? I think it'll be interesting. Full-time stream or just debate? Just debate. I'll be going live at 7:30 p.m. Eastern on Thursday. So that is about half an hour before the debate starts, so we can get settled in, we can chill for a little bit, and then the debate starts at 8, and I have no idea how long it's going to be going. Talk about reusing verbiage to make a word quote PM writer. I know. Locals is a membership-only social media, generally a higher quality user base as a result. Ah, okay, I see, I understand. CNN stream says it starts at 8:30. What? Did they push it back? It's supposed to start at 8! I said it was starting at 8! So sad the pre-debate drug test isn't happening. The debate will be hilarious. I hope it will both be hilarious and elucidating. You think they said the debate will last 90 minutes? Biden has to top off. Jesus Christ. Let's see, what else do I have in my tabs today? Since we had a little bit of breaking news. Oh yeah. We had some interesting stuff to cover. Oh my god, where does it even begin? Where does it even begin? Okay, I think here. Yeah. Yeah. All right, so let's start with this depression. Your pussy. Duello, thank you for the $2. You accidentally hit back on your phone and thought it didn't send, so it looks like you got double donations. It's okay. Viewers only need to donate once, like $2 to chat. They can watch for free. Otherwise, they just need an account. Oh, that's how Locals works. I don't know if... Oh, it did send twice. Well, thank you for the $10, Abdulo. I'm sorry about your refreshing issue. I'm sorry, guy. Your liver's already hating you for this. What? Monkey99, thank you for the 5. I could use the Gen Z or Alpha brain rot method to put a gameplay on the other screen, but it would Chernobyl this chat. What? Gabe Ostroff, thank you for the 2. You were MG Town, but I gave you a hand and pulled you out of the hole, working on improving yourself to be worthy of a good woman like you. Aww. You may think it's too late, but not giving up, that's the black pill. Thank you for everything. Wish you luck. Take protein! Hell yeah. Hell yeah, you're gonna make it, my dude. I'm glad you're improving your life. I hope you find a wonderful woman who doesn't do shitty things. Hope you find someone who gives you the love that you should have. I'm glad, guy. Just play Crime Bobs in the background while reacting to the debate. I don't have enough brain cells to play a game and listen to the debate at the same time. Tim said that the details said the only channel that could be viewed was the YouTube one. You think they were meaning only their YouTube channel can do it? Speaking of, Dankula got a divorce. I saw that. I don't know much about his marriage, so I don't know exactly why they got divorced. I saw his post on Twitter just saying that there were, like, political differences that couldn't be reconciled. And it's just like, man, that's very sad. That's very sad. Hopefully... Like, when I think about getting married, like, unless there's some sort of like assault or abuse or, you know, like, your spouse goes off and murders people, you know, something actually bad. Cheating, I guess, is another one, right? I wouldn't want to break the marriage. Like, I would want to try and work through anything. But I also feel like, and I don't want to speculate on his marriage specifically because I don't know anything about it, but I feel like there's a lot of people in current year who will get married without really knowing their spouse. And then they'll be like 10 years deep in a marriage where they realize, I'm not having sex. They don't care about my emotional stability. We barely even talk. We don't have the same hobbies. We don't have the same friend groups. You just married someone for who knows what fucking reason, but they weren't compatible with you. It seems to be a repeating pattern lately, unfortunately. Like how sex was the first item on that list. Being sexually compatible is very fucking important in a relationship. A lot of people overlook exactly how important it is. But after the rose-colored glasses stages fade from your relationship, if you're not sexually compatible, your relationship is doomed to fail. And on top of that, there's probably going to be cheating. like, the fucking husband who's not sexually fulfilled by his wife has been a trope in TV since, like, what, the 40s? And it's probably existed a gajillion years since then. I'm not into the frog vomit butthole, but, like, I'm curious if he's done it.
Officially down 20 pounds over the last 4 weeks. Join me in hashtag Ultra Baroque Hard Gains to start your own himboification arc, chat.
Hell yeah! Number one Bailey Sim, thank you for the $21 for every pound. Thank you! I'm glad you are fucking getting yourself in shape. You're fucking nuts, dude. Get at it. Just share phone passwords. Kirsche wants everyone to know that the fancy hat and pineapple stay on during sexy times. What the fuck? If it's something like you're several years deep in a marriage and you don't have kids, I don't see why you need to make the marriage work if it ain't. Maybe I'm old-fashioned, but I feel like when you upgrade a relationship to a marriage, you are locked in and committed to that person for the rest of your life. Maybe I'm autistic, but I take in sickness and in health very seriously. And so I don't see divorce as an option unless something bad happens, right? I don't think that there's anything that if I decide to marry someone that should be unworkable on a normal scale. And that's why I say I think marriage is used too flippantly in current year, because instead of people taking that vow seriously, they just see it as like another step in the relationship and they treat it the exact same way. Otherwise, why even get married if not taken seriously? I just feel like a lot of people don't anymore. And that's why we have so many people who aren't compatible getting married and then like 7, 10, 15 years later being like, why am I so fucking unhappy? My wife is nothing like what I want in a person, you know? Or the other way around even. Henry VIII said screw that, and both his daughters never had kids, in part to seeing his relationships. Oh my god. When you take an oath to be with someone for better or for worse in sickness and in health, and you break that oath, and then you are a liar and someone who does not deserve respect. Yep. Like, again, I know that there are instances in which, like, divorce would be okay. Again, like, cheating, infidelity kind of stuff. If your partner is abusive, if they're, like, threatening, if they go on and commit murders, if they're assaulting, right? Like, there's definitely cases where I think, like, yeah, absolutely divorce that scumfuck, right? But I think it's used...
6,000-year-old lolly
Divorce is more common because the people getting married aren't as compatible as they thought.
My himboification story. I already am pretty toned, so I have taken up the hobby of eating lead paint because I am too smart. 16 buckets down, 44 to go.
Cold Grave, thank you for the 17! Don't eat lead paint! Don't lick the leaded glass windows! Jesus Christ. If your partner's shitty and it's inconsolable, then yes, you agree that is when you divorce. Yeah, I absolutely agree. And that's why, like, when I was growing up and I would see people be like, my wife and I have diametrically opposed political beliefs, but we can still make our marriage work. And I'm like, yeah, come back at me in, like, 10 years when you're sitting in the cuck chair, because that's where you're gonna fucking be. Kirsche, just because the DNA test says they're not his children doesn't mean he isn't their father. He might not have known when he signed up, but someone's gotta pay. I do not know. Like, I get very fucking mad when I hear about those situations.
Never understood cheating. If you're not happy with someone, leave.
I understand why people do it because, again, it's like the comfortable mediocrity thing. If you have someone that you're in a relationship with, but you're not happy with them and you're not fulfilled by them, cheating is a way for you to get your needs met without any risk. And as we know, a lot of people in current year are very risk adverse. If you break up with somebody who provides you emotional or financial stability to go off and find somebody else, you no longer have any of the benefits that person is providing you. So the people that go out and cheat want to have their cake and eat it too.
A marriage should be with someone who completes you. Saying those vows should all but turn you and your spouse into a single symbiotic being. Everything you do should be for the betterment of each other until you have kids, when you turn that towards them.
I agree. And I mean, even when you have kids, you should still make time to focus on each other. Yes, your kids are very important, and yes, you want to focus on your children, but you don't want to turn the focus 100% towards the children and let your relationship break down instead. keeping your relationship alive even when you have children is very important. And it will also provide a stable foundation for your children. And when I say that cheating is not as much of a risk, I'm thinking it from the perspective of a person who is going to cheat, right? Put yourself in the shoes of a person who is going to cheat for a moment. A little thought exercise, breakfast perceivers. If you're in the shoes of someone who's going to cheat and you have a significant other who is either emotionally or helping you financially be stable, right? You don't perceive going out and cheating as a risk. You perceive going out and cheating as something that you won't get caught doing because you're too smart to get caught. You're going to take all of these steps to ensure that your significant other doesn't find out what you're doing. You're going to invent things if they try to get suspicious, right? So you are going to inflate your own intelligence to believe that cheating on someone is less of a risk than breaking up the relationship. Because if you break up the relationship and you no longer have an emotional pillar, if you go out to cheat and you get rejected or it's bad, you just feel bad. But if you go out and you cheat and you get rejected or, you end up feeling bad about it, you can come home and even if you don't tell your significant other about what you did, you can have them emotionally console you anyways. You can lie to them and tell them that you had a bad day at work. You can invent some scenario that happened that made you feel bad. And then you can get that emotional, uplift from them making you feel better, even though you are the terrible person. That's exactly it, yes. You have to put yourself in the position, in the shoes of someone who would believe that cheating is better than breaking it off. And it's a difficult position to put yourself in, but when you put yourself in that position, it becomes a bit more understandable. And I have to add in the financially stable part, right? Because that's going to irk some people. But when you're in a relationship and you live together and you share bills and you share financial responsibility, whether you're a man or a woman, maybe you don't have a job that would allow you to be financially independent without your significant other's income. And so you don't want to break up the relationship because that would cause you to have a tumultuous living situation, right? So instead of breaking up with them because you're no longer happy with them, you will go out and you will cheat instead while also keeping your living situation in a, not attainable, but manageable estate. Kirsche, I didn't cheat on my breakfast this morning. No, don't lie to your partner. Own your mistake, even if that means you have to admit that you cheated on them. No. You don't understand the conversation we're having, and that's fine. I'll just skip your comment. I would be depriving my partner of me, and that would be so cruel to deprive them of me. Yeah, exactly. It's like you have to put yourself in a very, to a normal person, bad position. Right? Like, no actual decent person would do this.
Apart from eating better, construction is a great way to himbo max.
That is a twisted mindset. It's a twisted mindset, but that is the mindset behind cheating.
I've breathed definitely made me more retarded. Get on the grind, boys.
When you cheat on someone, it is only coming from a very selfish position. Nothing else. The only thing you're thinking of is yourself. Your needs not being met. You're not caring about your partner, and that's clear by you cheating on them. It's a cost-benefit analysis. Yeah, it's very selfish, and it's very logically thought through in the selfish person's mind. It's a nasty cost-benefit analysis, but it's an analysis nonetheless. Yeah. Help. Can't put your mind in that place, and you don't want help. As someone who wanted to be a detective, you have to be able to put your mind in places that you normally would never want it to venture, you know? Why is that so cute? I love it when women are in pain. It's so cute. I'm not mocking you. I just thought it was funny to say. The real sunk fallacy cost of staying in a relationship after finding out you've been cheating on? Yeah. And it's hard to do as well, right? Because the person who cheated on you is going to give you all of the lovely flower words and try to make you feel bad for them and be like, well, if only you had had sex with me more often, I wouldn't have needed to do this, right? It's not your fault when you get cheated on. It's theirs. They just don't want to accept the responsibility of their actions or the consequences of their actions. And personally, I feel like if you've been cheated on, there is no resolving that. It cannot be resolved. And I found this out because the sociopath that I dated, when I finally was able to pull myself out of brain rot and stop being with someone who was controlling and mentally abusive.
I found it.
I was able to get out when he was like, I want to have you as my real girlfriend during the week that I live with and that I have interests in common with and I can have actual conversations with because you have your own thoughts and opinions on things and you're interesting to talk to and also have sex with. But on the weekends, I want to date this other girl because she is more proper to take around my friends and family. He was a very, very rich trust fund kid who his father was known as the billionaire on Wall Street, the billion-dollar man, I think it was specifically. And he, being a trust fund kid, also had a 6-figure job that his father nepotism hired him into. So he was very much used to getting absolutely everything he wanted without any pushback. And part of the reason that he wanted to have someone like her on the weekends was because lying to me was too much effort. He showed me his conversations with her where I didn't know he was cheating at this point, but he showed me his conversations with her where she had suspected him of cheating, which obviously he was because I was fucking living with him. And she just took everything he said at face value. Every single lie he told, she believed without question. And he told me that lying to me was too much effort, so that it would be much better if I knew exactly what he wanted and exactly what the arrangement was, because lying would be too much effort to me since I would figure it out anyways, and he didn't want to deal with the arguments. I broke up with him, and we had no contact for 3 years. 0 contact, nothing. I moved across the country because I was worried about if this man decided to come to my house. We lived very close to each other, even without me having been living with him. After I moved out, I was afraid that if he came back and did the whole "I'm sorry, I love you" song and dance, I would be too weak to say no. So I moved across the country. I got the fuck out of where I lived. Because if I'm across the country, he can't do anything, right? There's nothing that he can do. 3 years later, he messaged me on social media. And he said that his relationship has been hollow and empty, and I was the only thing in his life that made him feel like a real man, and that he didn't realize at the time how poorly he had been treating me, but he wanted me to give him another chance to make it up. I had never been in this situation where I had to forgive someone who was a cheater before, and I was like, well, it couldn't hurt to talk to him. Maybe he's being serious. A very costly lesson for him. I was like, maybe he's being serious. So I spoke with him for a little bit, and everything seemed normal. Everything seemed, get fucked, retard, fuck that. I met up with him, and when I met up with him, he was a whole different person. It was sad, and it was pathetic, and I felt nothing but pity. Like, this was a man that I had, even though the relationship itself was, like, obviously fucking bad, this was a man that solidified a lot of things that I would look for in future partners. Like, in ways that I either wanted or didn't want to be treated. And he was basically a hollow shell of a person. He had no confidence left. He was anxiety-ridden. He wasn't sure of his words. He couldn't articulate in the way that he used to be able to. And this was only 3 years of being in that kind of a relationship that he thought that he wanted because she was easily controllable. And in this conversation with him, I also found out he said that he's still with her because he doesn't know if he wants to take the risk of exploding the life that he has built up to this point in order to have me back. and I asked him to explain what the fuck he means. And it turns out that the reason his parents hated me for the longest time was because he had lied to his parents. His parents thought that he was dating the other chick and that she was the one who was living with him, not me. It turns out he told his parents that I was a high-end escort that he had hired because his significant other wouldn't have sex with him. So whenever his mom came over and I was there, because I lived there, it made a lot of sense why she was very unhappy about it. And so obviously I cut contact again. And that was my one and only time I ever gave someone a second chance. I have had nearly every man I've dated come back for a second chance. But I learned my lesson with that one guy. You never listen. Never fucking do it. They don't change. Grab his dick and twist it. A lot of people don't understand what love is and mistake desire for what someone provides you or affection for another person for love. Yeah, it's actually insane. Dude is a clinical liar. What the fuck? He is a sociopath. Like, tried and true. Brazy Love, thank you for the 555 in before. But Kirsche, I'd just break up with them. It's very hard to do when you are in a position like that. But like I said, when he brought up the prospect of no, I want to date both of you at the same time, I was like, yeah, nah. Even though I've been browbeaten into this horrific mindset from you for years, I still have enough self-respect that I'm not going to be in some weird fucking polycule situation. High-end with a Boston accent, you bucket bitch! So you dated again, or the meeting was the second chance? The meeting was the second chance given. I did not date him again. The meeting was his, you get to explain yourself one final time, and we'll see where it goes. You had someone who you were friends with tried to be more blow a second chance at just being friends again. Try many times to get back in contact with you. Yeah. I mean, like, some people would be like, well, why didn't you just talk to him over text? When it's someone you know who's very good at manipulating and very good at lying, you need to be face to face in order to see what their tells are, right? So you can see their facial expression and you can see the way that they're acting. You can't have that kind of conversation through text. You need the body language and tone of voice. Absolutely. Absolutely. Even if he was single at that point, I would have, like, I did not recognize this man. He was unrecognizable to me. Like, the amount of just, I don't want to say soul because he's an asshole, but like the amount of personality beaten out of him. I was looking at like a literal skeleton of a human being. Protein overdue. You fucking hate serious relationship conversations via text and you do not allow them in your life? Oh my god. The last guy that I dated, whenever we needed to have any kind of important conversation, I'd be like, can I at least call you? And he's like, no, I want to text. I'm like, okay, all right. He became the husk of a human he always was. Yeah, pretty much. Maybe now his outside finally reflected what he truly was on the inside. I don't know, man. I didn't know you were dating Hassan. Unfortunately, he didn't have that kind of a red flag for political leanings, but he's more the, I have more money than I know what to do with, and so nothing that happens will ever affect me. He's the I don't need to pay attention to politics because I'm too wealthy, and so politics doesn't affect me. Normally the opposite. Lots of girls only want to text when it's over. Jesus Christ. I missed my chance to be an FBI agent. That's what I was gonna do if I didn't start streaming. I wanted to start as a desk work detective at a police officer station, and then I wanted to eventually work my way up to being an FBI detective. When will my reflection show who I am inside? Your ex is Mulan! That's how Kirsche dropped the bag. Wait, what do you mean? Your last girlfriend broke up with you via text? You thought things were great? She never mentioned being unhappy? That's the worst, is like, if you're unhappy with something in a relationship, you should talk to them about it. Right? If you're unhappy with something that they're doing, with some kind of behavior, with some way that they're acting, you could be completely in the right for being upset about it. You could also be crazy, right? You could just, you'd be like, I'm upset that you water the plants at 4 a.m. instead of 4 p.m., right? Like, there's definitely insane things to get upset about, but if you don't talk about them, nothing's ever gonna get resolved, you know? Chat, don't believe her. Kirsche is an FBI agent. Did I turn off sound alerts? I did, because whenever I'm ranting, I like lose my place in my thoughts if I sound alert. Out of curiosity, do I remember my yellow Don't Step on Snake shirt toggle for my old model and the Booty Hunter hat, and will I be wearing those for the debate? I do have that, and maybe I should. Maybe that'd be a good thing to wear for the debate. Who waters plants at 4 a.m.? Oh my god. Both people in the relationship need to communicate and make sure the partner doesn't think it's a situationship. Exactly. Exactly. Why are women so fascinated with crime and crime-adjacent things? A lot of girls in your criminology classes. I don't know. I don't know, man. Did I mention sounding? I don't think I mentioned sounding. You love the classic skin suit. Kirsche's a glowy confirmed. Look, the way that you dismantle them is from the inside. You had a woman once ask you for a second chance. She's cheated on you. That was 10 years ago, and she still wants to get back together. She's been around the block, and you've only had one relationship since. Jesus. Talk about trying to fill loneliness with dick. Imagine thinking a situationship is a real thing. True. True and factual. Fox, who talking so fast, you went to check if she's on 2x speed until you remembered it's live. Oh my god. I mentioned sound alerts, and chat is retarded. Thank you, Skewky. You're on my side for once. Sometimes you do a breakup all proper in an adult conversation, but your psycho now-ex somehow admits she was abusive, but immediately extrapolates as her being the victim. Yeah. How old are you supposed to know all the tricks to hide the body, and what does and does not work? Shh. I can't say that. Women are sometimes interested in things that want to kill them. That's true. I don't want to date a criminal, though. The last girlfriend broke up with you over text after cheating and getting pregnant with a coke dealer that bailed on her and got arrested not long after. Haven't cared about dating since. Ooh. Yeah, that would be a rough one to recover from. I'm sorry, dude. I hope eventually you feel able to get back in the saddle and find someone who's not a cheating piece of shit like she was. Sadly, you're a man with honesty, more or less, and loyalty, so cheating is not an option for you. Well, that's good. Cheating shouldn't ever be an option. Fox Arrow, thank you for 5. Keep sticking to your guns. You and that good dude will find each other, and then we'll laugh when you're sore and happy. You guys will be the first to know. You give great advice. Thank you. I try my best. Not all of my advice is probably the best, but like I at least try my best. As at least the way that I think, you know. Your ex tried to have you killed for the insurance money. What the fuck? Why are they like this? Alright, I'm gonna get protein today. I'm gonna be responsible. I'm gonna be responsible and get protein and then come back and I have more articles to dig through. I don't think I even opened any of the ones I planned on because I got distracted again. How did we get here? What is happening? I'm gonna get protein! I am also boiling alive. I've drank in so much water, but my throat is feeling so scuffed because of how hot it is. I'm gonna play... Nyam! Nim, what's the program for my fucking slideshow? It keeps auto-closing itself, and even when it's not closed, it doesn't auto-play like last time. I hope Nim is here and listening to me, so I'm not just talking into the void. But, also, Nim, my slideshow used to just auto-play all the time. Like, even after a computer reset, I'd never have to reopen the program or anything. And now it just doesn't. Now it doesn't. And so I need you to figure out why it just doesn't and get it back to the way it was working before.
No mods.
I'm glad Nim is here so he can hear me rant. Nim, what's the name of the program so I can at least manually open it now and we can have the slideshow for this stream? Slideshow's broken. Slideshow is giga broken, dude. Nim says present. That's not the name of the program. Fix it, slave! After too many senseless arguments, you dumped your ex, she wound up stabbing her next guy and going to jail. Fucking knife dodged, dude. Good job. I'm glad you didn't get suckered in by the sunk cost fallacy and you managed to get out. Nim, you're a Janny. Clean this. There's no Nim, only Zool. I'm still waiting for Nim to tell me the name of the program I use for my slideshow. Because I don't know the name of it since I only ever opened it once previously and then it just worked forever until we updated it. Nim, please! I saw you type in the chat! What is the name of the program? I'm gonna lose my mind! Nim hasn't responded. He hung himself. I saw him type re. I saw him type re. Nimothy, the face one Windows photo viewer. It's not. It's some weird third-party program, which is why I can't even search for it. No mods, never lucky. Nim hates me. He literally hates me. You're looking for it. Stop being a woman. Oh, you forgot the name of it too? Oh, this is an outcome I didn't anticipate. What was the last thing he typed before he kicked his chair out from under himself? Oh my god. Sus. I did not expect Nim to forget the name because every time I asked him before, he always remembered it.
A stroke?
I have to do the Nim dance to summon him. There is no Nim dance! He doesn't get dances! He's a moderator! Nim is a sassy boy. I only hire the gayest of males as my moderators. I guess, and married men. You have to be either gay or married to be my mod. When is your next date with It's a Gundam? We're working on it. There is a Nim dance, you just don't know it. What the fuck? I should check out the Black Pants Legion. The channel is mostly known for Battletech and Space Station, but in all things, it's made of fun. I don't know either of those things. I don't know either of those things. Shit, I need to rescue myself. There's only so much brain damage Nim can handle. He's been gone for a week! What do you mean? He doesn't have to deal with any brain damage. Pretty sure it's XN View. That sounds like a porn program. XN View. I think you might be correct. It's got a weird eyeball icon. Alright, okay. I'm just gonna hit okay on this, because I don't know what it is. Alright, well, I guess you guys aren't getting a slideshow today. Because I opened the program and I don't think it saved what we did, and I don't know how to use it. So I'm sorry, no slideshow today. I'll have to whip Nim into fixing it after stream tonight. We're getting darkness and despair. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. maybe I can put up a new picture that I got because I'm the Quine Bobs. I'm gonna play ads. I'm gonna go get protein. I'll be right back. I'll have this fixed at least by Friday. At least by Friday. I'll BRB. If you're not subbed to me, thank you for sitting through some ads while I go get protein. I try to not take super long breaks while I'm on stream. So go get some food yourself. Stretch your little legus. I'm not calling Nim. I saw him say that. I'm ignoring him on purpose because I'm not troubleshooting. I'm going to get protein. I'll BRB. Thank you.
wow, 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 wow. Wow, wow, wow.
I hath returned. Oh my god, it's so fucking hot, chat. It's so hot. I want to destroy the sun. I wish to destroy it.
Scatter.
Why was the water bottle so aggressive? You know, I'm gonna be honest, I do not remember what the folder aggressive water bottle is. Intermission was blank. It was blank. It was blank. That was intended today. Welcome back.
Thank you.
The wind tunnel went up a level. Don't say that. I haven't moved. I haven't done anything. The guy from One Man, One Jar just died. Did he try using a larger jar? What happened? Don't destroy it. You need it for disposing of your radioactive waste. Did we see James Gunn give Clark Kent the broccoli haircut? What the fuck? What the fuck? Back up your files, Foxu. Dry ice, salt, and a fan you think will act as a good cooling method? I'm not gonna put dry ice on my floor. Wear a smaller bikini if it's too hot. I know, I need one, clearly. Oh my god. I don't think these people know what the word raw dog means. I have an article brought up that I was about to get into. And one of the articles on the side says, would you ever raw dog a flight? Passengers leave people horrified after...
You can give me butt scratches! Like I'm a real pet! The Ice Cream Twalk has
Quick chill
different
for the
music
house hunt.
today!
My family runs a home renovation business which could help with cabinet/tiles/etc. selection.
Oh, shit.
Downside, I'm in the Philly area.
Oh,
Could also
shit.
provide a NH reference if my dad knows one. Let me know if you're interested.
I do not know when I will acquire a home, but I unfortunately will probably have forgotten about this message by the time I buy one. You'll have to remind me once I start talking about, I have a home now, and I'm now 30 years in debt. Yay! Lazy Jet, thank you for the $5 doodles. Thank you, thank you. There's a comment on one of my live streams from the other day, and they were just like, ugh. It's really getting exhausting listening to Kirsche whine about how wealthy she is. Like, did this man hear me say what I got for my mortgage and not understand that this is a loan that locks me into being a debt slave for 30 years? Wealth, what? Do you have a tab about the sex plane in Las Vegas? It's a nice segue from Raw Dog in Flight. No, I didn't know that. She's so rich she can borrow money. I know, right? A DM or more realistically open a ticket in the Discord so the Jannies can remind her later. Dude, unironically, if you have something that you want to DM me, opening a Janny ticket is the fastest way to get me to actually remember to respond to it. Because I'm not held accountable on my own. The Jannies, can remind me. Oh, we're nothing but peasants compared to Mistress Kirsche. Jesus Christ. People pay to have sex on a plane in Vegas. They do over 500 flights a year. That sounds terrible. Do you know the Dire Straits song, Heavy Fuel? I do not. A Janny ticket.
Yeah, in my Discord, there's a channel called Bother Mods Here. And if you open a ticket in the Bother Mods Here channel, you can type some shit in there. And if you have something that needs my attention, that's the fastest way to do it. Do we open Janny tickets for the pissed Jannies? What did they do to you? I mean, if they pissed on you, that's fine. That's what they're there for. You need to stop highlighting every single one of your messages. Wait, why? Moneybags at Kirsche trying to act like she didn't receive a full shipment of slaves today. Look, I love slave labor. I have a tab for that, but I have these tabs I want to read first. We're reading tabs, chat! The Sunbelt cities where teachers don't tell parents their own kids are changing sex at school. 7 major school districts in New Mexico are responsible for thousands of children have policies to help them change sex identity in class without the parents finding out. Daily Mail can reveal. I'm sorry, I'm not laughing at the article. Out of the corner of my eye, I just Tim just came home with the dog. And he left the door open, and out of the corner of my eye, I just saw him stacking packages on the fucking cat tower. I just, oh god, I don't know why, but it just made me laugh.
If you're at all interested, Brandon Herrera made a vid about your beloved Chris Vector.
I saw that! I saw the video already! God hates taxes. Thank you for the 5. Thank you! What? You have a wonderful gay pet! Okay, look, I think it's funny when multiple packages arrive at the same time, and when they are comically large package, and then he stacks them on a tiny cat tower. Alright, okay? BGM Doko! Oh, you're right, I did turn that off for a minute when we were watching Kim Cool, as it were. Cyclops Productions, thank you for the £2. If we don't laugh, we'll cry. This is not the article is not a laughing matter. Parents Defending Education, PDE, a conservative campaign group, uncovered the details of the stealth transgender policies from public records requests. The unearthed documents show how teachers are directed to help trans students change their names, pronouns, clothing, and sex identity at school without their parents' knowledge. Trans activists say that such guidelines are vital, as some kids need protection from old-fashioned moms and dads who won't accept their desire to change sex. And, why would you need to protect kids from that? I feel like the moms and dads are the ones protecting kids, because, they're kids. They cannot consent to this stuff. They're allowing this? What the fuck is going on at these schools? Every time I read one of these articles in current year, I remember the people who would argue in Not Safe for Work back in, like, 2020 or so. And they would be like, yeah, this isn't happening. This is just a right-wing conspiracy theory that this is taking place in schools. I have kids in school right now, and I know this isn't happening. PDE are the ones revealing the evils the school boards are doing. Yeah, PDE is the group revealing what's going on. It's Parents Defending Education. Your father still thinks this isn't a huge or prevalent issue? That's crazy. Which state is this? New Mexico. For many parents, they're dangerous and could deny them a chance to help their children as they struggle to navigate puberty. New Mexico's secret sex change schools, and they got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's 7 schools in New Mexico that do this. What the fuck? PDE's outreach director, Erica Sanzi, slammed the schools for indefensible and likely illegal policies. Anytime a school participates in or facilitates a student's transition, they are engaging in a psychosocial intervention that requires parental notification and consent. Federal law guarantees parents the right to view every record maintained by the district, and that includes gender support plans. The schools and New Mexico's Department of Education did not answer DailyMail.com's emails. They are Los Alamos Public Schools, Rio Rancho Public Schools, La Cruces Public Schools, Gallup McKinley County Schools, Moriarty Edgewood School District, Santa Fe Public Schools, and Gadsden Independent School District. How could they do this to my Gadsden? It's quite telling that they didn't tell the parents. I mean, this has been happening for years. It's just really nice when we get, like, actual confirmation of it so that people can't deny it. The dumb parents won't take it seriously until there's a nationwide story of major sexual abuse in schools, all tied to this policy. Something so severe that it can't be covered up or defended. Yeah, I'm sure there's a lot of parents who are against this, but also don't want to speak out. And it's just like, now is the time to start fucking speaking out about this shit, man. Stop staying silent about it. PDE will add them to its nationwide database of schools with secret trans policies. Oh my god, what does this link look like? List of school district transgender gender non-conforming student policies. Total number of districts 1,086. Total number of schools 19,598. And a total number of students 11,475,493.
It's butt time?
Holy shit. Danger 88, Danger B 86, not double eights. Thank you for the 2-month resub, my guy. I love Crazy Fox for showing all the crazy crap going on. Keep up the great work. Thank you. Thank you. That is not peanuts. Cheeseburger. Oh my god, the California fucking list, dude.
Screw black pill, screw white pill, screw red and blue pill. Clown Bill is king. You can only join the Clown Bill gang if you can do 50 push-ups in a row.
Dude, the California list is longer than that guy's TTS. Holy shit. Spaz the Space Wizard, thank you for the 5. Screw the black pill, definitely. Clown pill is king. You can only join the clown pill gang if you do 50 push-ups. Please. Grooming gangs in Europe and trans enablers in the American school system, where we Americans and you are not too different, it appears. What do you mean, we Americans and you? I'm not European. No, it's butt time. That's the worst alert for that. Something like 50 million people in America are 6 to 18, so this affects over 1/5 of children? That's crazy. Is California list just a list of all public schools? Yeah, that's what it feels like, man. They got Connecticut, Delaware, DC, Hawaii. It just says Hawaii public schools. Do they only have one school system? Idaho, Illinois, Indiana, Iowa. I wanna see. Oh no, Massachusetts. Acton, Boxborough, Arlington, Berkshire Hills, Boston Public, Brockton Public, Cambridge, Framingham, Hopkinton, Milton, Natick, public schools of Brookline, Somerville, Springfield. Where? That surprises me. Where is a very, very tiny historical town? I'm talking like, I don't think there's even 10,000 people living there. I don't even know if there's 5,000 people living there. I was like, holy shit. Watertown, Westford, Weston. Oh, Ann Arbor Public Schools, I recognize that. Minnesota, Missouri, Nebraska, New Hampshire. No, why is your list so big? No. Where is where? It's in Western Mass. How did Idaho get on there? Oh yeah, that's right. Did I even see Georgia on here? I wasn't paying attention to G. Illinois, Indiana, Iowa, Kansas, Maine, Maryland. Nope. Nope. All right, interesting. This is a list of schools actively indoctrinating children. Yes. These are a list of schools that are hiding any kind of gender change policy from students' parents. Submit an incident report. Parents Defending Education 501c3 charitable organization. Saw the list. I might be RB. Can we get a link to that list? Yeah. Let me open it again. Here is the list from Parents Defending Education. And there's no massive lawsuit. Well, what they're doing isn't technically illegal, so unfortunately. Georgia #1, Campeón del Mundo! It lists, I already read these numbers when I opened the link. New Mexico takes a relatively progressive approach to trans youth. LGBTQ youth are protected from discrimination and bullying, according to the Movement Advancement Project. Democratic Governor Michelle Grissom last year signed a law to protect sex change procedures in the state. Santa Fe Public Schools, which covers some 28 institutions, has perhaps the starkest secret trans policy of the New Mexico schools. The district's document urges teachers to maintain confidentiality and that this is critical. This is a crazy thing to see in a public classroom. Apartheid, yay! This goes with what you tried to show Sunday. They're doing studies on how to get kids to accept brainwashing more effectively. I don't remember. I remember the gender unicorn. I've seen this image before. What is this?
All right, folks, here we go. A romaine and kale salad with avocado, cucumber, shishito peppers, and 4 kinds of cheese. Sprinkled in balsamic straight from Italy.
Wow! In my day, salads only had 2 ingredients. A rock-hard wedge of iceberg lettuce and a stinky old dried-up tomato.
Sorry, guys. I'm gonna have to eat fast. Alex is stopping by in a few minutes to work on our robotics project.
Alex? Is that the girl with that weird dog? Or the boy with the hat with the wings that flap?
No, Uncle Jay. This is Alex.
Oh, okay. I remember. A very nice young... Come to think of it, well, is Alex a boy or a girl?
Actually, Alex doesn't define...
That's just a completely normal conversation, chat. Don't worry about it. This is how humans talk.
Find themselves as boy or girl.
What else is there?
Back in your day, most people understood the world in terms of just boys and girls. But now, we know gender is more complex than that.
Wait, aren't we just talking about whether you're born with a or a hee?
When you're born, your sex is assigned in a medical way. But the sex listed on your birth certificate may not necessarily match your gender identity.
Gender identity is a person's inner experience of who they are in terms of gender. Their deep personal sense of being male, female, a blend of both,
Never forget that this term was coined by a man who was a pedophile and did experiments with children who both later went on to kill themselves.
Or neither.
And while many people have a gender identity that's the same as their assigned birth sex of female or male, that's not always the case, because gender exists on a spectrum. Like transgender,
Like autism!
Which means a person whose gender identity is not consistent with their assigned birth sex. Non-binary, which means a person whose identity doesn't fall in the category of either male or female. And genderqueer or gender fluid, which means a person who does not identify themselves as having a specific gender at all.
Does gender identity have to do with being straight or gay?
Actually, no. Gender identity has to do with the way you feel about yourself, while sexual
That's right. That's how you can fuck men and still be straight in current year.
orientation is based on the way you feel toward others, the people you may or may not be attracted to.
You know, I really like Alex, and I can tell they're a good friend to you. But I'm still
How? You've only seen a picture of them!
I was working a party the other day and a pregnant woman was explaining to kids how she's non-binary. Almost lost my damn mind.
That's, why would she ever need to explain that to the children? Sergeant Buck, thank you for the $5, Jesus.
still pretty confused about all of this.
That's okay. You don't have to fully understand someone to respect them. To start, try not to make any assumptions about a person's gender. And use the name and pronouns that they ask you to. Above all, be a friend or ally for people of all gender identities.
That's right, Mom. Oh, Alex is here. Come on in.
Hey, everyone.
Oh, hey, Alex. Care for some salad? The balsamic's right from Italy, you know.
The fuck did we just watch? But also, this kind of makes me think of Bridge again, because they want you to bring this kind of stuff to your dinner table. They want you to practice DEI in your everyday average life. Make sure Grandpa knows he's wrong. You'll do none of the above. Gender identity being female, male, transgender, or gender fluid. I kind of want to click on another one of these weird things.
Word when one word do trick.
Crossbone times one, thank you for the 5. Yeah, why many word? That's no grandpa, that's uncle father figure. Oh my god. But what's this one? What, give me the goods here. What's this
Hello,
one?
everybody. Welcome back to my blog. Today, we help Jim prepare for his big date tonight.
Oh no. Oh no, the Hat Man is transgender now. Not like this. It was all that anime. You could only spend so many years in an anime cave with an Asian wife before you turn transgender.
Can they, like, define what a woman is for me? She's mug.
No, of course not. Ty Jack, thank you for the $5 doodles. Not without circular logic.
It burns.
So, this is my special recipe for a peeling mask. You take avocado, hot chili pepper. It's time!
What the fuck?
So, how do I look?
Well, maybe just a touch of makeup.
Men, women, and mentally ill.
Cold Acid, thank you for the $5.50. Thank you.
Everyone has a way of expressing their masculinity and femininity to the world. That is your gender expression.
I don't think literally making the cartoon person look like a clown was the correct thing to do, but I'm glad they did it.
Everyone has the right to be respected, no matter how they look, act, or dress.
Actually, that's not true. Nobody has any right to respect. Respect is earned and not freely given.
The way a person expresses their gender doesn't tell us anything about who they are attracted to or which gender they feel they are inside.
What the fuck?
Gender identity is a person's...
I'm gonna roll this. Hold on, I got flashbanged by cartoon penis. I'm gonna roll this back for a second. All right. There are lockers in the background here, so I was assuming this was at some sort of school setting, right? So we just went through a school setting where the janitor, for some reason, is wearing a ballerina skirt and he prances away. And then the two people in the hall just start making out. What is happening? Bring back school bullying. I don't know if cartoon stick figure penis is against TOS.
I'm going to disrespect them even harder now.
But I'm going to remove the video for this portion.
Gender identity is a person's internal sense of whether they are male or female. For most people, their gender identity matches their physical body.
Butt scratches,
This is called
like I'm a real
cisgender.
pet.
I just put it in stream suggestions for your and everyone else's collective autism. There was a recent study published, like yesterday, about how stories and cartoons better indoctrinate/convince kids of the gender debate.
You know, that doesn't surprise me.
Scratches,
Danny DeLito, thank you for the $5
pet.
doodles. I'll have to pull up stream suggestions
Oh,
at some
Christ
point.
Almighty, what is this we're watching?
Good question, Michael White. I wish I had an answer for you. You will live to see horrors beyond human comprehension. Thank you for the $5 doodles. This is not appropriate for children, so we had to censor this children's cartoon. Yeah, this children's cartoon is inappropriate for me to play on Twitch, so, hold on.
For others, their gender identity might not match their physical body. They may have been born with male body parts, but inside feel certain that they are female or vice versa. This is called...
Also, wait a minute. I thought this was about gender. I thought this wasn't about sex. So what do you mean that they feel female? What did you mean by this?
Called being transgender. People who have a gender identity that is not binary, sometimes called gender fluid, gender queer, or gender nonconforming, find that their gender identity does not fit into specific categories of male or female, but rather exists along a continuum. Your gender identity is not...
Is it safe? Can I put it back up on screen? Yeah, it's safe now. It's safe. The cartoon penises can't hurt you,
something
chat.
You can choose or change. No matter your gender expression or identity, it is normal to have questions about who you are and if what you are feeling and experiencing is normal. Finding an adult you can talk to at home or at school can be helpful. Yeah!
Why did they use the creepy janitor in a ballerina skirt as an example of an adult that you can talk to?
Perfect! Oh, I'm so good at this. Thanks for watching. Till next time. And don't forget to come and visit me at amaze.org or tweet about me at #amazeorg. Bye-bye.
Oh, shit. Oh, shit. You know what we're about to do? I need to go look up #amazeorg. #amazeorg. Age-appropriate puberty and sex education videos. Oh, fuck. No. Let's go to the Twitter. These people are fucking creepy, truly.
You can give me butt scratches, like I'm a real pet!
Oh, fuck,
This
okay.
whole nonsense is immature adults playing pretend and trying to force the rest of us to play along with them. Reopen the insane ale sums.
Sorry to hear about your pussy. Okay. Alright, okay. Amaze.org/askableparent. He's like, ah! Pledge to be an
They aren't
askable
rumors and
parent.
This isn't propaganda, just like you aren't an anime woman. It's still Pride Month, how could you do this? Kek.
Alright, so on their Twitter, their banner says Askable Parent Challenge, and it says amaze.org/askable parent. And so I typed that in. I typed that shit in. And it brings me to this page with some dollar store Bob's Burgers art that says, pledge to be an askable parent, amaze.org's Askable Parent Challenge. Amaze's #Askable Parent Challenge is a 6-day newsletter program for parents with free resources to help navigate kids' questions as they adjust to more time at home and social distancing. 6 days, 6 emails, 6 small challenges to help conquer those awkward but oh so critical talks with your children. Get tips and advice from sexuality and mental health experts to help ensure that you're the go-to for your kids' questions, not older siblings, porn, or misinformation online. Take the pledge to become an askable parent below. I can agree with this one singular sentence here. You should strive to be a parent that your kids can come to and ask questions of, so they don't get it from horrible places. But also, select one or more. Ages 4 to 9, the Amaze Junior program track. Ages 10 to 18, the Amaze track. How are you going to put 10-year-olds and 18-year-olds in the same learning bundle? And then age 4 to 18, the Amaze combined track. Okay, all right. There's puberty, porn, consent, and healthy relationships. Why am I going to talk to a 4-year-old about STDs and HIV? Does it change the ages? It doesn't. Oh, no. All right, okay, so hold on. I don't want the Amaze monthly newsletter. My name is Kirsche. Let's put in my business email. I accidentally hit fucking caps lock, that's fine. I want the age 4 to 9 program packet on STDs and HIV. Please give it to me. Nah, bro, what the fuck is this? 4 to 18? How is that in any way comparable? I think the 4 to 18 one is just saying you're gonna get both the younger one and the older one. So let me refresh the page here, because you know, maybe I want more than just HIV. So here it says age 4 to 9 and then age 10 to 18. So I'm assuming this third one is gonna give you the packets for 4 to 9 and 10 to 18. Kirsche, the ultimate askable parent. Now, let me go see if they've sent the email yet. Thankfully, this email works. I'm not
let's see
into
here.
the frog vomit butthole, but
Let's see
I'm
here.
curious if he's done it.
Fox Tax. It has been 0 days since Alphabet Gang last tried to normalize child sexuality.
Did it go to my spam? No, it doesn't look like it. Is it in my promotion folder? No. I don't have anything here. Is it in my social folder? No. Well, they haven't sent me an email yet. So I guess it might not be an immediate thing like most websites. Maybe they gotta vet me. Oh no, I checked my junk email. It's not in there. It's not in there. Go to this page. What is Amaze? Hold on, KB. I'm trying to copy it. Hold on. Trying to copy things in Twitch chat is fucking atrocious. I hate it. There we go. I got it. I don't know why the website takes so fucking long to load, either. Amaze is free and always will be. These are the same people that when you ask your uncle and wife why his pre-kindergarten age daughter thinks she's multi-gendered instead of a tomboy, they tell me, we give our children a full sexual education. Like, your kids aren't 10, holy fuck. That's really weird. I don't like that. Amaze envisions a world that recognizes child and adolescent sexual development as natural and healthy. I don't think a wood chipper is going to be enough anymore, chat. A world in which young people everywhere are supported and affirmed, and the adults in their lives communicate openly and honestly with them about puberty, reproduction, relationships, sex, and sexuality. In such a world, young people across the globe would have access to the information and support they need to develop into sexually healthy adults. There's a flag on this video that says, from a channel with a health professional licensed in the US.
Can you get an STI but not have symptoms? Oh, I bet Amaze has a video for this. Yep, here it is. Wow, Amaze has everything. I wonder, who's behind all this great info?
No, you can't ask that question! You stop that right now, child!
Amaze.org. More info, less weird. It's no surprise young people have questions about STIs, relationships, and their bodies. When sex education...
I'm gonna be real honest with you, I had zero concern about sexually transmitted diseases when I was a child because I wasn't having sex!
Breaking on the wheel has never sounded so good as it does right now.
Cold acid, thank you for the 550, and yeah, I'm gonna have to agree. Why does it say stop down here in the corner?
means awkward lessons and embarrassing questions without honest, age-appropriate answers from trusted sources. Young people are left in the dark.
turning to misinformation online, pornography, and myths that other kids share. That's where Amaze comes in. An engaging, trusted resource making sexuality education universally available to the YouTube generation.
Okay, but like, what makes Amaze trusted? Why are they trusted? Who trusts them? Because I certainly fucking don't.
Computer bring up the monkeypox's rate among children from the monkeypox's outbreak of 2020 and cross-reference it with the amount of sex ed videos made for children during that time.
Oh, you would come up with a pretty horrendous statistic if I had to wager. Jeez, Spaz the Space Wizard, thank you for the $5 doodles. You're too busy playing with Legos as a child to be worried about STIs? I know, right? Like, what the fuck?
Our flagship YouTube channel alone has over 50 million views.
Holy
with multiple
shit.
video series and distribution platforms. Amaze.
Who is letting their children watch this? Mystic Matt, thank you for the $2. I'll tell you what is Amaze that we let these people out in society and free to do this.
Has evolved into a large international community of teens, educators, and parents. Amaze leverages the expertise of sexuality educators, the creativity of animation professionals, input from our youth advisors, and the power of the internet to create and share free educational resources.
That's true. I've learned so much, from relationships to gender identity and sexual orientation to what to expect at the doctor's office.
Amaze has over 200 videos, but our programming is more than just videos.
Why does this one look like a girl is masturbating? I kinda want to go find that video on their channel now and see what the title is.
Amaze provides lesson plans for schools, content and tools for parents and allies, integration into healthcare systems, and even a coloring book and comic. Parents love Amaze too, with many resources to help get through awkward conversations and become askable parents.
I don't understand why the conversation has to be awkward. Like, these are conversations that are necessary. Not everything Amaze is talking about, but like about puberty in general when your child starts going through it. That's a normal conversation. Why do you have to make it awkward? It's your child. You had sex to bring it into the world. Why is it awkward to talk to it about what changes it's going through? You still didn't hear authorizing institutions?
Explains why my parents stopped saying, "Jane, there are birds and there are bees." Now they give me real information that I actually care about.
Amaze is an open platform where we welcome and support global partners as they adapt, integrate, and disseminate Amaze resources to their audiences. Together, we can change the world and help young people build happy and healthy futures. Now, let's find out more.
Find out more right here on Amaze.
What were those credits there? Those went by really fast. Those went by real fast. Can I remove the like pictures? Yo Tom Aloof. What a name. What a name. The mission, Amaze harnesses the power of digital media to provide young adolescents around the globe with medically accurate, age-appropriate, affirming, and honest sex education.
Is it bad to be
they
attracted
can
to a
access
cartoon
directly
fox that you
online,
don't even know that well?
regardless of where they live or what school they attend. Amaze also strives to assist adults, parents, guardians, educators, and healthcare providers around the globe to communicate effectively and honestly about sex and sexuality with the children and adolescents in their lives. Okay, all right. Let's open up their YouTube channel because I want to find that one video. Amaze takes the awkward out of sex ed. Trusted sources, parents. 283,000 views and 684 likes. I don't know if that's a good or a bad average. They have a new show coming to Disney soon? There's no way. Hello, Susan. I hope that's just YouTube comment section misinformation. Please check the bottom of that page linked. Amaze FAQ. What age are Amaze videos intended for? We already read that they do, like, age 4 to 18. At Amaze, we believe that all young people deserve quality, medically accurate, and age-appropriate family life and sex education. Why is honest, age-appropriate sex education vital to the health and well-being? Oh. Aries42, thank you for the 5 gift subs. I think I found what KB wanted me to read. Holy shit. The case for starting sex education in kindergarten. Man. PBS NewsHour. PBS is government funded, by the way. The case for starting sex education in kindergarten. Who here has been in love? Aniek Pfeiffer asks a crowd of Dutch elementary school students. It's a spring morning in Utrecht, and the St. Jean de Doper Elementary School gym is decked in heart-shaped balloons and streamers. Pfeiffer and Peppigen, I don't know how to pronounce your Dutch names, Gunneveg are hosts of a kids' television program in the Netherlands, and they're performing a song about having a crush. Kids giggle at the question, hands, little and bigger, shoot up. Welcome to Spring Fever Week in primary schools across the Netherlands. The week of forced sex ed classes for 4-year-olds. Of course, it's not just for 4-year-olds. 8-year-olds learn about self-image and gender stereotypes. 11-year-olds discuss sexual orientation and contraceptive options. But in the Netherlands, the approach known as comprehensive sex education starts as early as age 4. I'm a little confused about this image. I thought they said this was a Dutch elementary school. You'll never hear an explicit reference to sex in a kindergarten class. In fact, the term for what's being taught here is sexuality education, rather than sex education. That's because the goal is bigger than that, says Ineki van der Vlucht, an expert on youth sexual development for Rutgers WPF.
I agree, wood chippers are too good for these monsters. They need to be cheese grated over time. Feet first, of course.
A barking death squirrel, thank you for the $5 doodles. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Oh, man. This is... Oh, God. Amaze is part of the Advocates for Youth nonprofit based in D.C. Ooh. There's no place for sexuality in public education. I don't know why they feel the need to do this with children. It's just like they want to like weasel word, and they're like, it's about open, honest conversations about love and relationships. But like, I don't need to talk about love and relationships with a 4-year-old. As like a kindergartner, like, yeah, I had a crush on a boy, but I didn't know what that meant beyond I would like to play with you, like in the schoolyard, like with Pokemon. They're like little toy blocks and shit.
In Los Angeles, at your house.
Or in the ring.
No, in real life. I'm going to stalk him and become obsessed with him, and wear his makeup, and his dresses, and use his skin as a coat, like the ancient Irish did.
Well,
it's normalizing it and desensitization. Yeah, absolutely.
Hi, lovely Foxu.
I don't
just
feel like a winner right now.
The alert has nothing to do with any content you might be reading.
Dantron, thank you for the 1985 birth year of our Lord and Savior. Thank you. High schoolers, you understand, but middle school is a stretch, and anything less is a no-go. Like, in 5th grade, I had, like, oh, you're gonna be getting a period, and you're gonna bleed, and that bleeding means that, like, you can have a baby later on in life. Like, you know, you're gonna have to take care of yourself, and you're gonna grow hair, you know, like
Don't let your woman
that
brain
kind
get
of stuff.
in the way of using my brain to do things.
You liked girls and dinosaurs and Lincoln Logs. At that age, girls were icky, and you were a dinosaur. Yep, in 5th grade, we got the boner talk at school, as well as learning about girls' periods. Yeah. This is just weird to have with children this young.
Your boyfriend lets you have 2 coms?
7th Swordman, they give the 2 months of prune. Thank you, thank you. As somebody else said, this is definitely like the normalization of these things. It's like when I talk about how the modern audience doesn't exist, but it will exist. These children aren't going to know anything different, because they've been indoctrinated from such a young age. This will just be normal to them. All of this stuff that they're being taught will just be normal. And it will be even harder to reverse the propaganda that's been pumped into them. Like you've said, it's terraforming the culture. It's really like sci-fi villain-ish when you just think about how all-encompassing it is currently.
And you put the fox
and which
in
is
your
why
house,
I won't shut the fuck up about
it's gonna do
Bridge, even though it
fox
makes me
things.
goopy.
These people are weird freaks. On a totally unrelated note, blackhead buzzards will eat things while they're still alive if they can't move.
Totally unrelated. What a cool bird. Sambo, thank you for the $12 doodles. Thank you, thank you. You tell a 5-year-old it's not okay if someone touches you, that's it? Everything else is weird? Yeah. I was like, you tell a 5-year-old, like, if any adult tries telling you to keep a secret, that's something that you gotta tell mommy or daddy or your teacher about. Right? You know, like, just got fucking, man, dude. BGM Doko. I've been playing videos.
Each day, I regret not buying stock in wood chippers.
Ow.
Maybe we could get one of the companies to sponsor you.
A wood chipper sponsorship, Jesus. Mal Roadkill, thank you for the $5 doodles. Thank you. You don't see how a society can exist like this when these kids become adults. Hookup culture made girls hop onto SSRIs in record numbers. What will this propaganda lead to? This propaganda will lead to a servile cattle class that is going to be completely dependent on the government system. They've been replacing the family unit with government for decades now. That's why the destruction of the nuclear family was so important. And it's just going to basically be a slave chattel class to an elite class. That's all this is going to be. It is the traditional communist arc in action. What's stopping kids from rejecting the youth grooming, like many now are rejecting religion when they become teens? I mean, it's very possible there are a handful of kids who don't buy into this, but it doesn't matter if there's a handful as long as a good portion of these kids continue to believe in what they were taught and continue to think that anything to the contrary is just some sort of bigoted, not rooted in science response. Destroy the family, destroy the nation. The Netherlands are almost 100% dependent on SSRIs. They're frequently listed as the happiest cities, but a lot of that is tied to rampant use of SSRIs. I wouldn't know. I don't know about the mental health situation in the Netherlands. By law, all primary school students in the Netherlands must receive some form of sexuality education. The system allows for flexibility in how it's taught, but it must address certain core principles. Among them, sexual diversity and sexual assertiveness. That means encouraging respect for all sexual preferences and helping students develop skills to protect against sexual coercion, intimidation, and abuse. The underlying principle is straightforward. Sexual development is a normal process that all young people experience, and they have the right to frank, trustworthy information on the subject. There were societal concerns that sexualization in the media could be having a negative impact on kids, Vander Vlucht said. We wanted to show that sexuality also has to do with respect, intimacy, and safety. But why? At 4 years old. The Dutch approach to sex ed has garnered international attention, largely because the Netherlands boasts some of the best outcomes when it comes to teen sexual health. On average, teens in the Netherlands do not have sex at an earlier age than those in other European countries or in the United States. Researchers found that among 12 to 25-year-olds in the Netherlands, most say they had wanted and fun first sexual experiences. By comparison, 66% of sexually active American teens surveyed said that they wished they had waited longer to have sex for the first time. I feel like this is more just a degree of the propaganda is working rather than American teens don't have a good enough sexual education and now they feel regret at having sex too early. That sounds hella subjective, yeah, right? They were groomed to accept it. Yeah, that's cool, right? The best badness for 20K. Thank you for the $5 doodles. Yeah, man. Along with your profile pic makes that's the feel right now. When they do have sex, a Rutgers WPF study found that 9 out of 10 Dutch adolescents used contraceptives the first time. And the World Health Organization data shows that Dutch teens are among the top users of the birth control pill. Chat, don't you see? Look at how many good decisions these young teenagers make when they choose to have sex. Of course they can consent to having sex if they're able to be smarter than the adults who are having sex. You guys just don't understand. Oh great, take the meds, awesome. According to the World Bank, what? The teen pregnancy rate in the Netherlands is one of the lowest in the world, 5 times lower than the US rates of HIV infection, and sexually transmitted diseases are also low. But is this like per capita? And also, why the World Bank? They're so mature for their age. I'm fucking sick of it, dude. There are multiple factors that likely contribute to these numbers. Easy access to contraception is one. Condoms, for example, are available in vending machines. And the birth control pill is free for anyone under the age of 21. I don't know if it's necessarily a good idea to start taking hormonal birth control that young. I have a feeling that's probably not a good idea. Wow, lower birth rates for Dutch people. Exactly what the world needs! There's also a growing body of comprehensive sexuality education. A recent study from Georgetown University shows that starting sex ed in primary school helps avoid unintended pregnancies, maternal deaths, unsafe abortions, and STDs. I'm gonna, Proponents of the Dutch model argue that their approach extends beyond those risks. Their brand of sex ed reflects a broader emphasis. I need to click on this. Oh, it's not a link? Why is it blue if it's not a link? I'm upset. We have to help young people navigate the choices they face and stand up for themselves in all situations, sexual and otherwise, said Robert van der Gag, a health promotion officer at Central Holland's Regional Public Health Center. The case for starting sex education in kindergarten. There's a video? There's a video? Can I search for this video? Van der Gag. Oh, I don't want to copy the date. I just want to copy this. This is the PBS website that we were just on, I think. Video. This was in 2021, and I think that lines up with the date. There's a link at the bottom of page 4.
What would you say if I told you that sex education should be taught starting in kindergarten? I know you're all probably saying absolutely not, but according to a pair of professors from Montclair State University, it might not be a bad idea. Public health professors analyzed 30 years of sex education evaluation research, and they found comprehensive sex ed can help prevent child sex abuse and intimate partner violence, increase appreciation for sexual diversity.
What do they mean by intimate partner violence of a child? Like, what? Who is an intimate partner of a child? It sounds like non sequiturs. I'm just like, you said there was a link at the bottom of the page. I can't read the title of that book. The goal is that by age 11, students are comfortable enough to navigate pointed discussions about reproduction, safe sex, and sexual abuse. Man. Nearly 4 in 10 millennials report that the sex education they received was not helpful. We have failed to see that sexual health is far more than simply prevention of disease or unplanned pregnancy. Lessons in love. There's another YouTube video. In the Netherlands, there's a strong belief that young people can be in love and in relationships. Spring fever. I think this was the article that we had open at some point. I don't know where the article is, because I feel like I've gone so far off the track. I don't even have I don't even have this up anymore. But I feel like we opened this a minute ago. Where did we leave off in reading this? Oh, this is actually copy-pasted from what we just read as well. Don't forget the amount of literal CP mags that were produced in the Netherlands back in the 70s. I know nothing about that. Let's see here. Yeah, this is the Georgetown University quote. Oh, here we go. Dutch kindergartners get their first lesson in sexuality. This woman looks like a demon.
Wat zijn ze steeds aan het doen op die plaatjes? Mees. Knuffelen. Aan het knuffelen. En wanneer ga je knuffelen? Merel. Als je iemand lief vindt, dan kun je knuffelen. Kussen. Of kussen. Want je kunt een heleboel dingen doen als je iemand lief vindt. Hè? Wat kun je nog meer doen als je iemand lief vindt? Trouwen. Trouwen? Heel goed, dat kun je ook doen. Ja, dat kan ook.
Okay, that seemed rather normal. That didn't seem like any of what they were talking about. Those kids look thoroughly disinterested. I mean, most kids are in school. But yeah, this looks like just a copy paste of the thing that we were just reading. Doo-doo-doo-ba-doo. Sabine Hasselaar teaches 11-year-olds. In a recent class, Hasselaar posted a series of hypothetical situations to her students. You're kissing someone and they start using their tongue, which you don't want. A girl starts dancing close to a guy at a party, causing him to get an erection. Your friend is showing off pornographic photos that make you feel uncomfortable. The class discusses each scenario. Everyone has a right to set their own limits and no one should ever cross those limits. Well, yeah. But, like, I didn't need to be taught this in school. As a child, if I was 11 years old and somebody kissed me and then they started putting their tongue in my mouth, I would pull away and just be like, ah, that feels kind of icky. Like, that didn't happen to me when I was 11. It happened when I was a little bit older, but, like, still. What, kids are showing each other porn at 11? I mean, I had a very warped upbringing, so I saw porn at 11, but I don't think I could be, like, the litmus test for that shit. No 11-year-old does that. They tell this to kids 4 to 8. Well, she's teaching 11-year-olds right now, is what they were saying. This is them teaching 11-year-olds. There's an anonymous question box in her class during Spring Fever Week. Students submit questions that the teacher later addresses in class. Nothing is taboo, Hasselaar said. One of her students, for example, wrote, I think I am lesbian. What should I do? Hasselaar addressed the issue in class. It's not strange for some girls to like other girls more than boys. It's a feeling that you can't change, just like being in love. And the only difference is that it's with someone that is the same sex as you. Bruh, kids were talking about porn in 2nd grade. When you were a child and a girl stuck her tongue in your mouth without warning, you bit it. It's not that complicated. Oh my god. A mask of 7 eyes, too. Thank you for the 20. You gotta go. You need to work on your schematic for a man-sized cheese grater with a hot swap cheese grater blade socket with a stretch goal of some kind of tube for the man-sized cheese to come down. Good luck. I hope you get some nice ambition on your project, dude. Sounds like a very useful tool. You saw porn mags at 10, but nobody actually gave that shit to you? You had to steal it? Yeah. I didn't have to steal anything. I just happened to cross images on the internet and it poisoned my innocence. Okay, preferred pronouns. Cool. What are your assigned pronouns that I can use? Assigned pronouns. And in fact, most of the questions from her students aren't about sex at all. That's because most kids at 11 aren't thinking about sex. Mostly, they're curious about love. I get a lot of questions like, what do I do if I like someone? Or how do I ask someone to go out with me? Of course, we want kids to be safe and to understand the risks involved with sex, but also we want them to know about the positive and fun side of caring for someone and being in a healthy relationship. Look at that kid's fucking expression. That's why you'll find teachers discussing the difference between liking someone as a friend and liking someone. There's even a lesson on dating during which a teacher talked about how to break up with someone in a decent way. Please do not do it via text message, the teacher said. And it's like, from what we've been reading, we know it's much more than this surface level stuff that would be completely fine and okay. And I'm sure that they mostly promote the fine and okay stuff, so most people will be like, It's just a far-right conspiracy that they're teaching anything sexual to 4-year-olds. I mean, listen to what they're actually teaching. It's just about love and hugging and if someone might be a lesbian or not. That's nothing bad. You're just crazy. Sounds like a job for their parents, right? Right? Let's see. Let's go back through these tabs. Where was I? Amaze.org. I wanted to find that one video. I wanted to find that one video with that weird image. How to properly put on a condom. Okay, alright. Also, why does this say money and gender? What, is this like some weird gender pay gap thing? Contraceptives, community matter. I'm gonna find... wait. Nope, that's a girl with a plant. Let's see. Menopause explained. Why would you need to... What? That's like a way older kind of thing to talk about. 11-year-olds are not going to care about menopause. Here, look at the top right vid. I don't know which one that would be. Why was there what looked like a Star Wars parody at the top? I don't know. I'm scrolling, man. Might be the one titled "What is Pleasure?" No, that's not the same girl. That's not the same girl. This one had like blue hair. Yes, I'm pretty sure they had blue hair. I'm pretty sure. Having your tubes tied. What the fuck? You know, when I was young and I was like eating up all of this "you don't want children" kind of propaganda for women, I unironically, when I was like in the like 15 to probably 18 age range, would tell my grandma that like, yeah, I'm gonna get my tubes tied as soon as I can. Always the blue hair. That's a blue person, so that's not quite what I'm looking for. Can anyone get an erection?
My little man has a mind of his own. At the beach, in the locker room, even when I'm not expecting it.
Boner alert.
I wonder what happens with girls. Boys have erections. What do girls get?
Hashtag Ask Amaze!
Actually, girls get sexually aroused just like boys do. You might even say they get a lady boner. But not like that. At the top of a girl's vulva is the clitoris, which can be as small as a pea or as big as a thumb. When girls become sexually aroused, the clitoris and nipples grow and get harder, sort of like an erect penis. Whoa! Not like that. Smaller.
They did make the clitoris grow.
It's more like swelling than growing. And now they feel pleasurable and sensitive to the touch. And most vaginas also produce extravaginal fluid to make the genital area wet.
That noise.
Wow! I can't wait to tell my friends.
Wait,
girls
what?
get erections too.
What? No, that's not what they said.
Find out more about erections right here on Amaze.
That's not what
My
they
little
said.
man.
But also, I was expecting that to go into the direction of like, yeah, of course girls get boners too. So I'm glad that it did not. He's like, ah!
I'll save you the time. The video does not exist. I already tried to find the video mistress.
Wait, really? Why? Why would that video not exist? What is an abortion? Not something you talk about with an 11-year-old. I'm just gonna scroll to the bottom for the sake of completion. Living with HIV. Okay, alright. Okay, alright. Menstruation about your period. Yeah, I don't see the video. You're probably right, my guy. You're probably right, but I just, you know, I wanted to get there for myself. That's a very unhappy fallopian tube diagram. Ah, no. Top signs, girls are in puberty. Okay, watch Mojo. We watched that one with the weird clown person. Alright, yeah, that one doesn't exist, so let's just click on the bathtub girl. Maybe they redid the... Hey guys, smash that like button, thumbnail? Leave a comment, push me in the algorithm. Maybe they redid the thumbnail. I feel like I probably shouldn't click on this because they flashbanged me with cartoon genitalia multiple times. And while this might be while this might be acceptable for a 4-year-old, it's not acceptable for a Twitch audience, you know? What is a baby killer? It's when a woman hates her baby very much. What the fuck? A Brady Crippen, thank you for the 5. Not gonna lie, I think watching these as a kid would be just as awkward as talking with your parents or taking a health class for the first time, right? Right, man? Alright, I'm gonna live dangerously. Just hide the screen, that's what I'm gonna do.
Tiramisu, my love. Every moment with you is filling me with a sensation of joy. You are a desire coming true.
I also love tiramisu.
Pleasure is a feeling of happiness, satisfaction, or enjoyment. Often,
is this music from fucking Cook Serve Delicious? I'm gonna lose my mind. This song that they played when she started lighting a candle. Hold on, I'm gonna run that back, dude. I think that's from Cook Serve Delicious.
Pleasure is a feeling of happiness, satisfaction, or enjoyment. Often, people describe pleasure as something that feels good in their body,
it might have been a stock
mind,
sound that they could have
heart,
paid
and
for.
Soul. People find pleasure in many ways. Some people find it in movement, through dance, sports, yoga, or in the smell, touch, and taste of food. Many people also find pleasure in romantic and sexual relationships. Pleasure in relationships can come in many different forms, like a partner listening to your wants and needs, communicating openly and honestly, and sharing intimate feelings.
Help.
Pleasure in relationships can also come from intimate touch, such as holding hands and kissing. And when both partners are ready and have expressed consent, pleasure can come from sex. And for some, masturbation can feel pleasurable. Some people
What does she
masturbate,
mean?
and
What does she mean
others
for
do not.
some?
Either way is normal. Sometimes when people engage in sexual behaviors with others or alone, they have an orgasm, sometimes called climaxing or coming. An orgasm can happen at the peak of pleasure moment during sexual activity. For many people, an orgasm can be felt throughout their body, and their genitals may feel warm or tingly.
There's dinosaurs having
and a
sex
person
right
might
now.
ejaculate. Some people have orgasms, and some
You
don't.
can give me butt
But people often
scratches,
feel pleasure
like
during
I'm a
sex,
real
even when
pet.
they don't have an orgasm.
Whoever made these and marketed them for kids should be on a watch list, and their computers, phones and tablets be on 24-hour monitoring. And remember, use code KIRSCHE for 10% off Gamma subs. It also prevents fox crime.
It does! Thank you, Darth Andrea, for the $5 doodles. I agree. This is really weird to like make this shit and market it for kids that young.
What's important to remember when engaging in sexual behaviors with others is that no one should pressure another to participate in sexual behavior that they are not comfortable with.
Yeah, but it's not pressuring you to engage in sexual behavior that you're not comfortable with if you feel like you're adult enough to make the decisions for yourself. You know? If you're 13 and you consent, that's perfectly fine. You haven't been pressured at all. These people are crazy. If you get groomed right, it becomes consent.
Someone pressures you to do something that doesn't bring you pleasure. It's okay to say no. As a person gets older, they begin to understand, through their experiences and connecting with others, what brings them pleasure and what does not. Experiencing pleasure can come in many different forms and is a joyful part of being human.
Don't forget to visit me at amaze.org or go to my YouTube channel to watch more. Bye!
Sick riff, man. What have we found? What is happening? This has been a bit more of a rabbit hole than I intended it to be. I was just reading one fucking article. Did they send me an email yet? Let's see if they sent me an email yet. Paying taxes gives me no pleasure. I would like to stop paying taxes. No, it's not that. None of that's here. Let's see if it went to my spam folder. No, they still haven't given me my educational manual to teach 4-year-olds about HIV and AIDS. Meow. Dual Wielder, thank you for the gift sub to Shybot. Thank you. Not an FBI, thank you for the 5. Ah, yes, it is from Cook Serve Delicious. Makes sense, because this is about beating their schmeat. Well, if it's like a royalty-free thing, that makes sense, but I know it from Cook Serve Delicious. They tried pressuring me to obey the law. That does not give me pleasure. Have I found a paradox in their thinking? Haven't felt this great of a need to vomit since kidney stones. Jesus. The best badness for 20k. Thank you for the 5. I am so very tired. Miss Cakes. It's all so exhausting, man. They haven't posted anything since May 30th on Twitter. But you know, that was certainly a thing. Where were we? What was happening? Moon Chaser, thank you for the 100 biddies. So glad your kids are out of the house today. God, these folks are horrible. JUV corrections, and we're forbidden to even broach these subjects, right? So, going back to the article where we first found these videos, what a thing to start back on. Do not share the student's transgender status with anyone else as the internal guide. This is highly confidential information. Parents do not need to be informed about a trans child unless a student wishes to change their name and or gender marker in the student's database, or in the school's database rather, the policy states. Likewise, Moriarty Edgewood School District, 8 institutions in Torrance County guide teachers on handling trans and non-binary students. Teachers must find out if students feel safe and whether their parents know about their sex change. Also, I thought this was all about gender identity, right? Like, I hate the fucking weasel word doublespeak, where the way that they convinced people to go along with this for so long was, it's not about the biological sex, it's about gender identity, and that's completely different and completely separate from biological sex. But they betray themselves when so often when talking about this, they default to talking about male and female. They talk about your sex being assigned at birth, and they talk about parents knowing or not knowing about the sex change. Like, come on, dude. I get that NPCs are fucking idiots, but like, I'm tired of having my intelligence insulted. The gaslighting is insane. They are guided to set up group meetings about sex change. When parents do not know about the change, only a counselor is involved, the papers show. The released documents include materials used to teach kids about new wave gender ideology. They feature the gender unicorn, which dispenses with traditional notions of biological sex and presents gender identity as fluid. Similarly, the genderbread person teaches youngsters about the intersex and genderqueers. Gender and sexuality are part of a spectrum, says the document. We all hold characteristics that defy heteronormativity. An educational cartoon video from Amaze depicts a child teaching her older uncle that gender now exists on a spectrum.
It's gonna do fox things.
Oh, I'm gonna do the fucking fox things, dude.
So they teach this but not how to do your taxes also. RIP VoD 7.
Yeah, true and real. A Jedi Dusk, thank you for the $10 doodles. Thank you! How fitting, unicorns aren't real. For many parents, this is a rapid and challenging departure from long-held understandings of people being biologically either male or female. Again, I thought this had nothing to do with biology. I'm sick of it. I need more water, I'm dying. Your biggest issue with not informing parents is that the educators will gaslight the children into thinking their parents will abuse them if they come out. Not only that, but like when the parents are like, hey, I would like to not completely affirm everything, like maybe there's something else going on here, and the educators will be like, well, do you want an alive daughter or a dead son? Like, the emotional manipulation is insane when it comes to this shit. Such concerns were not confined to New Mexico. A group of parents this week protested a gender support policy at Eau Claire Area District School in Wisconsin. They asked the U.S. Supreme Court on Wednesday to rule on the trans policies affecting their children. A lawsuit from a group called Parents Protecting Our Children says the district gender support plan violates their constitutional rights by keeping them in the dark about at-school sex changes. Third-grade students participate in the U.S. National Anthem at Highland Elementary School. That's a very random thing to have thrown in here. Puberty blocker claims by year among children aged 6 to 17. Let's see. Children aged 6 to 17 in 2017, there were 633 puberty blocker claims. And in 2021, that was up to 1,390. Whew! They want the High Court to reverse the dismissal of their 2022 case by a lower court in March after a judge there ruled that parents and children had not been directly harmed by the policy. Nicholas Barry, a lawyer from America First Legal, the conservative campaign group that filed the papers, said the top court should step in and protect parental rights. And he's not wrong. He's not wrong. Number goes up. We're in the middle of a genocide. Oh my god. You were told that wasn't happening? Yeah. Yeah, wow, what a surprise. It actually is. Schools are under pressure to assist trans students in a fractious political environment where gender and sex have become a front line in the culture wars between progressives and conservatives. School administrators have said they want to involve parents, but must follow a patchwork of federal and state guidelines designed to protect students' privacy, fight discrimination, and welcome all comers. What? Such cases are becoming more common as teachers grapple with the small but growing number of children wanting to change gender at school, and the especially tricky ones who don't want their parents to know about it. Against this backdrop, parents, kids, teachers, and therapists have to make tough calls about rising rates of transgenderism, mental health issues, peer pressure, and whether affirmation on demand is always the best answer. Affirmation on demand is actually the worst answer. If all you do is affirm and you never question, then the child isn't questioning themselves either. Gamer Alicorn, thank you for the prune. Thank you for the prune. Bronzy, thank you for the 5. Straight up eating pork and beans while watching Foxu. What a good morning. Kirsche love, thank you. I would love some fucking barbecue shredded chimkin and beans. You picked a bad day to stop sniffing glue. Oh no. It is the best breakfast you've had this week. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. The number of transgender children between the ages of 13 to 17 has doubled to about 1.4%, an analysis of government health surveys show. There's been similar rises in teens seeking puberty blockers, hormones, and surgery, insurance data reveals. Advocates of gender-affirming care, as it is known, attribute the rise to more awareness of gender dysphoria and support among clinicians. Other experts, conservatives, and parents warn of an ideologically driven social contagion. Well, they're right about it being ideology-driven, right? I don't want to call it a social contagion because that makes it sound like it's not purposeful. When something is ideologically driven, it is purposefully driven to sway things and to change culture in a certain way. So calling it a social contagion makes it sound like there aren't people who are responsible for this happening, and I would disagree with that. I would disagree. Like, maybe I'm wrong about, like, what social contagion means, but, like, to me, that's just kind of like how it reads, you know? A social contagion that's purposeful, I guess. I mean, maybe. Maybe you can have a purposeful social contagion. It just sounds like it's not a purposeful word to use for it. A social contagion can be spread on purpose, like real diseases. I guess maybe. Maybe I just read it like a little bit differently. Terrorists purposefully spread viruses, though. Isn't that supposed to be like against the Geneva Convention? Aren't you not supposed to use like biochemical warfare? Isn't that something that like no one's supposed to do? A Wuhan contagion, if you will. Yeah, true. Just a silly little disease that got loose from a silly little lab. Biological warfare, yes it is, but they still do it. Disagreements over notifying parents take place alongside debates on whether trans teens can use the school restrooms and compete in sports aligned with their gender identities. Again, the rules vary by state and often end up in the courts. Daily Mail has spoken with several parents of trans-identifying kids, and many worry that their offspring were influenced to transition by classmates, TikTok influencers, or teachers and school counselors with a drum to beat. Some do not believe their kids are truly transgender and aim to defer such irreversible steps as puberty blockers and surgery. Many said their child instead had mental health problems, including depression, anxiety, and autism. Imagine my shock, I know, right? Terrorists use the rules against the people they fight. That's true. Terrorists don't really care about rules. That's why they're terrorists. Does slathering our bombs with lard count as a war crime or biological warfare? ¿Por qué no los dos? I just want an easy place to fit in. Yeah, I mean, when you have children who feel like or teens rather, that feel like they don't fit in anywhere and they feel like they're ostracized, when you give them like a cuddle hug box that does nothing but affirm them and make them feel good, of course they're gonna fall into lockstep with it. That's so easy. The amount of trans autistic females, unlucky man. Very unlucky. Moving from this article, now I have to figure out where my tabs are because I opened so many. I opened so many new tabs. Okay. The next article I wanted to go to. Whistleblower nurse claims the FBI turned up at her door and threatened her after she accused America's largest children's hospital of illegally giving kids free sex change operations. A whistleblower nurse who accused America's largest children's hospital of illegally using Medicaid benefits to offer children free sex change operations claims the FBI showed up at her doorstep and threatened her. Vanessa Savage told journalist Chris Rufo that her employer, the Texas Children's Hospital, was violating state law by using the benefits to provide sex change operations to minors. She further alleged that doctors at the hospital were manipulating patients into accepting the gender-affirming care, and said she believed that some families feared the doctors would call Child Protective Services if they dissented. After speaking with Rufo about what she had seen, Savage claimed 2 FBI agents showed up at her door, sharing doorbell camera footage with him showing 2 plainclothes agents knocking on the door and asking for her.
Hello? Hi. I'm looking for Vanessa Savage. Okay. Who are you? Okay. I'll make some FBI agent. Okay. This is Friday. I'm busy. Okay. Nice to meet you, sir. It's been a pleasant interaction. You're not in trouble. Okay. All right. Hi, how are you? She snuck up on you there. You want to see too? Are we interrupting dinner? I'm really sorry.
That's all right. What's going on?
Let me start at the beginning. So I'm sure you're aware of some of the things that have been going on at your work lately.
With regards to...
Yeah, so I gotta... Can we sit down for a minute? Let me do my song and dance.
What a weird thing to have happened. And speaking of, Weirdlock, thank you for the $5. Hot Tub Kick-Assy, a trilogy stream when? Doug Walker can bring peace to the Middle East and the Polish territories called Russia and Ukraine. I don't know what Kick-Assy is or who Doug Walker is. Those names mean nothing to my squishy brain. Do you have a warrant? As she approached the men, one of the agents began asking her about her work. I'm sure you're aware of some of the things that have been going on at your work lately. When she replies that she is, the agent then asks if he can come inside to let me do my song and dance. From there, Savage claims the agents began to threaten her. They threatened me, she told Rufo. They promised they would make life difficult for me if I was trying to protect the leaker. They said I was not safe at work and claimed that someone at my workplace had given my name to the FBI. Savage is now the second employee at Texas Children's Hospital to make such claims. Last year, Dr. Ethan Heim, a surgeon who completed his residency at the hospital, leaked documents showing that TCH staff had provided puberty blockers and other sex change treatments to children, even after hospital officials said that they had stopped the procedures in March 2022. Just 1 month after leaking the documents, Heim said that he received a knock on his door from FBI agents who handed him a letter identifying him as a potential target in a federal probe. I was given a letter signed by a federal prosecutor that stated I was being criminally investigated for a case regarding medical records. Heim now argues that such tactics are a blatant attempt at political intimidation, claiming that prosecution is driven by a highly ideological division within the Department of Health and Human Services. Officials seek to silence whistleblowers who expose institutionalized medical corruption and the dangers of these hormone-based interventions for confused adolescent children. Heim has now been indicted on 4 counts of violating HIPAA medical privacy laws, but he insists that he did nothing wrong. Though he released private medical files that detailed trans medical procedures on children as young as 12, he says the identities of patients had been redacted. Donations have since poured into Heim's legal defense fund, with supporters praising him for holding the line and standing up for children in the face of corruption at the hospital. Meanwhile, Texas State Attorney General Ken Paxton said that he's investigating the claims, and State Rep Brian Harrison called for an emergency hearing over the allegations that the U.S. Justice Department intimidated the whistleblowers. And this is why, right, I understand why so many people don't speak out. Because if you're gonna have, like, people at your place of employment reporting you to the FBI, and you're gonna get harassed by the FBI. You're gonna be indicted on, like, fucking weird counts that you didn't do anything wrong in. You're gonna get dragged through the court system and have to defend yourself just because you spoke against the current cult dogma and blew the whistle on a hospital doing dangerous things to children. I understand why people don't speak out, and I think the people that do are incredibly fucking brave in the face of all of this shit. Nobody likes having the FBI come by to say hi. True and Redeal. Redeal, by the way. Real. The TXLEGE House must not allow the Biden administration to aid and abet child abuse and Medicaid fraud by prosecuting whistleblowers, masking Speaker Dade Fallon to immediately hold hearings to investigate federal officials and hospital leadership. Inaction is complicity. It is absolutely outrageous that the DOJ, instead of targeting the medical professionals who are abusing Texas children, is apparently protecting them by silencing those that would stand up against these abusive and illegal practices. Harrison, a Republican, wrote in a letter to the Texas House Speaker, Dade Fallon. The Texas House of Representatives must not sit idly by and allow this federal overreach to occur. Texas must lead the nation in the defense of the next generation and state sovereignty. Harrison also shared the letter on X, writing, "The Texas House must not allow the Biden administration to aid and abet the child abuse and medical fraud." Daily Mail reached out to the Department of Justice and Texas Children's Hospital for comment, but
Something
nothing here.
satisfying in imagining these whistleblowers going full Mission Impossible to get scans of these documents to leak.
It's probably way less romanticized, but yeah, you know, it's fun to make it a bit more movie-esque in your mind. Michael White, they give you the $5 doodles. Whistleblower laws don't protect with HIPAA, as him simply seeing or possessing those files is a violation of HIPAA. I mean, maybe I don't know enough about HIPAA, but if he works at the hospital and he has access to those files normally, like if he redacts all of the identifying markers, I don't know if that would be an issue. I feel like it shouldn't be, but again, I guess I don't know enough about HIPAA if it is or not. Regardless, even if he ran afoul of HIPAA, I'm still glad that he did it, because otherwise we wouldn't have known what was going on at this hospital. Sex changes for children as young as 12 is crazy. Actually crazy. Even if it's not redacted, whistleblower laws protect him. I mean, the other person in chat said that the whistleblower laws wouldn't protect him, so I just don't know enough about it, I suppose. Anyone under 18 cannot legally exercise their rights under HIPAA. They consider the parent or guardian to be the personal representative. It's not a violation since he has access to that information as part of his job. Since he didn't reveal any identifying information, it's not a HIPAA violation. Yeah, that's what I was leaning on. That's what I was leaning on. Legality doesn't equate to morality. Soon it will be crazy if you don't transition your kids. That's kind of where we're at the moment. If you don't affirm, you're just gonna have Child Protective Services knocking on for you. And in relation to this, we have this person tweeted out this official looking document here. Today, Biden's Department of Justice indicted a Texas doctor for blowing the whistle on illegal child sterilization surgeries. Gross abuse of the rule of law. Garland and the FBI Director Wray need to preserve all documents because we will find out who pushed this and haul them in to testify. And the letter, let me open this in a new tab because I'm fucking blind. It says, Josh Hawley, United States Senate, Washington, D.C., June 20th, 2024. Dear Attorney General Garland and Director Wray, the world is awakening to the reality that for years, youth gender medicine has gone horribly awry. Countless children, many with mental health conditions, have been subjected to life-altering puberty blockers, sex change hormones, and even surgical interventions without proper screening. Countries, including the United Kingdom, Norway, Sweden, and Finland, have clamped down on these practices, but not you. Instead, you are retaliating against courageous whistleblowers willing to call out this medical malpractice for what it is. In response to public pressure and legal action by the Texas Attorney General, Texas Children's Hospital assured Texas lawmakers that it had stopped performing gender treatments on underage children. But that was a lie, as Dr. Haim established. He did so by adducing... I do not know what that word is. I need water. He did so by adducing redacted records that demonstrated the hospital's abuses, including the sterilization of underage children. At no point did Dr. Haim reveal confidential patient information. Nevertheless, the DOJ has now prosecuted Dr. Haim for alleged violations of HIPAA. See, whoever's writing this letter, I'm just going to assume that they know more about the law than me, right? I'm just going to assume they're smarter than me in that regard. And so if this person is saying that there wasn't an actual violation, I would be tentatively willing to believe it. But I would still probably want to look up myself, specifically, what is the law under HIPAA? Honorable Grand Elder Chatter. Ban the Man, thank you for the 10 gift subs. Thank you. You like Senator Josh Hawley? He's always calling this shit out. Good on him. Maybe he's someone I should contact about Bridge, dude. Maybe he'll listen to my ramblings. Josh Hawley's a state representative. Ah, yeah. Where was I? Threatening him with 10 years behind bars and fines in the hundreds of thousands of dollars. Significantly, Dr. Haim is only being prosecuted for the way in which he obtained the records in question, not for disclosing any confidential patient information, which he did not do. The information uncovered by Dr. Haim, evidence of a hospital lying to lawmakers about an issue of significant public concern, is critically important for responsible governance, and yet you are attempting to squelch it. Let's be clear about what's happening here. The prosecution is intended to silence Dr. Haim, deter future whistleblowers, and allow deception and medical malpractice to continue apace. That's very true. Like, if you are being punished for being the good guy, there is no incentive to be the good guy. The incentive is to keep your head down and ignore what's going on around you. Much like what is being done, where people get attacked, assaulted, robbed, whatever have you in public, people are encouraged to stand there and do nothing or just walk away. You're not encouraged to help anymore because you might get dragged through the court. You might be called an assaulter. You might be on the wrong side because you tried to help. He's like, ah!
I think you should just close all the tabs you don't need, Kirsche. You have hundreds of tabs and you should just close them since you will likely never get to them. They are dragging down your computer. Close the tabs, woman. You never gonna use them.
It's a massage vibrator. Fuck you, buddy! Thank you for the 5, but I can't close my tabs. My tabs are my power. Without my tabs, I am nothing. I am merely a human and not a fox woman.
Close the fucking tabs, you psychopath.
My tabs will remain open forever. I will add them in my will to my children. Use bookmarks. Fuck you, I hate bookmarks. Let's be clear about what's happening here. I read that sentence. The Biden administration is obviously doing this at the behest of far-left activists whose views on youth gender medicine are wildly out of step with scientific evidence and the emerging medical consensus. This prosecution is an unconscionable abuse of legal process in service of shoddy and irresponsible gender ideology. Accountability is coming. You both must immediately take steps to preserve all documents related to this case in anticipation of future investigation. In the meantime, please provide copies of all documents relevant to the decision to investigate and charge Dr. Haim. I await your response. I like the accountability is coming sentence. It reminds me of the fucking consequences will never be the same. You get this amount, keep the tabs open on PC, thank me in the future. What do you mean by this? That's where Holly is incorrect. The administration isn't bending the knee. They're actively pushing it. Yeah. That's one thing I feel like a lot of, like, people who try calling this stuff out don't seem to understand. They seem to think it's some sort of, like, knee bending or kowtowing, but that's not the case. It's actively pushing. It's a little bit different, as it were. A little bit different. And I guess Josh Hawley, I said some guy on Twitter, he was literally the guy I was reading about. He's the Senate guy who wrote it, so he's not just some guy on the Twitters. The Kirsche is bad with the names of the people. Did a fox write these tablets? Yes, son. She brought us the truth. Too much truth. You can't handle. No. And we just read the whistleblower nurse, and we read this one, and then I have this one. This is about the nurse we just read as well. Brave nurse tells the Post why she blew the whistle on the Texas Children's Hospital accused of manipulating parents into giving kids life-changing trans treatments. A nurse at the nation's largest children's hospital said doctors pressured parents to give their kids hormone therapy and other transgender medical interventions, warning that the children might kill themselves if they held off on treatments. Hey, didn't I just say that earlier? The emotional manipulation. Vanessa Savage had worked at Texas Children's Hospital Clinic, where kids are given gender-affirming care since 2021. She said doctors there were more driven by ideology than what was best for the youth, many of whom had additional underlying problems. Parents were manipulated by doctors with an ideological agenda to go down this path of medical transition for their child. And I do think that doctors would use manipulative language to suggest that if they don't do this, their child would commit suicide or they would harm themselves. Savage, 31, also alleged that doctors would miscategorize the treatments to justify gender-affirming care. She believes that the doctors are using the strategy to get around a ban by Texas Medicaid on covering hormone treatments for transgender medicine. However, Savage said that she does not directly know whether the treatments are being charged to the publicly funded healthcare insurance plan. Well, that's kind of... How can you... I mean, I guess if she's like, I'm inferring from all this information I have, but that's a little... I want more information, lady woman. The truth hurts. You guess that makes you a masochist. The Houston healthcare worker said she is being hounded by the FBI for speaking out. Agents visited her home after she spoke to conservative journalist Chris Rufo and suggested she was part of an investigation into violations of HIPAA patient privacy laws. Savage, who still works for Texas Children's Hospital, I don't know how she still works there. I would feel like I could not trust any of my fellow coworkers after this, dude. Like, there ain't no way. If the doctors are saying it up front, it sort of seems by design. Yep. The lady woman. She said she has observed doctors manipulating the parents of young patients into agreeing to the treatment without informing them of the long-term side effects like infertility.
It's easily reversible. Don't worry about it. It's like you push a pause button, and then if you decide you don't want it anymore, you can unpause it, and then it's just normal.
I love how this lie has somehow propagated so fucking far. I was like, it's insane to me. Interrupt the serious topic to inform you that Kai Cenat brought his therapist live on stream after being stuck on Elden Ring's DLC for the last 60+ hours. I feel like that's the correct thing to do, you know? You might need to bring in a therapist to help you through that DLC. The doctor would do things based on what the patient wanted and not what was medically best for them. There was just no discussion of what are the risks or what are the long-term effects. Savage also saw that many patients had underlying issues, including past suicide attempts, autism diagnosis, depression, and anxiety. She felt these issues were being dismissed in the name of prescribing hormones and other forms of transgender care. Many of them had previous ER visits for attempted suicide, many are autistic, many are depressed and anxious. Why did they repeat this in just a different way? I guess one's a quote, but... And that's really devastating because it's really clear that something else is going on in addition to having confusion about their sexual identity. That just really devastated me. She said she observed doctors in the clinic misdiagnosing patients with hormone deficiencies in order to get Medicaid coverage. Providers were misdiagnosing patients intentionally for the purpose of justifying puberty blockers and hormones. Among the strategies was making ludicrous claims that healthy girls had a testosterone deficiency, or healthy boys had an estrogen deficiency. The normal diagnosis would be gender dysphoria for kids who were deemed to need gender-affirming care, she explained. However, doctors were instead using the alternate diagnosis. She believes this is part of an effort to allow them to get treatments covered through the taxpayer-funded health insurance program. Texas Children's Hospital said in March 2022 that it would stop gender-affirming hormone treatments for kids after Governor Greg Abbott and Attorney General Ken Paxton declared such treatments child abuse under state law. Based government decision for once? Deficiency. Yeah, I'm a real doctor. Trust me, bro. And I wonder if this also kind of leads into part of the competency crisis, right? Where it's like, currently we have doctors who will push this stuff maliciously for ideological purposes, but the next wave of doctors that'll come in will be doctors that might not have had to meet certain standards, and they'll just be able to push this stuff without actually believing in any sort of doctrine. It's just because they're not exactly qualified. The next ones won't know any different. Hot Wheels finally did something. Your girl needs a bigger dingus. Trust me, I'm a doctor. Everyone needs bigger dingus. In June 2023, the state legislature passed a law banning trans treatments for kids and barring taxpayer funds from going to pay for gender-affirming care. That legislation is the subject of a lawsuit before the Texas Supreme Court. Savage said the clinic would also note which parents expressed reticence about giving gender-affirming care to children. That's a little spooky. There were the parents that were very affirming of their child's new sexual identity, and there were the parents that were a little more cautious and a little more careful. And they had some questions, and it was always noted in the chart which parents were cautious and weren't completely affirming, and which ones were. Savage first spoke out publicly against the transgender medicine for children in 2022 when she wrote for the conservative Family Research Council that she believes the treatment inflicts long-term harm on young patients. But she came forward in May 2023 to make specific allegations against Texas Children's Hospital after another whistleblower, Dr. Ethan Heim, a surgeon who completed his residency at the hospital, leaked documents to Rufo in 23. We read about that. We've already read that. That's a recap. Savage and her husband were entertaining friends for dinner that night, but when the two men at the door identified themselves, Savage knew exactly why they were there. And then this is just a recap of them threatening her. When Savage referred to Haim as a whistleblower, the FBI agents corrected her, saying he was not a whistleblower, he's a leaker, she said. They used very veiled language, like kind of threats, to suggest that if I did not help them, they couldn't protect me. We just listened and they left, and we knew from that moment on that our lives would never be the same and that we would not be silent. The FBI said it does not comment on interactions it has had with individuals. Paxton has launched an investigation into both whistleblowers' claims, and additionally, Texas State Rep Brian Harrison has called for the state legislature to hold hearings to investigate the issue and the Biden administration's unconstitutional tyranny. There are states that took custody away from parents of their children because they didn't give them the COVID vaccine. What do you think the same states will do over this? It's already happening. You already can have your children taken away from you if you don't affirm their gender identity. It happened in Canada, and when I said it's already happening there, it's going to happen here. People said that I was crazy, and then it started happening to that father in Texas, where the father was married to a woman who's a pediatrician, and the woman wanted to transition their 7-year-old son, and the father did not, and the father got his parental rights taken away, and she started hormone treatments when the boy was 9. The father temporarily got back custody of the child and then lost it again somehow. I don't remember all of the caveats of that case because it's been like at least 2 years, I think, since the last update on it. Texas is at least doing something about this. Hopefully no Beto types win in the future, because if they do, we're fucked. Yeah. We're in a war. It's been an unfortunate cultural war for many decades, since before any of us were alive. And that's why it's like, I don't really take people seriously when they complain about culture war nonsense anymore. Because it's like, you can't escape it. You can try to ignore it, but eventually it's going to come for something that you care about. And you're going to wish that all of the people you condemned previously were still there to defend what you hold dear. In the future, kids will be dragged from parents and given a treatment. It'll only get worse before it gets better. Yeah, but hopefully we can make it better. It takes knowing about the problem before you can address it, you know? In your home state, they take kids on nothing but an anonymous phone call, fake or not. That's crazy. That is crazy. I could not imagine. Okay, was this the depth of my tabs that I wanted to go through here? The Sunbelt teachers, the whistleblower one. Oh, there was one more tab in relation to this. How long is this video? Concern. Okay, this isn't very long. This came out on June 7th. June 7th. This is from Robbie Starbuck, a new film, The War on Children. Cuban-American Robbie Starbuck show. I don't know who Robbie Starbuck is, but he made this tweet. The American College of Pediatricians just put out a fire statement calling out all the major medical associations by name for pushing the gender transition craze on kids. They ask for these groups to immediately stop the promotion of social affirmation, puberty blockers, cross-sex hormones, and surgeries for children and adolescents who experience distress over their biological sex. The full ACPED statement reads, ACPEDS is short for American College of Pediatricians. The link to many studies on their site, so they have a doctorsprotectingchildren.org link here. I'm gonna let this play. I'm gonna let the lady say it. Arcane Tie 92, thank you for the 15-month resub. Thank you. Thank you. Ryan, thank you for the $2. Waiting for it to go hot, dude. Oh my god.
And we have serious concerns about the physical and mental health effects of the current protocols promoted for the care of children and adolescents in the United States who express discomfort with their biological sex. This declaration was authored by the American College of Pediatricians, but really it was developed from the expertise of hundreds of doctors, researchers, and other healthcare workers and leaders who, for years, have been sounding the alarm on the harmful protocols that continue to be promoted by the medical organizations in the United States. Despite recent revelations from the leaked WPATH files and the recent release of the final report from the CAST review, these medical organizations have not changed course. So we are calling on these medical organizations of the United States, including the American Academy of Pediatrics, the Endocrine Society, the Pediatric Endocrine Society, the American Medical Association, the American Psychological Association, and the American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry to follow the science and their European colleagues and immediately stop the promotion of social affirmation, puberty blockers, cross-sex hormones, and surgeries for children and adolescents who experience distress over their biological sex. In our declaration, we affirm that sex is a dimorphic, innate trait defined in relation to an organism's biological role in reproduction, male and female. This genetic signature is present in every nucleated somatic cell in the body and is not altered by drugs or surgical interventions. Consideration of these innate differences is critical to the practice of good medicine and to the development of sound policy for children and adults alike. Medical decision-making should be based upon an individual's biological sex. It should respect biological reality and the dignity of the person by compassionately addressing the whole person. We are here defying the claims made by these medical organizations in the US that those of us who are concerned are a minority and that their protocols are consensus. They are not consensus, and we are speaking in a loud, unified voice. Enough.
It's like, I am very glad that there are people like her in this field that are willing to speak up about this stuff. And like, hopefully an actual change can be made. It took them long enough. I mean, it was only a few years ago that even a biologist who said that, like, the reality is that male and female exist, and she got fired from her job. Link to HIPAA whistleblower cliff notes and stream suggestions. I'm gonna have to put a pin in this. It's gonna be crazy when we look back 30 years from now and look at sex changes being as harmful as lobotomies. I've been making that comparison since like 2007. I've been saying that since like I was also very young. Covering bombs and lard does nothing. It's only haram if they knowingly partake in porn. Oh, was that the joke? I completely missed that. 20 years ago, the speech would have been a comedy skit. Yeah, things ramped up so fucking quickly. Like, I can't believe making a factual statement like this woman has to be considered brave in current year because she can lose her job. Like, that's just, it's crazy to me. If male and female are just social constructs, then what are people transitioning into, and why is it so important that they do? I was just like, man, she was intellectually honest. Hopefully things go well for her and she doesn't get attacked. Can't have sex till 18, but can change sex at 9. Well, not for long, apparently. Wow, apparently sarcasm isn't appreciated by the mod settings. I mean, I have my mod settings to be the lowest setting that they can be, so it basically just filters for slurs and shit. So if whatever you typed ran afoul of whatever Twitch considers a slur. Imagine the deep future when we're able to modify our genetics to live on other planets. What then? I feel like that's a very disingenuous argument because that's not going to happen in our lifetime. Can't wait until governments start officially denying the world is round. It's time to admit that we have been part of a flat Earth society since the beginning of time. The Earth being round is just as fake as people knowing where Bigfoot is. The decline of a nation. Truly. Need to start using the word Twitch as a slur. Oh my god, that's the chick that put out a notice about all the transition chemical clusterfuck. You might have seen it a week ago. Yeah, this Robbie Starbuck tweet was on June 7th, but it was relevant to the rest of the shit here. You're glad I finally admitted it. I want to dig into the flat earth crust and come out on the other side of a cheese cracker. Down with the roundies, Jesus Christ. Well, I did not get through all of the tabs I wanted to do, but I feel like I broke through a huge amount. That was pretty crazy. We got through a lot of tabs. Educational Foxy raid. Anya, let me see. Homestead is alive at the moment. Let me see. Homestead is on live. Mama. There's a lot of people online right now. Hot damn. Hot damn. Old enough to decide their gender, yet too young to decide what to eat for dinner.
You're having a stroke?
I don't know if that's a good comparison. I am an old hag, and I also cannot decide what I want for dinner half the time. Do I just dump you guys into fucking Asmongold today? Do I just dump you big day news drama reacts and beating Elden Ring? I don't really care about Elden Ring, but let's fucking go. All right, let's just dump you on Asmongold today. You could go spend time with your father. No, we don't like Asmon. Fuck you. We love Asmon here. We love the bald goblin man and his fly swatter. Should always ask your child, what do you feel like today? And take it from there, right? I hate it when people ask me what I feel like, because it's like, I don't fucking know, man. I don't fucking know, man. Hidden, thank you for the $1. You just got off work, ah! I'm sorry, this is my normal ending time. You do not care either way for Asmon, so that's fine. You can be ambivalent. No Asmon hate here. Only Asmon love. Most educational. Thank you guys for hanging out with me on this super sweaty Tuesday. Oh my god, it's disgusting out. I need my air conditioner actually fixed. Ew. He's playing Elden Ring right now. So I don't know if he's already, oh my god, he's been live for 7.5 hours. Holy shit. He's probably already talked about news. I don't know if he's gonna talk about more news, but I'm gonna listen to him in the background while I make some fucking dinner. Thank you guys for hanging out tonight. I hope you guys have a great rest of your evening. I will see you on Thursday for the presidential debates. That is this Thursday, right? I'm pretty sure that's this Thursday. I don't know. I can't keep track of time. It's in the Discord. It's Discord events. Keep track of time for me. Have a great rest of your night, everyone. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. And if I miss saying thank you to you for subs or for donos and stuff, I'm sorry. I don't hate you. I'll catch up with them this weekend. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Thank you. Thank you. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Do I want to? Kirsche, thanks for the raids. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Hi, guys. This is the most unethical Elden Ring